I always hate it when I have a cold and I sound a little stuffed up, but that's just where I am today. However, I wanted to get a new audiobook out for you guys. So this is Her Saving Grace, which right now is the last book in the Patriot Peak Resort. Enjoy!
Chapter 1. Holly, Current Day. There were few things in life that Holly called perfect, but after a lonely childhood spent hiding from the camera and an adolescence peppered with failed relationships, she was almost ready to use that word. As she stared at the man sitting across from her, she was filled with hope. Hope that maybe things were finally turning around, that she could close the book on the chapters in her life that hadn't turned out the way she wanted and rewrite the ending. Teddy Douglas, whom everyone just called Dougie, was different from her in a lot of ways, to be sure. But over the last week or so, what they had in common had not only become more evident, but more important. He'd been her rock when she'd needed one the most, and they'd fallen into dating almost naturally. "I can't believe Tiffany and Israel get to bring home their son tonight," Holly said, as Dougie signed the receipt for the check and placed the black folder on the table. The restaurant had emptied since they'd finished dining, and only a soft hum filled the air now. He stood and offered his hand to her.
"It is exciting. He's been talking about it for weeks, and he had the nursery done months ago. Of course, Chance was the same way with Colin and Eliza."
"That's true." Holly couldn't believe how much things had changed in the last few years. Not only had her best friend Mary Beth married her old boyfriend Chance, but they'd added 2 new members to their family, bringing the total to 5. Her former roommate Tiffany, who ran the child care center at the resort, had married Israel. And though Tiffany was unable to have children naturally, they were finally getting the child they had long prayed for. Maybe that was another reason Holly and Dougie worked. They were the last 2 single friends in their small group of 6. Well, Holly had been in a short, disastrous engagement, but she didn't like to remember it. "Tiffany should be texting any minute now to let me know they're home. You're planning on going too, right?"
"Wouldn't miss it for the world. Plus, it means I get to spend more time with you."
He pushed open the door of the restaurant and turned toward the park. Because they both worked in Courage, they'd decided to dine in the nearby town of Graham for a change of scenery and because it had a beautiful park with a fountain that was lit up at night. Thankfully, the night was dry, though the scent of coming snow hovered in the air. Holly smiled and snuggled closer to Dougie. A part of her wanted to shout from the rooftops, to tell the world that she was pretty sure she'd finally found the most amazing man who treated her well. But after dragging everyone through her last failed relationship, she was being a little more cautious this time. She didn't know how she had gotten so lucky, but she planned to savor every minute she had with Dougie. With their long hours at work, it was challenging for them to get together. And even when Holly did manage to spend time with him, her mind was focused on the restaurant and the recent publicity nightmare. The phone calls, the flyers. Trying to clear her head to focus solely on him was like trying to corral cats. "I definitely enjoy time with you, too." When they reached the fountain, he pulled her closer and wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
"I'm really glad we finally did this. Of course, if I'd had my way, we would have done this over a year ago."
She punched him playfully. Yeah, rub it in. I'm sorry it took me a little longer to figure it out."
"A little longer?"
He chuckled, the sound deep and melodious, and one that Holly could get used to hearing more often.
"A few weeks would have been a little longer. I've been waiting for ages."
"Well, they do say the best things in life are worth waiting for." And while Holly believed that, she did wonder how different her life might have been if she'd chosen Dougie that night instead of... Nope, she was not going to think about him. Not tonight, of all nights.
That they do.
He brushed a strand of hair behind her ears, and the touch of his fingertips sent shivers down her spine. Then his smile faltered, and his concerned expression appeared.
Have the calls stopped?
Holly sighed and shivered again, but for a very different reason this time. She liked that he showed concern for her, but she didn't want to think about the calls. She simply wanted to enjoy this moment with him. For now, I hope for good. I just don't understand how people could be so cruel. And I don't know what they think they're accomplishing. I'm not going to shut down. Being from New York, she didn't back down easily. But she'd be lying if she said the calls didn't unnerve her a little.
I hope so too. At least the record is open just in case.
The concern had slipped into his voice, making it sound tight and pinched. Yeah, I wish there was more the police could do. I've never agreed with harassing, but I had no idea how awful it really was. Harassing calls were generally harmless, which was why the police couldn't do much about them. But that didn't make Holly feel any better. She dreaded every ring of the phone now, and that was no way to run a business.
I agree, but until then, promise me you'll be careful. There's been an increase in crime overall as well. Not the same as what you're dealing with, but still. I know some of this is the current culture, but I sure hope it changes soon.
Me too. Holly lifted her face to Dougie's and wrapped her arms around his neck. I can't thank you enough for all you've done for me. You're so busy, and you still took the time to help me out. His hands moved from her cheeks to cup the back of her head.
I was glad to help, but I do know of one way you could thank me.
Though she knew he still worried about her, she was glad to hear the teasing tone return to his voice. Oh yeah? What's that? Her lips pulled into a mischievous grin, because she knew exactly what he was going to say, and she would be happy to thank him with kisses for the foreseeable future. Though their first kiss would undoubtedly be the best, she had no doubt that every kiss with him would rock her world.
Somehow, I think you know.
She lifted onto her tiptoes and turned her head slightly to reach his lips. They were soft and perfect, and the feel of them against hers sent tiny pulses zinging through her body. She had not been wrong. This kiss would be one to remember, the best kiss she'd had in her life. Her hands pulled tighter on his neck, and his fingers got lost in her hair. She could feel herself falling for Dougie, really falling for him, and then her phone began to ring.
Ignore it,
Dougie whispered when she paused. His warm breath tickled her ear, and it took all her resolve to resist the temptation of melting in his arms. I would, but what if it's Tiffany? She was excited to meet the new baby, but boy did her friend have horrible timing. He let out a soft growl, but released his hold on her. She smiled as she answered the call, but the smile melted from her face, as the voice on the other end was not the excited voice of her friend, but the concerned voice of the woman who owned the shop across from her restaurant. Holly, can you hear me? Where are you? I'm in Graham with Dougie. What's wrong? Holly's knees turned to jello as Becca continued to speak on the other end.
Are you okay?
Dougie's hands gripped her arms, and she was thankful for the support. She was finding it hard to stand, to breathe. She'd never had a panic attack before, but she wondered if she was about to now. No, we need to get to the restaurant. Her voice felt detached, like it floated over her head instead of coming from her lips. Dougie's forehead furrowed.
The restaurant? What's wrong?
She looked at him with wide eyes, unable to even fully process the words coming out of her lips. Evidently, it's on fire.
What? Let's go.
With a speed she wouldn't have thought possible with his large size, he ushered her back to the car, opened the door for her and then jumped in the driver's side.
Has the fire department been called?
Holly nodded, though her head felt heavy and awkward. Yeah, Becca said she called them as soon as she noticed the fire. Who would do this, Dougie? But she wondered if she didn't already know that answer. Could the same people who had been threatening her have started the fire?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
He threw the car in drive and peeled out of the parking space. What if they're too late? What if I lose it all? Holly couldn't even wrap her head around that thought. Her restaurant was everything. It had been her first job when she'd moved here from New York, and she'd worked her way up till she'd bought the restaurant from the previous owners.
Hey, you can't think like that. It will be okay.
He squeezed her hand and glanced at her quickly before returning his attention to the road. You're right. I'm going to pray it's all right. She closed her eyes to begin praying, but as she did, her phone vibrated in her lap. Her eyes snapped open, expecting a text from Becca, telling her it was too late. But this time, it was Tiffany. Oh no, it's Tiffany. She says they're almost home with the baby and want to know if we're coming.
Tell her we can't. It's an emergency. She'll understand.
But it's her baby, Dougie, the one she's waited so long for. He glanced her way again.
And the restaurant is yours. I'm telling you, she'll understand.
Holly nodded and sent the text back to Tiffany. Then she gripped Dougie's hand even tighter. She'd been thankful for him being in her life a lot, but never more than she was right now. His calm, take-charge presence was the only thing keeping her from crumbling to pieces at the moment. But she wondered if even that would be enough if they got back to Courage and everything was gone. What would she do? Chapter 2. Dougie. Fat plumes of fluffy black smoke floated in the sky, like a candy experiment gone horribly wrong. Dougie's heart sank as the black billows danced and twisted in the air. If there was this much smoke, then it had to be bad. He eased off the gas as they reached downtown. The normally quiet street was packed with people who stood staring at the disaster. Dougie squeezed Holly's hand, hoping to remind her he was there, that he cared for her, that he would stand beside her no matter what. He'd realized he cared for Holly years ago, but their timing had never worked out. About the time he'd gathered the courage to ask her out, Frederick had appeared on the scene. And after Frederick, well, there'd been a time she had stopped talking to him completely. It was only the threats of the last few weeks that had pushed her back to him. And while it was selfish, he hoped this didn't make her pull away. He was in love with her, and he didn't want to lose her again. The crowd stopped them well before they reached the store. Dougie put the car in park and helped Holly out. His arm wound around her waist as her knees buckled and threatened to carry her to the ground.
It's going to be okay, he whispered.
But he knew her restaurant was probably gone. Who would do this? Her voice was a whisper, but it was a rhetorical question anyway. At this point, they didn't even know if it was arson, though he felt a tug in his stomach that she was right. But it could have been an accident. It could have been a faulty plug or something. It could have, but it didn't feel like it. Not with all the negative attention she had received lately. The crowd parted for them, whispering soft condolences as they made their way to the front. Dougie believed their hearts were in the right place, but he also knew this wasn't helping Holly. What she cared about was that her restaurant was okay. But as they neared the barricade, he could see that was no longer a possibility. Even as far back as they stood, he could feel the heat from the fire, and though the flames hurt his eyes, he could not tear them away from the destruction. Holly, I'm so sorry. I called as soon as I saw the flames, but maybe if I'd seen it sooner. Becca, the owner of the bakery across the street, addressed Holly, but Holly didn't answer. Her eyes stared vacantly at the flames licking into the sky.
"Thanks, Becca. We know you did everything you could, and we appreciate it,"
Dougie said, speaking for Holly, who seemed incapable of doing anything other than gripping the barricades so tightly that a tendon in her neck pulsed.
"I'm sorry, no one can go any farther,"
a fireman, smudged in black, said, as Holly pushed against the barricade. "But it's my restaurant," Holly said. "My everything." The agony in her voice pulled at Dougie's heart.
"You own this place?"
the man asked, and when Holly nodded, he added,
"Please come with me. The captain has some questions for you."
Dougie wasn't sure that Holly could have walked on her own accord. She held onto his arm with a grip that would likely leave a bruise. Wrapping his arm around her, he pulled her close, allowing her to lean on his strength as they followed the fireman to the side where the fire chief was talking to a couple of policemen. Though Dougie didn't know either of the cops well, he recognized their faces from his orientation.
"Excuse me, sir. This is the woman who owns the restaurant."
The fire chief, an older man with graying hair and a weathered face, looked down at the paper in his hands before looking up at Holly. The name Harper was stitched on the badge of his jacket.
"You're Miss Bingman?"
Compassion filled his deep voice. Holly swallowed and nodded. "I am Holly Bingman. Do you know what happened?" The tremor in her voice was still there, but she was obviously trying to portray confidence. This time, it was one of the police officers who spoke up. He was younger than the fire chief, and hard lines stood out on his chiseled features. No sense of compassion emanated from him.
"That's what we're trying to find out. You weren't at the restaurant tonight?" "No, we were having dinner in Graham," Dougie spoke up. "We came back as soon as Holly received the call."
The officer lifted a brow at Dougie, probably wondering how he fit into the equation and why he was speaking for Holly. "Did the employees get out?" Holly asked. "There would have been at least a few cleaning and closing."
"Everyone got out fine," the fire chief assured her. "We'll have a crew look for any faulty wiring once the fire is out, but it looks like someone might have thrown something in through a window." "Do you know of anyone who could have done this?" the officer asked, pulling Holly's attention back to him. Holly's mouth opened, but then she hesitated. Why was she hesitating? Even if it wasn't anyone from the group threatening her, she needed to mention them. "I mean, I've received some negative attention lately, but I can't imagine anyone would do this." "Negative attention? What do you mean?" "They've been threatening her. Calls to her restaurant, tags on social media. They even hung up pictures of her around town," Dougie added. He didn't know why Holly wasn't volunteering this information, but the cops deserved to know. "Who's been doing this?" This time it was the other officer, a woman, who posed the question. Her demeanor was softer than her partner's, but though she was smaller and feminine, there was an air about her that said she would not accept nonsense. Holly flashed Dougie a look. "It's a small French group who was upset about a prayer walk I did, but I really don't think they could do this." "Why not?" the woman asked. "Have you had other interactions with them?" "No, it's just that they harass me, sure, but isn't that a far cry from arson?" "Probably, but it's worth looking into anyway. Can you think of anyone else?" Dougie wondered if she would mention Frederick, or the woman he'd seen her with, but Holly didn't. It probably wasn't either of them anyway. Frederick had been out of her life for 6 months, and he didn't know if the woman had ever even met Holly. "I'm sorry, I can't, but I'll let you know if someone comes to mind." "We'll need a full statement. Normally we would take it immediately, but since you're not a suspect, we'll let you go home tonight if you promise to come in the morning." "I'll make sure she's there," Dougie said.
"Is there anything else I need to do?" Holly asked, this time addressing the fire chief again.
"Go home for now. Call the insurance company in the morning."
"Right. Thank you." After a final look at the fire that was now almost out, Holly turned to Dougie and leaned into his shoulder. Can you take me home?" Without a word, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her back through the crowd to his silver Camry. He opened the door for her and then wordlessly climbed in the driver's side door. When they reached her place, he paused before turning off the engine.
"Are you going to be okay? Do you want me to come in with you?"
"Would you?" she asked. "I'm sure it's silly, but I don't want to be alone right now. There's never been any threats to my house, but I never thought someone would torch the restaurant either. I still don't understand who would do this."
"Did you consider Frederick?"
he asked as he opened his door. "Frederick? I haven't seen him in ages. Why would you think he would have anything to do with this?" Dougie hesitated. Frederick had been a bone of contention between them, and he wasn't sure he wanted to dig up old wounds.
"I just know it didn't end well, and he seemed like the type who might try for retribution."
Holly sighed as they walked to her front door. "I don't know. I suppose it's possible. He was upset about the money when he left, but torching the restaurant wouldn't give him any money, so I don't know why he'd bother." Revenge came to mind. Dougie had seen people exact revenge for less, but he kept this to himself. He could work through any possible reasons later. Tonight, he was here for Holly, and that was all. Chapter 3. Dougie, 10 months earlier. A festive spirit encompassed the room as the music filled the air. Smiles flashed like rays of sunlight, and laughter rang out more than once as groups of people found humor in shared stories. It was a perfect night. Chance had decided to celebrate Valentine's Day a little differently this year, and while Dougie didn't know how it would end up, it seemed to be a hit so far. He just hoped his name would end up paired with Holly's, the woman across the room with dark hair and alabaster skin. She was a vision, and he could not keep his eyes off her. Holly was Mary Beth's best friend, and though Dougie had met her a few years ago at Chance and Mary Beth's wedding, he didn't remember her making much of an impression. Tonight, however, she stole the show as far as he was concerned. The red dress she wore fit like a glove, and her hair, twisted up in an elegant style, with just a few tendrils escaping, accentuated her long, slender neck and shoulders.
"You should go ask her to dance,"
Chance said, nodding at Holly. Chance had always been good at discerning people's thoughts. He wasn't a mind reader by any means, but he was a master at reading moods. It was just one of the many things that made him an amazing manager. Dougie rubbed his hands down his jacket in an effort to wipe the thin sheen of sweat away.
"I don't know. Do you think it's a good idea? She barely knows me."
Chance shook his head and clapped a hand on Dougie's shoulder.
"I wouldn't have suggested it if I didn't. Look at it this way. It'll give you a chance to get to know her before the drawing. That way, if she gets paired up with someone else, at least you've made an impression. Make it memorable, in a good way."
Dougie chuckled, but that was actually what he was afraid of. What if he put himself out there, but she did get paired up with someone else? And what if she fell for that someone else? It wasn't like he saw her all the time, but they shared the same friends. It would be hard to avoid her if he had to. Chance was right, though. You never land the jump you don't take. That's what his army instructor had drilled into him. He certainly wasn't going to have a chance if he didn't take a leap.
"Okay, you're right. Wish me luck."
"You don't need it," Chance said.
"Just go show her the big teddy bear you are."
Dougie pulled back his shoulders and made his way over to Holly, trying to calm his racing heart on the way.
"Hey, Holly, you look beautiful."
He could hear the slight tremor in his normally deep, booming voice, but it was slight. Hopefully she wouldn't notice. He was used to presenting the epitome of cool, calm, and collected. It was a necessary part of his job as head of security, but he was not used to the way he was feeling inside right now, jittery and nervous like a teenager with his first crush. In fact, he didn't think he'd been this nervous with his actual first crush. Holly was by no means the first woman he'd noticed, but it had been quite some time since one had grabbed his attention, and she held his attention like a siren guiding a ship in. She smiled up at him. "Thanks, Dougie. You look pretty Gucci yourself." Gucci. The thought made him smile. It was a slang word for handsome that might sound off coming from Mary Beth's mouth, but Holly could pull it off.
"Thank you."
He was glad he'd worn the full suit because he felt the jacket made him look slimmer. A feat, since he was no small man. Most of it was compact muscle that made him look like a tank, and made buying shirts a hassle. But he'd put on a few pounds of fluff as well. The holidays always did that to him, as a plethora of delectable treats that he couldn't say no to would appear in the staff lounge beginning in late November and continuing all through December. Every year, he told himself he wouldn't eat as many, and every year he failed. And while his New Year's resolution revolved around more exercise, by Valentine's Day, it had been forgotten too.
"Would you care to dance?"
He held out his hand and relished the tingle that ignited his fingers when she placed her much smaller palm in his. "I'd love to." Her smile was like a ray of sunshine. This was where he knew he had an edge. His size did not keep him from moving with grace on the dance floor, and he saw the surprise on Holly's face when he moved her effortlessly around the room. She fit in his arms perfectly, as if she was made to be there. No one had done that for a long time. She narrowed her eyes at him and tilted her head, studying him. "You've done this before."
"Maybe a time or two."
He hoped she couldn't feel his heart pounding in his chest, and he grappled for a conversation starter. He knew Holly owned a restaurant and catered for many of the events around town, but he didn't know much else about her, something he hoped to remedy.
"So, are you excited for this Valentine's Day?"
Her lips pursed into an adorable pout as she thought. "Well, the restaurant is generally packed on Valentine's Day, so I don't have a lot of time to even think about it, which I guess is good since I haven't had anyone to celebrate with for a while. Hence why I'm here." She shrugged a slender shoulder. "Well, actually, I'm here because Mary Beth dragged me here, but you know what I mean." She looked up at him. "What about you?" He chuckled at the similarity of their stories.
"And here I thought I was the only one arm twisted into coming here. Can't really say no to your friend when he's also your boss. But I used to love Valentine's Day. Unfortunately, like you, I haven't had a reason to celebrate it in a while. Maybe that will change tonight."
He held her gaze, hoping she understood he was talking about her. "Maybe. Are you hoping to be paired with someone in particular?" Her question held a note of flirtation, and he thought it was mirrored in her gaze, so he decided to take a chance.
"I wouldn't mind being paired with you."
He waited for any sign that she didn't feel the same, but she merely winked at him and said, "I guess we'll soon see." The song ended, and the DJ took over the mic.
"All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the highlight of the evening. But first, a little history lesson. Tonight's festivities were inspired by the original Valentine Festival, where men were paired up with a woman. However, in those days they were given whips to smack the women with because they believed it made them more fertile. There will be no whips and no smacking with this festival. One date is all that's required. Should you choose to continue seeing each other after that, you are welcome to, and we hope that many of you will. But if both parties don't agree to another date, there can be no stalking, right, Officer Brown?"
Dougie looked toward Micah Brown, one of the cops who had been in Courage for almost as long as he had. Micah smiled and hollered,
"That's right. No restraining orders for Valentine's Day."
The crowd chuckled, and the DJ continued.
"Now, this is not only a fun new tradition, but we are also raising money for a good cause. Please allow me to introduce Sylvia Mason, who is spearheading this."
A curvy woman with long blonde hair joined the DJ and smiled out at the group. "Thank you, and I'm so excited that you signed up for this. All of the money raised from tonight will go to foster kids in the area and those caring for them. We are still looking for foster parents as well, so for you couples out there, let me know if that's something you might be able to do." She paused for a minute as she lifted 2 buckets up. "The blue bucket here holds our gentlemen, and the pink one here holds our single ladies. I'll be drawing one from each bucket." Her hand disappeared into the blue bucket. "For our first pairing, we have Colton Klein and—" She paused dramatically as she drew from the other bucket. "Ashley Carmichael." Dougie watched as Colton, one of the other security guards, younger but solid, with a head full of copper-colored hair and a smattering of freckles across his face, met up with the woman he was paired up with.
"They look like they might hit it off," he whispered to Holly.
"As long as he doesn't mind that she won't have Valentine's Day off. That's my manager." Dougie hadn't been in Holly's restaurant that often, but now that she said something, the girl did look slightly familiar.
"I can probably arrange for him to work that night too, and we can give them a different day off. He's one of my guys."
Though Chance was the owner of the resort, Dougie was the head of security, and he generally set the schedule for his team. She cocked her head at him. "Are you playing matchmaker?"
He shrugged. "I'm a sucker for romance. What can I say?"
At least, he had been once. It had been a long time since he'd had any in his life, but he felt like he was finally ready to try again. Sylvia called out a few more names, and with each one, Dougie held his breath, hoping Holly wouldn't be called. He could just ask her out, but being paired up felt safer. She couldn't say no, and he could bring his A game. "Next, we have Frederick Dagwood and Holly Bingman." Dougie's heart dropped a little as Holly stepped out to meet her date. It had been a long shot to begin with, but he'd felt sure they were going to get paired together. Who was this Frederick Dagwood anyway? He'd hoped he was just a tourist staying at the lodge. But when the man enveloped Holly in a hug and she didn't pull away, Dougie knew he was more than that. "Frederick Dagwood? I haven't seen you since—"
"Cooking school,"
he finished.
Dougie stepped back. "Guess I'm a little late. Again."
He'd missed his opportunity for now, but he would keep his eyes open for the next one. Chapter 4. Holly. Frederick Dagwood. Tall, handsome, charming Frederick Dagwood. She could not believe he was here in her little town. Years ago in cooking school, she'd had the biggest crush on him, but he hadn't seemed to know she was alive. Now he was here, and he'd remembered her. "What are you doing here?" He flashed a perfectly white smile back at her as he released her from the hug and stepped back.
"I was simply passing through and happened to hear about this festivity tonight. I figured I could stay long enough to take someone out for Valentine's Day. Never dreamed it would be you."
"Me either. What have you been up to?" She led him off the dance floor and to the side where tables had been set up. With people meeting up with their dates, the hum of other conversations around them made it hard to hear him. She hoped this area might be quieter and allow them to carry on a more meaningful conversation.
Frederick shrugged. "Oh, you know, cooking here and there. I was working at a restaurant in Boston, but decided to take a break and travel. I wanted to see how other chefs worked and taste some new recipes before I settled down somewhere again."
So he wasn't staying? Why did that thought make her feel sad? "How long are you in town for?" He flashed her a sly smile.
"Well, my original plan was just through the weekend. But then again, I didn't know you were here. Perhaps I could be persuaded to stay a little longer."
Oh my goodness, was he flirting with her? Because she was from New York, everyone thought Holly was this tough girl who didn't need anyone. She'd learned how to talk a big game, but part of the reason she was still single was because she was self-conscious. Growing up, she'd been a little chubby, and kids had made fun of her. In high school, she'd slimmed down a little, but in an effort to get people to notice her, she'd come on too strong. She remembered hearing one guy she really liked tell his friend that she was too much woman for him. Holly didn't even know what that had meant, other than he didn't want to date her. Just after high school, she'd gone clubbing with friends, but some drunk jerk there told her he wished he could put her face on her friend's much smaller body. So yeah, most of her confidence was feigned. Even in cooking school, Frederick had never paid attention to her. He'd been flirting with the beautiful girl from Italy. But now he was flirting with her. She could not contain the smile that pulled at her lips. "I would love for you to stay longer."
"It's settled then," Frederick said, tapping the table. "Hopefully I'll be able to extend my stay here. I didn't see many other places to stay in town."
Holly could not believe her luck. She'd never been a big fan of Valentine's Day, not only because as a restaurant owner she was usually working, but also because she never had anyone to celebrate with. Now she not only had a date with Frederick Dagwood, but he was going to stay in town longer. For her. "I bet they'll be able to. In fact, I know the owner of the resort, and I might be able to finagle you a discount. This is going to be so much fun. I want to hear about all the places you've worked since cooking school."
"And I'll be happy to tell you. All right, everybody," the DJ broke in. "The single people have all been paired, and the rest of you came with someone, hopefully. Now, while this isn't New Year's, we thought it might bring luck to end the night with a toast with your date and a kiss. I know some of you are just meeting for the first time, so there's no need to go full throttle here. A chaste kiss on the cheek will be fine, so grab something to toast with. We'll begin the countdown in just a few minutes."
"I guess we'd better get a drink," Holly said, her stomach aflutter with the thought of kissing him. Back in cooking school, she'd had dreams about kissing him, but they'd always remained just that, dreams. Now she might get a taste of reality, and she just hoped it was as good as her imagination made it out to be.
"I suppose we'd better."
A thrill raced through her body as she led the way to the table with the champagne and the sparkling cider. Frederick was going to kiss her. Her, the girl he barely looked at in cooking school. A tiny part of her brain wondered why he was being so flirty now when he hadn't been before, but she pushed it aside. That had been years ago. He'd changed, she'd changed. Surely that's all it was. They each grabbed a glass. He grabbed champagne, but she took sparkling cider. After an episode in high school, she'd realized alcohol was not her friend. And then they headed toward the middle of the room, with the rest of the people waiting for the DJ's countdown. From the corner of her eye, she saw Dougie with Becca, and a twinge of something flared in her. She'd enjoyed dancing with him earlier, and she'd been sure he was about to ask her out. Had he been hoping to kiss her tonight? It didn't matter. It was just one kiss, and Frederick was only here for a few days. Even if Dougie had wanted to kiss her, he would understand.
"You know, if this works like they say it does on New Year's Eve, then we might be spending the rest of the year together,"
Frederick said, leaning in to be heard over the noise of those around them. He wiggled his eyebrows slightly, and Holly paused. Did he believe that? Did she want to spend the next year with Frederick? Yes, she was happy to see him again, and sure, she was flattered he was flirting with her. But could she see a relationship with him? She certainly didn't know him well enough to make that decision yet. And what about Dougie? As if controlled by a puppet master, she found herself scanning the crowd for that handsome head of security again. But she couldn't see him. Maybe he and Becca had left. She did have to get an early start each morning in the bakery. But Holly couldn't decide if she was happy he was gone or not. She shook her head. It didn't matter. Right now she was with Frederick, and she would give him her attention. I guess we'll see if it's true. She smiled back at him, and then the DJ began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. All around them, people were smiling and shouting. It was the definition of happiness and joy. So why did Holly have a strange sensation in her stomach? 6, 5, 4. Was she making a mistake? Should she try to find Dougie instead? Or just not let Frederick kiss her? 1. Happy Valentine's Day! And then there was no time. Frederick wrapped his arm around her and pulled her close. Her face tilted automatically, and his lips found hers. She lost herself in the sensation and the joy. It was just a kiss, nothing more, and it was nice. She hadn't been kissed in such a long time, and it felt good. When they pulled back, he took a swig of his champagne.
I'm certainly glad I came tonight.
Me too. She took a sip of her cider and pushed the last doubt away.
Now, how about we find that friend of yours and see about extending my stay? Maybe tomorrow you can show me around your kitchen, and we can cook together like old times.
That sounds great. And it did. Cooking with Frederick would be fun. Chapter 5. Dougie. Dougie checked his reflection in the mirror one more time before exiting the car. It wasn't the date with Holly that he'd hoped for, but his mother had raised him to treat all women with respect, and he would focus on Becca tonight, even though he had no romantic feelings for her. She'd asked him to pick her up at the bakery, stating she'd be working until their date and have to return to it after. But when he pulled on the front door, it wouldn't open. Cupping his hands, he peered through the windows, but though the lights were on inside, there was no sign of Becca. Great. He knew they should have exchanged numbers.
You look like you're casing the joint.
The unfamiliar voice made him jump, and he turned to see the man who'd been paired with Holly, looking at him with a smarmy expression. Though dressed nicely, he still felt oily to Dougie, like he belonged on a used car lot rather than the peaceful streets of Courage, Colorado.
I'm sorry, I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Teddy Douglas.
He held out his hand, hoping it would intimidate the much smaller man in front of him. The man twitched only slightly before meeting Dougie's hand.
Frederick Dagwood, I assume I don't actually have to call the cops on you. Not at all. I'm here to take the owner of the bakery out, but I think she's in the back and lost track of time. I don't have her number, but I'll bet Holly does. I guess I'll go over and ask.
Frederick shook his head.
You know what? I'm headed there right now to pick Holly up for our date.
He emphasized the word our as if to cement his claim in Dougie's mind.
I'll have her give the owner a call for you. That way you can wait in case she comes out.
Dougie figured there was a deeper motive behind Frederick's gesture, but it made sense. He would hate for Becca to realize what time it was, come looking for him, and not find him outside.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
No problem, Frederick said. But as he walked across the street to Holly's restaurant, Dougie couldn't help feeling that Frederick was definitely going to be a problem. A lock clicked behind him, and a harried Becca opened the door, her hair in a haphazard ponytail and traces of flour on her cheeks. I am so sorry. When I'm baking in there, I like to turn up the music, and I completely lost track of time. Come on in, and I'll clean up a bit before we go. Her hand went to her hair and her eyes widened. I must look a mess.
You look fine.
He couldn't make himself say she was beautiful because he didn't want to lead her on.
Go ahead and clean up. I'll wait.
Okay, thanks, she said and scurried away. Dougie sat down at one of the tables closest to the window and watched Holly's restaurant. He didn't like this feeling of jealousy in him. Holly had been paired with Frederick just like Becca had been paired with him. Their date didn't necessarily mean anything, but the jealousy would not go away.
Lord, help me accept the things I have no control over, and help me to remember that you are in control of all things.
A moment later, Becca reemerged with her hair brushed and pulled back in a ponytail, and her face freshly washed and devoid of flour. I'm ready if you are. Dougie cast one final glance out the window before smiling and joining Becca.
Absolutely.
The air was cool as they stepped outside the bakery, and a shiver raced down Dougie's spine. He glanced around as he held his arm out for Becca. He'd worked security long enough to know to trust his instincts, and something told him he was being watched right now, but he couldn't see anyone.
I thought we could go to Nettie's and make chocolate. You're not allergic, are you?
Becca shook her head. Nope, and I love chocolate.
Will you be warm enough to walk?
She chuckled softly. I'm from North Dakota originally. It gets a lot colder there. This doesn't even feel cold to me.
North Dakota, huh? What brought you here?
Dougie realized in the 3 years Becca's bakery had been in operation, he'd barely spoken to her. But then again, his job at the resort kept him busy. My parents used to bring my siblings and me here when I was young, and I guess I kind of fell in love with it. When my parents retired and moved to Florida, I figured I'd see if I could make a fresh start here. So far, I really like it. What about you?
I wanted a quiet place when I got out of the military. Never really thought about security when I was in, but it made sense when I got out. And yeah, courage has been great.
Though they'd walked half of the downtown strip, Dougie still felt as if eyes were on them, and he glanced around as discreetly as he could. He didn't want her thinking he was bored with her company. Do you have family here? Becca asked as they reached the door of Nettie's chocolate shop.
No, my family lives in Illinois, but I haven't seen them in a while. My dad wasn't really in the picture growing up, and while I turned to a life of service, my brother turned to a life of crime. My sister turned to men, and my mother turned to work. Don't get me wrong, I still love them, but Chance and the others at the resort feel more like family now.
And Holly?
Dougie paused and turned to her. What?
She shrugged. I saw you watching her when she got paired with that other guy. It was pretty obvious you were disappointed. I've never had a guy look at me like that. He thought he'd done a decent job schooling his emotions, but he'd have to work harder in the future.
I'm sorry, Becca. It has nothing to do with you, but I'd been planning to ask her out before she got paired up with Frederick.
Becca placed a hand on his arm. It's okay. I understand. I was kind of hoping to get paired with Colton. No offense, but I think he's a little closer to my age. Dougie chuckled.
No offense taken. I work with Colton, so maybe I can put in a good word for you.
She smiled softly. I'd like that, but until then, shall we enjoy the evening and make some chocolate?
Sounds like a plan.
He opened the door and cast one last look around before following Becca inside. Chapter 6. Holly. Holly's heart beat a little faster in her chest when Frederick walked through the restaurant door. He not only looked handsome, but there was a confident air about him that made others stop and look at him, and he was here for her. She still couldn't believe it, but the bruise on her arm, developing from pinching herself so often, reminded her it was true. Her lips pulled into a smile as he approached. Ashley, are you good to handle the rest of the night? Holly asked. You bet, boss. Go have fun. Ashley's date with Colton the night before hadn't been fireworks, but Holly was sure hoping hers would be tonight. She'd replayed the kiss over and over in her mind, and she was hoping for an encore performance tonight, to make sure it hadn't been a fluke, of course.
"Nice place you've got here,"
Frederick said as he scanned the room.
"Can I see the kitchen?"
Holly felt a twinge of disappointment that Frederick's first words to her were about the restaurant and not about her. But she supposed she could understand his interest. She was always curious about what other restaurants looked like, too. "Sure, come on back." She led the way back to the kitchen and pointed out her favorite features, making sure to keep them both out of the chef's way.
"It looks like a great setup. How long have you been in business here?"
"Almost 6 years." Holly could still remember the day she'd moved to Courage and gotten a job with the original owner. She'd worked her way up until she'd had enough money to buy the restaurant from him when he retired. It had been an old diner then, but she managed to update it and bring it into the modern age.
6 years.
He rubbed his chin, his eyes still focused on the kitchen.
"You in the black yet?"
Holly blinked at him, wondering where he was going with this. "I do all right. Why do you ask?" Finally, he pulled his gaze from the chefs and to her.
"I was just curious. The last restaurant I worked at never hit the black, even after 8 years. Of course, I wasn't there that long, but that's what the manager told me. It's not an easy business owning a restaurant."
"No, I suppose not, but Courage is a nice place because not only is it a tourist town, but there aren't a lot of other restaurants in town." He nodded again.
"So you pretty much have a corner on the market."
"I guess you could say that. Let me just grab my purse and I'll be ready to go." Interest was one thing, but this conversation was odd, and she was ready to return to the date and the possibility of another kiss.
Sure.
He waved a hand at her as his eyes returned to scanning the room. Shaking her head, she hurried into the office and grabbed her purse and her coat, and then returned, taking his arm and leading him out the back door. "Well, what is the plan for tonight?" She hoped a dinner of some sort was involved because she hadn't eaten much at all.
"I wasn't sure what you might like to do, and since we both work in the restaurant industry, I thought a dinner out would be too boring and might leave us critiquing more than enjoying, so I planned something else."
"Oh, okay. Well, I'm game for anything." The rumbling in her stomach would just have to wait, but surely she could eat after. "So tell me about the last place you worked," she said, as they began walking down the main street. Frederick shrugged.
"It was a nice place, up north, but like I said, they couldn't manage to get in the black, even with the suggestions and changes to the menu I made. Before that, I worked at a place in Italy with Natalia. Remember her?"
The beautiful Italian that he'd been obsessed with in cooking school? How could she forget? "I do. So you went to Italy with her after school?" She tamped down the feeling of jealousy sprouting in her stomach. There was no reason to be jealous. Whatever had happened with Frederick and Natalia meant nothing because he wasn't with her now. He shook his head.
"No, not at first. Right after school, I worked at a place in New Jersey. That's where I'm from, you know."
"Really? I'm from New York. How did I not know you were from New Jersey? And what happened to your accent? Mine has softened since I've been here, but I don't remember you having one even in school."
"Theater. In high school, I did a lot of plays and had to adopt many accents. I've done so many I hardly remember which was my original now."
Theater. For a moment, the word made Holly wonder if he was playing a part with her now. Was he just pretending to like her for some reason? If he'd done as much theater as he claimed, she doubted it would be hard for him to be convincing. But what would be the purpose? No, she was letting old insecurities take over, and that wasn't who she was anymore. "How fun! So, how did you end up going to Italy after New Jersey?"
"Oh, Natalia and I kept in touch. We dated for a time, but nothing serious. When an opening at a nearby restaurant occurred, she invited me to come apply. I'd never been to Italy, and since nothing was tying me down, I figured it would be a good time to go. It was amazing, and I learned a lot, so I'd say it was worth it.
I'd love to know what you learned there, Holly said, once again swallowing the jealousy crawling up her throat. They'd dated? What in the world would he see in Holly after dating someone as exotic as Natalia? He grabbed her hand, pulling her to a stop, and flashed her a charming smile that melted her fears away.
I'd love to teach you. In fact, I was thinking, since I plan to stick around for a little while, maybe you could let me help out in the restaurant some. You don't have to pay me a wage. I'll work for tips.
Holly bit the inside of her lip. She liked Frederick, but working with someone changed the dynamic, and she always ran background checks on her employees. Her first year, she hadn't known to do that, and she'd hired a few people who, while not crooks, stayed just long enough to learn from her and then took off. She would never fault anyone who left for an opportunity, but she didn't want anyone using her like that in her restaurant again. Still, this was Frederick. He was an old acquaintance. She supposed she couldn't really call him a friend, at least not then, and he was basically offering to work for free. Plus, it would mean more time she would get to spend with him. Yeah, maybe. He tilted his head, and she could almost see the wrestle going on in his mind. Obviously, he wanted to say more, but would he? Finally, he nodded.
Well, here we are. I heard there was a chocolate-making demonstration going on here tonight, and I don't know about you, but I love chocolate.
Sounds fun. Holly didn't mind baking, though she'd always loved the freedom of cooking more. With cooking, you could experiment and measurements didn't have to be precise. She found that rarely worked with baking. Recipes were created for a reason, and skimping on certain ingredients could cause a dessert to fail fantastically. But she did love chocolate, and it was certainly romantic. Frederick pulled open the door and they stepped inside. Nettie's chocolate shop, which had been an ice cream shop once upon a time, was smaller than her restaurant. But since people didn't usually sit to eat chocolates, it worked for her space. Tonight, however, she had set up a few tables, and Holly was surprised to see Dougie and Becca at one. Beside her, she felt Frederick stiffen. Evidently, he was surprised as well.
I suppose I should have known this would be a popular event,
he said, as they claimed the last free table.
We can go elsewhere if you'd prefer.
Holly shook her head at him. Nonsense. Dougie and Becca are my friends. It will be fun doing this with them. In fact, I'd love to set up a time for you to meet all of my friends. Maybe we can plan a fun dinner at the restaurant and invite everyone. She didn't know how long he planned to stay, but if he was going to be a part of her future for any amount of time, she wanted him to meet the most important people in her life. He paled slightly before smiling.
Sure, that would be fun.
Nettie began speaking then, introducing everyone to the group and explaining what they would be doing. As Holly pulled out the mold they would be using, she glanced over at Dougie and Becca. She liked Becca, though she didn't know her that well, but she could not see them as a couple. Maybe it was just the sheer size difference. Dougie towered over the petite bakery owner. Or maybe it was the age difference. She was sure that Becca was much younger. Then she caught herself. Why did size or age matter? She should be happy for her friends if they found love together. So why did she feel this nagging sensation that it wasn't right?
Are you sure we shouldn't go somewhere else?
Frederick asked, grabbing her attention again. She shook her head and smiled softly. No, it's fine. I'm here and I'm focused. He looked over her head at Dougie and then back at her, and his eyebrow lifted slightly.
If you're sure.
I am, she said, determined to focus on him and the task at hand. Let's make some chocolate. Chapter 7. Dougie. Pessimism was not a trait Dougie normally exuded. Generally, he saw the glass as half full and the world populated with mostly good people who had good intentions. But today he could not shake the darker attitude that hovered around him. He knew it had a lot to do with seeing Holly with Frederick. But what could he do about it? She wasn't dating Dougie, and she was a grown woman who could make her own decisions. Still, he could not help the sigh that escaped his lips as he sat across from Chance and Israel for their morning coffee and Bible time.
"Hey, is everything okay?"
Chance asked as he lifted his mug to drink.
"Not really."
Dougie took the last mug and filled it with the coffee urn Chance had sitting on the table. He glanced at his two friends. Normally, he loved discussing God's word with other strong men of God, but today he couldn't summon his usual cheerfulness.
"I had my date with Becca last night." "How did that go?"
Israel asked. He and Tiffany had married a few years back, and Chance had married Mary Beth about a year before that. So Dougie was the only single one left, and he knew his friends wanted him to find his lifelong companion.
"It was fine, but there are no romantic feelings between Becca and me." "I'm sorry to hear that, but there will be other women. Maybe Tiffany can help set you up with one."
Dougie shook his head.
"No, that's okay. It wasn't the lack of connection with Becca that has me down anyway. It's Holly."
Chance's forehead furrowed.
"Holly? You mean because you didn't get a chance to ask her out the other night?" "No, I mean, yes, but more than that. She and that guy, Frederick."
The man's name felt slimy on his tongue.
"Showed up at the same place Becca and I were at last night. I don't know. I try not to judge others, but it's hard with him. He just strikes me like a used car salesman, and I don't trust him."
"Well, that could be jealousy making you feel that way," Chance said.
"I don't know the guy, so I can't really say one way or the other. But he's only in town for a few days, right? I mean, he's staying here at the resort, so surely he doesn't plan to stay long."
Dougie shrugged.
"Yeah, maybe. There's definitely something between them. She has this light in her eyes when she looks at him. I am jealous, and I'm trying to work on that, but I'm also worried about her. What if she has feelings for him and he does just leave?"
"That is out of our hands," Chance said, tapping the Bible on the table in front of him.
"But we can pray that God's will happens in this situation, whatever that might be. I know, it's just so hard to trust sometimes."
Ever since Dougie had accepted Jesus as his savior, he hadn't found trust all that difficult. But perhaps that was because his faith hadn't been tested like this before.
"Trusting is never easy," Israel said softly. "You know, Tiffany and I have been trying for a family for a long time. We had to trust that God would provide one for us. And while we aren't getting one the way we originally hoped, we'll get to pick up our adopted son soon. It's hard, but it's always worth it. God's plan is always the best one for us."
Israel's words sliced to Dougie's core. He'd forgotten how much his friend had gone through the last few years. Israel had known about Tiffany's fertility issues when he married her, and he'd done it anyway, trusting that God would provide the family. Yet here Dougie was, not even trusting that God would protect Holly. Convicted, his gaze dropped to the table for a minute before he met Israel's eyes again.
"You're right, Iz. I'm so sorry. Compared to your issue, this seems so trivial."
Israel shook his head.
"It's not trivial. You're looking out for a friend, and that's worthy. But just remember that we can do nothing. God is the only one who gives us the strength, the words, the everything, but only when we put our trust in him." "Amen to that," Chance said, opening his Bible. "I'd say that's a pretty good segue into our devotion for the day."
Dougie and Israel opened their Bibles as well, and the men spent the next half an hour in the Word. When the devotion was through and the coffee had cooled considerably, Dougie leaned back in his chair and looked at his friends.
I just realized I haven't asked you how the adoption process has been. Do you need anything from us? From me?
Israel smiled and shook his head.
No, it's almost done. But it's been a long journey. I wish there was a way to increase awareness about adoption and show women that there are people who want their babies. Did you know that there are about 2 million couples wanting to adopt and fewer than 150,000 babies put up for adoption each year? Wow.
Dougie had heard about people having to wait a long time to adopt, but he had no idea the numbers were that skewed.
And 92% of abortions are for an unwanted pregnancy. If we could turn those abortions into adoptions, we still wouldn't have a baby for every couple who wants one, but we'd be a lot closer.
Dougie's gaze dropped to the table again. Abortion was such a tough topic, especially for men, who seemed to have no say and were villainized if they spoke out about it, even though it was their child too.
Maybe we could do something like the Jesus Revolution of the 1970s, Chance said.
Dougie looked up at him.
What do you mean? Back in the 1970s, there was a huge religious revival. People turned to Jesus and amazing things happened. But it started with a group of believers coming together and praying. What if we did something like that at our church? Like a prayer vigil? Dougie asked. Or a walk, Israel said, slowly, rubbing his chin. Think about it. Races for charities gather a lot of attention, but they only happen once a year. What if we planned a monthly prayer walk and we walked the streets praying? It would be a way to spread the word peacefully and give us an opportunity to talk to people about Jesus.
Chance nodded, a smile pulling at his lips.
I think that's a great idea, and maybe you could lead it, Dougie. Me? Why me? Because it would be a good distraction from Holly. It would give you a way to serve and keep your focus on God. Plus, with your security background, you'd know best how to keep us safe.
Dougie was flattered, but he didn't know if this was really up his alley.
I don't know. That's not really my thing. But I'll think about it and pray about it.
Chance smiled and leaned back, a knowing gleam in his eye.
Then I know you'll make the right decision.
Chapter 8. Holly. 3 weeks. She couldn't believe it had already been 3 weeks. When Frederick had said he would stay for a bit, she'd thought that meant a few days, maybe a week. But he was still here and still interested in her. Now, if only she could make time go faster before tonight. Holly glanced at her watch. "You have a hot date tonight?" Mary Beth asked with a chuckle, as she watched little Colin play on the floor. Mary Beth was 8 months pregnant again, so her days of playing on the floor with her son were over for now. But Holly didn't mind filling in for her. Holly had come over to spend the day with her friend, but the date with Frederick tonight consumed her thoughts. She'd been looking forward to it all day, and even Colin's cuteness wasn't enough to distract her for long. "I do, actually. Frederick is taking me to a pottery class tonight. I've never done one before, but it sounds fun." "Frederick, huh?" Though subtle, Holly saw the shift in Mary Beth's posture. "I guess things are going well for you guys?" Her normally bubbly voice was stilted, and she kept her eyes on the toddler, avoiding Holly's gaze. Holly eyed her friend. "Yeah, things are going well. Why do you say it like that?" Mary Beth sighed, and Holly knew she was choosing her words carefully. Always the diplomat, Mary Beth was a master at thinking through her thoughts before sharing them, which kept people from getting their feelings hurt, but often left her true thoughts hidden under her tact. "No reason, really. He's not staying long term, right? I just don't want you to get your heart broken." "Why would I get my heart broken? Frederick has been great." Okay, mostly great, she thought. He had a few quirks that bugged her, but everyone did. "I don't know if he's staying. He's between jobs, and he seems to like it here. So maybe he will stay. Would that be a bad thing? Why was she being so defensive? Mary Beth was just looking out for her, but she felt ruffled all the same. Colin toddled over to Mary Beth, and she scooped him onto her lap, trying to situate him comfortably against her very pregnant belly. I didn't say it would, but I have to be honest and tell you that something about him doesn't feel right to me. Maybe it's simply because I don't know him as well as you do, but I think that's exactly it, Holly said, cutting her off. You haven't given him a chance. I mean, you've only met him 2 or 3 times. Granted, the first get-together had been awkward, but Frederick had just been tired that night. And Holly had tried to arrange more opportunities for Frederick to hang out with her friends, but something always seemed to come up. Still, that was no reason for Mary Beth to think he was wrong for her. I've got to get going, but I'll show you you're wrong about him. Mary Beth nodded as Holly walked to the door. I'm sure it's just me. Have fun on your date. I will. Holly was determined to have fun tonight, just to prove Mary Beth wrong. But as she pulled into the parking lot of the art studio, her heart fell as she glanced around for Frederick's car and realized it wasn't there. Mary Beth's words echoed in her head, but Holly ignored them. Frederick had insisted they drive separately because he had something he was doing just before, so he was probably just running late. Briefly, she wondered what he was doing that he couldn't tell her about, but it had only been a few weeks. It wasn't like they were engaged or anything. In fact, Holly wasn't even sure they were exclusive. They hadn't really defined their relationship. Probably something she should remedy, if only for her own peace of mind. When her clock displayed 8, the time for their class, she pulled out her phone and shot off a text message. Here waiting. Everything okay? She waited for the 3 little dots to appear that he was responding, but the screen remained blank. Where was he? Hopefully nothing had happened to him, but perhaps she should wait inside for him. That way, whoever was running the class didn't think they weren't showing. The inside of the studio looked like a former warehouse, big and open. Easels were set up on one side and pottery stations on the other. A few people sat at the easels painting, but the pottery side was empty. Were they going to be the only ones in the class? A woman with frizzy brown hair and a paint-splattered smock approached her. I'm Elise. Are you my 8 o'clock? I thought there were 2 of you. She glanced around, looking for the other party. Yeah, he's on his way, I think. Holly hated the uncertainty in her voice and the awkwardness of having to appear alone. Oh! Elise's eyebrow lifted as if she didn't quite believe Holly. Well, would you like to wait or go ahead and get started? I guess I'll get started if that's okay. As long as she was here, she might as well do something. She had just sat down at a station when she heard Frederick's voice.
Sorry I'm late. My appointment ran a little longer than I'd hoped.
Holly thought about asking what appointment, but now was not the time nor the place. Instead, she pasted a smile on her face and forced her tone to sound cheerful. You're here. That's all that matters. Elise began her explanation of how to use the pottery station, and they began to mold the clay. As the silence stretched between them, Holly couldn't contain her curiosity, and the question slipped out before she could stop it. So, what was your appointment about? She glanced at him, hoping he wouldn't feel like she was prying. He smiled up at her.
It was for an apartment.
She blinked. An apartment? You're staying? He flashed her a wink and a sly smile.
I thought I'd put down roots for a bit. Is that okay with you?
Of course it is, but what about work? I mean, do you have enough saved up? Or are you going to try and find a job?
I'll be looking, but I thought maybe we could revisit that discussion of me working at the restaurant.
Holly's gaze dropped down to the pottery spinning on her wheel as she thought about how to answer. She'd been hoping he would forget about that. Yes, hadn't exactly been her exuberant response the first time he'd brought it up, but now she was even more sure it wasn't a good idea. They'd tried cooking together, and it had not gone nearly the way Holly had hoped it would. It turned out they were both fans of being in charge, but Holly didn't want a partner.
Not like a partner or anything, he continued, as if reading her mind. But I would have to get paid. Couldn't work just for tips now. Guess you should have taken me up on that working for tips offer the first time.
He elbowed her and chuckled, but Holly didn't see the humor.
You know I can cook, and I could help up front or with paperwork, whatever you need.
Why did that feel weird to Holly? She trusted Frederick, didn't she? And she could use the help, she supposed. There were enough employees to keep the restaurant running efficiently, but she was stressed any time one got sick, so maybe she could use Frederick as a floater. But what if he tried to take over? She didn't need him offering suggestions and confusing her staff. But maybe if she laid down ground rules, it would work. I can take a look, but I can't guarantee anything.
I understand. Just remember, you don't have to do everything alone. You have someone now who can help out. Someone who knows the industry too.
Holly fixed a smile on her face. Thank you. I am glad you're here. And she was. But then why did his offer sit so oddly with her? Chapter 9. Dougie. Dougie stared out at the small crowd and wondered how they were going to change minds with such few people. It was true that he'd only brought up the idea a few weeks ago, and this was their first prayer walk. Still, he'd hoped for a bigger turnout than this. There were only 10 or 15 people milling about, which didn't seem nearly enough to make a difference. But then he realized this would reveal God's power. This small group couldn't do much, but God could. He thought back to all the times in the Bible when God had sent soldiers home, or stood with the small, the few, the outnumbered. It was in these situations when his glory was revealed, because people alone couldn't accomplish the feats.
Thank you for coming out today,
he said, holding up his hands to quiet the little chatter that circled through the group.
We had no idea if this would be a success or not, and I'm grateful for those of you who have come out to try it with us. This idea was inspired by my friend Israel and his wife Tiffany.
He smiled at the couple standing to his right.
After years of struggling to start their family, they've turned to adoption, but in the process, they've found that there aren't enough babies up for adoption to meet the demand from couples just like them. So our goal is to pray that women choose life for their babies and put them up for adoption. We're going to walk to the outskirts where the new healthcare center was recently built, and we're going to pray as we do it. There won't be any signs and no yelling, but if people ask us what we're doing, we will tell them. Remember to be respectful and kind. People may not know the love of God.
Are we praying aloud? Someone asked from the crowd.
You can pray however you'd like, Dougie answered. The Bible says that where 2 or more believers are gathered in his name, there he is also. This is about God being in our midst and doing his will.
He surveyed the group to see if there were any further questions, but the group merely nodded.
Okay, let's get started.
The walk toward the edge of town was quiet, each person in their own thoughts. When they reached the center, the group broke off into small clusters to pray. Though it was a nice day outside, few people were on the streets, and only one entered the center while they were there. Dougie couldn't help but feel disappointed as they headed back to the meetup place.
I'm sorry that wasn't more productive, Israel.
Israel smiled and clapped a hand on his shoulder.
Don't say that. We have no idea what God is doing with what we did today. And it was the first time. It will grow.
Dougie hoped so. He didn't mind giving up a Saturday morning to do the Lord's work. But if every Saturday was like this one, he would have a hard time keeping his enthusiasm up.
I hope you're right. I know I am. Look, how about we go to Becca's? Coffee and pastries make everything better.
Tiffany grinned. They work for me. I may not be pregnant, but I must be having sympathy cravings because a chocolate croissant sounds decadent right now. Dougie wasn't sure he was in the mood for snacks, but he'd go for the conversation. Plus, it would give him a chance to check on Holly, who would be opening her restaurant soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Becca's bakery was bustling when they arrived, so after getting their orders, they exited to an outdoor table, where they could sit and have a chance at hearing each other speak.
Do you really think this prayer walk thing will take off?
Dougie asked, before taking a bite of his cinnamon roll. Israel nodded.
I do. Look, the more we do it, the more people will see and start talking about it. Hopefully they'll join us, but anything to get the word out will help.
Maybe we should hang flyers in some of the store windows, Tiffany said. I'm sure Chance would let us put some up at the resort.
Yeah, and I bet Becca and Holly would too. Then we could start asking the other owners.
Courage wasn't a completely conservative Christian town, but it tended to lean that way. Still, Dougie knew some of the shop owners would frown on anything pro-life being placed in their store, and he worried those who supported them might also opt out so as not to alienate customers.
We could try, but businesses might have to remain neutral. We could post them on lampposts, though, and I think there is a bulletin board of events in the community center and the grocery store.
That's a great idea, Israel said, and then his attention was drawn to something behind Dougie. Dougie turned, and his heart dropped when he saw Frederick entering Holly's restaurant.
What is he doing there? Should we call the police?
Israel asked. On what? Tiffany turned to see what they were looking at and shook her head. The police? Why would you call the police on Frederick? He's probably opening. Holly hired him a few weeks ago. A punch to the gut would have been less surprising than Tiffany's statement.
What?
Tiffany turned back to him, her eyebrow lifted in confusion. Holly hired him. He got an apartment and is staying in town. Did you not know? Dougie had tried hard to keep thoughts of Holly and Frederick out of his mind. He'd assumed the guy would stick around a few days, maybe a week, and then be gone. But when it had become obvious he was staying longer, Dougie had forced himself not to think about them together.
I knew he was staying longer, but I didn't know she hired him.
I mean, I guess it makes sense, Tiffany said with a shrug. He is a chef like her and knows the business. I just wish he weren't so... She chewed her lip, trying to think of the right word.
Smarmy, Dougie offered.
I don't know if smarmy was the word I was searching for, but something about him bothers me, she said.
Me too, Israel said softly. I can't put a finger on it, but I don't trust him. Shouldn't we tell Holly, like an intervention or something? Dougie asked.
He was surprised to learn his friends felt the same way about Frederick that he did, but he was glad. It meant his feelings weren't just jealousy. Tiffany grimaced and shook her head. I don't think so, at least not right now. She's happy, and I doubt she'd listen to us.
But isn't it our job to protect her as friends? Dougie asked.
If we had something concrete, sure. But we just have our feelings, Dougie. All that would do is make her mad at us. We'll just have to pray we're either wrong or his true colors get revealed soon. Dougie knew Tiffany was right, but it didn't make it any easier. He glanced back at Holly's restaurant one more time and sighed. He hadn't asked for it, but it seemed as if God was working on his patience right now, and it could definitely use some work. Chapter 10. Holly. Holly checked her watch again and sighed. Frederick had asked her to meet him at 8, but it was now 10 after, and there was no sight of him. She chewed the inside of her lip as the reservations she'd been having about him lately surfaced to the top of her mind. Against her better judgment, she'd hired him a few weeks ago to help out in the restaurant. So far, that part was going fine, though she had caught him criticizing her chef on one occasion, which she had shut down immediately and reminded Frederick that he was not in charge. But the bigger issue was money. Even though she was now paying him, and he was making tips, she always seemed to get stuck with the bill when they went out. The first time, he'd claimed he left his wallet. The second, that rent was due and he'd spent more than he thought on groceries. One excuse was understandable. Two seemed suspicious. She'd stopped wanting to go places with him after that. She understood money being tight, but if he was this irresponsible with his money, she wasn't sure continuing to date him was a good idea. As she turned her wrist to check her watch again, headlights sprayed light onto the gazebo. She looked up to see Frederick pull into the space next to hers.
"I'm so glad you waited,"
he said as he jumped out of the car and hurried up to her. "I was just about to leave." Holly forced herself to temper the anger in her voice. "Why are you late?" Frederick grimaced and dropped his eyes to the ground.
"I'm so sorry, Holly. I had to make a stop."
"A stop? A stop where? Where was so important that you had to leave me standing here nearly 20 minutes waiting on you?" He looked up at her, and Holly immediately felt guilty for yelling at him. He did appear apologetic, but that didn't explain where he'd been and why he'd kept her waiting.
"I was going to wait for the perfect time, but maybe that time is now."
Perfect time for what? He wasn't making any sense, and it was driving her crazy. Holly closed her eyes to compose her thoughts and took a deep breath. But when she opened them, she was not prepared for the sight before her. "What are you doing?" Frederick, down on one knee, looked up at her hopefully.
"I know it hasn't been that long, Holly, but I've never been happier than the last couple of months with you. I don't want to let another day pass without telling you that I love you, and I want to marry you."
He pulled a box out of his pocket and opened it.
"Will you marry me?"
A wave of conflicting emotions washed over Holly as she looked down at the ring sparkling up at her from the velvet box. Stunned was not too strong a word for how she felt at the moment. He loved her? And just after a month or two? Was that even possible? And if it was, did she love him back? True, she'd had feelings for him years ago, and she'd enjoyed the time they'd been spending together. Mostly. But did she want to marry him? 5 minutes ago, she'd contemplated breaking up with him, and now he was on bended knee. But what did that mean? Could this explain his lack of money recently?
"I really am sorry I was late, Holly. I stopped at the jewelry store to get the ring, but there was only one person working and I had to wait."
Holly didn't know what to say. A part of her wanted to say yes, jump for joy, and then run through town showing off her ring. The other part of her wanted to run in the other direction, away from him, but she had no idea why.
"I know I've been making you foot the bill recently,"
Frederick continued, as if sensing her hesitation.
"But it was so I could afford the kind of ring you deserve. Please, Holly, will you make me the happiest man alive?"
Holly stared at the ring. The sun was low behind the mountains, but the lights from the streetlights still caused it to sparkle and glisten at her. She could only imagine how beautiful it would be in the daylight. But this proposal felt wrong, rushed. Still, what did the proposal really matter in the grand scheme of things? The marriage was what was more important. Could she see herself married to Frederick? If she said no, would there ever be another proposal? And then she found herself nodding. Yes, escaped her lips, and before she knew it, the ring was on her finger and Frederick was kissing her.
I'm so glad you said yes.
He pulled back, stroking her cheek and sending jolts of electricity through her body. His gaze held hers like he was searching for the depths of her soul.
I can't wait to be married to you. Let's not have a long engagement.
Everything was happening so quickly that Holly's brain was having a hard time keeping up. She wanted to be married, and it wasn't like she had much family that would need to travel. Her mother might want to come, but since they hadn't talked in ages, Holly wasn't even sure about that. Everyone else she wanted to attend was right here in Courage, so it depended more on how quickly they could get everything set up here. I guess we could do that.
Fantastic. Let's start planning.
An hour later, Holly drove home in a stupor. Frederick was so excited to get married that he'd gone with almost everything she suggested. His eagerness was contagious and definitely made Holly feel loved and wanted, but it also felt fast. Maybe too fast? She needed an outside opinion. It was too late to swing by Mary Beth's house tonight, but she would ask her first thing in the morning. Chapter 11. Dougie. Dougie could not shake the uneasy feeling that had blanketed him for the last several weeks. His normally peppy steps felt slow and sluggish today as he made his way to the morning meeting with his friends, and he could not stop the worry that pounded in his head like a drumbeat set on repeat. Maybe it was because it wasn't about him, at least not really. He was worried about Holly, or Holly with Frederick, to be more precise. He'd tried to think positively about the man the last few weeks, knowing that he was staying in town for a while, but he couldn't. There was just something about the guy that rubbed Dougie the wrong way, and his presence felt like a rain cloud that followed Dougie everywhere.
Good morning. Whoa, what's up with you?
Chance asked, glancing up from the Bible as Dougie sat.
I know it's stupid, and we agreed not to do anything, but I just can't shake this feeling that Frederick is all wrong for Holly.
Dougie hated even saying the words out loud, but part of their meeting each week was about accountability. His friends knew he was struggling with this, but maybe talking about it with them could help him work through it and get over it. Chance and Israel exchanged a glance that made Dougie's heart drop into his stomach.
What? What do you guys know?
Chance took a deep breath and tapped his fingers on the Bible.
Dougie, I have to tell you something.
Dougie knew he was not going to like the next words out of Chance's mouth, but curiosity got the better of him.
That sounds ominous. Frederick asked Holly to marry him last night, and she said yes. She called Mary Beth this morning.
Dougie had been in a real fistfight once. Just once, back in middle school. Some guy had made a comment about his sister, and Dougie had thrown a punch. He hadn't been trained at that time, and he'd missed the kid, but the kid hadn't missed him. He'd landed a punch to the middle of Dougie's stomach, sending all the air whooshing from his lungs and dropping him to his knees. Hearing those words felt like that gut punch, and he stood, trying to get more air in his lungs.
Marriage? She can't marry him. I've kept my mouth closed because I thought he would go away, but I can't let her marry him. Marriage is supposed to be forever.
Chance stood and placed a hand on Dougie's shoulder.
I understand this is a shock and what none of us want, but we can't make this decision for her. If we try to influence her, it will just push her away. What we can do, though, is pray. Pray that Frederick's character is revealed.
Dougie knew Chance was right, and in his heart he knew that prayer was important. But right now, it didn't seem like enough. He wanted to do something, and Chance was telling him he had to let God do it instead.
Both Mary Beth and Tiffany are trying to talk to her, Israel said. I know it's not the way you want to handle it, but it will be better coming from them."
Dougie sighed and collapsed down into the chair next to Israel.
"You're right, but that doesn't make this any easier. Everything in my gut says this guy is bad news."
Chance took his seat again as well.
"If there's one thing Mary Beth has said over the years, it's that Holly can take care of herself." "Yeah, I guess that's true."
But if Holly was so tough, why was she marrying this guy so quickly? He'd only been in town a few months, and Holly had been independent for years. It had to be endorphins. They did funny things to people's brains. But maybe that was his problem too. He was acting as if he'd had a relationship with Holly, and that certainly wasn't true. He didn't even know if she would have said yes to going out with him. Maybe he needed to put her out of his mind completely.
"Look, let's do our devotion, and we'll spend extra time in prayer. God is in control, and as long as she's listening, He'll be there for her."
But that was the catch. Dougie didn't think Holly was listening, at least not yet. When the devotion time was over, Dougie made his way to the security office. Devotions usually made him feel better. Today, the pessimistic cloud that had been hanging around felt especially oppressive. And Dougie didn't like it. His mood was being influenced by a girl whom he no longer had a chance with. Maybe it was finally time. Years ago, when he'd gotten out of the army and wondered what he was going to do next with his life, he'd considered law enforcement. But his mind hadn't been in the right place then. He'd had some healing to do after all he'd seen. Security for the Patriot Peak Resort had seemed like a perfect bridge. He could work in a less stressful environment and still do what he loved. Then he'd gotten promoted to head of security and figured that was where he was meant to be. But this thing with Holly had him rethinking. Maybe this was God's way of telling him it was time to move on. Dougie sat down at the desk and checked the screens. When he was sure everything was running smoothly, he pulled out his phone and began researching nearby police academies and their requirements. The more he read, the more he realized now was the perfect time to send in his application. He would miss the resort and working for Chance, but it was time to start a new chapter. Chapter 12. Holly. Holly stared at the different invitations. There were so many options. How was she supposed to choose just one? "How did you decide?" she asked Tiffany, who was shopping with her today. Mary Beth had planned to come, but she'd come down with some bug that kept her in bed all day. "Honestly, I looked at prices first. Israel and I were both on a budget, so I didn't want to get tempted by ones I couldn't afford. Once we decided how much we were willing to spend, the selection got a lot smaller." She paused and chewed on her lip. "But I don't suppose that's an issue for you." Holly shrugged. Her restaurant and catering business did okay. And while Frederick didn't have a lot of money on hand, he swore he had some tied up in stocks that he was going to sell to help out. But that didn't mean she needed to go crazy spending it. "Maybe not a huge issue, but I don't want to start our marriage in debt either." She glanced up at the clerk helping them, who looked as if she wished Holly would just hurry up and decide. "Okay, the selection is overwhelming, so let's say we only want to spend $300. What goes away?" The clerk sighed softly and removed half of the selection. "You're right, that is easier." She scanned the remaining ones and picked two that she liked. I wonder if Frederick cares which ones. I better ask him real quick to be sure." They were meeting later to pick out the cake and taste dishes from some other caterers. Holly had no desire to cater her own wedding. But she didn't want to pick the wrong one. She sent off a quick text and then turned to Tiffany. "Which of these is your favorite?" Tiffany pointed to a simple one with purple and gold fonts. "That one. But are you sure, Holly?" Sure about the invitations? I mean, it's not that big of a deal, even if I don't pick the perfect ones. It's not like the dress or the food. No, I mean, she chewed on her lip once more. Sure about Frederick. What? Of course I'm sure about Frederick. Why would you ask that? Tiffany shook her head and shifted her gaze to the side. I don't know. It's just a feeling I get about him. I've had it for a while, but I wasn't sure how to tell you. Now I feel like I have to say something. Anger flared in Holly's stomach. I'm going to need something a little more concrete than your feelings, Tiffany. I've known Frederick a lot longer than I've known you. But you hadn't seen him for years before he showed up at the Valentine bash. Why was he even there? Holly sighed. She'd already had this conversation with Mary Beth, who had asked her the same question. He was traveling and happened to stop at our resort. I'd say it was fate that it happened right at the Valentine's pairing bash, and we got placed together. I guess fate is one word for it, but why did he stay? Who just picks up and puts down roots at some place they visited? Did he even go back and get his other stuff? Holly paused as she considered Tiffany's question. Frederick hadn't gone back to get anything, but that didn't necessarily mean he was hiding anything. Maybe whatever he'd left was too painful to think about currently, or maybe he'd sold most of it to travel. If there was anything to go back for, she was sure he would do it at some point. I can't believe you're questioning him. I'd say it was jealousy, but you have Israel and Mary Beth has Chance. Why can't you be happy for me? Holly couldn't believe Tiffany was bringing this up now. The wedding day was set. She was purchasing invitations for goodness sake, and meeting Frederick in a few minutes to pick food. Tiffany's face was a portrait of sadness and sincerity. I do want you to be happy. I just want you to be sure. If you're sure, then I promise I won't say another word. I'm sure, Holly said. But the seed of doubt she'd been tamping down began to sprout again. Her friends didn't know Frederick like she did, but the fact that they didn't trust him for whatever reason certainly played on her emotions. And she couldn't deny that she'd had her own reservations a few times as well. Her phone beeped with a text from Frederick, and she glanced down to see his message stating he liked both of the options. But did he? Or did he just not care? And if he didn't care, did that say something about the marriage? What did he say? Tiffany asked. He doesn't care which one, so I guess I'm choosing this one. She grabbed the purple and gold one and handed it to the clerk. She filled out the information that needed to be included and then handed that to the clerk as well. Wonderful. We just need a deposit today, and then the remaining balance will be due when the invitations are ready, the clerk said. Holly nodded and handed over her credit card to pay for the deposit. Holly, I'm sorry, Tiffany began, but Holly held up her hand to stop her. It's fine. I appreciate you looking out for me, but I think you're wrong. Thank you for coming with me, but I need to get to the cake shop to meet Frederick. Of course. Again, I'm sorry. Tiffany's shoulders hung low as she headed to her car, and Holly almost called out to her, but she didn't. She would talk to Tiffany later, but right now she needed to meet with Frederick. She arrived at the cake shop and glanced around for his car. He should have been here already, especially since he hadn't made the invitation shop. But his car was nowhere to be found. That seed of doubt flared again. Was Tiffany right? Had she put too much faith into the Frederick she'd known and ignored the signs that perhaps he was different now? She shook her head. No. Tiffany had just gotten into her head. Surely Frederick would be here shortly. The bell above her head jingled as she entered, and the woman behind the counter smiled at her. Hello, you must be my 2:00 appointment. The woman looked like the quintessential grandmother with gray hair and kind eyes. She wiped her hands on a towel behind the counter before coming around the front. "I'm Edith, and you must be Holly. But I have this listed as a wedding cake tasting. Is the groom not coming?" Holly's smile faltered, though the question was innocent. "He should be here soon." She checked her phone again, but there was no message from him. "Where are you?" she tapped out quickly, before turning back to Edith. "Can we go ahead and get started?" "I suppose so. Grab a table and I'll bring the different options out to you." Holly chose a table near a window so she could see the parking lot and watch for Frederick's car. But it still hadn't arrived by the time Edith placed the plates in front of her. "These look wonderful," Holly said, eyeing the delectable desserts. "We have the traditional vanilla cake with a raspberry filling, a lemon cake with a strawberry filling, a chocolate cake with a fudge filling, and a marble cake with a chocolate cherry filling." Holly's mouth watered at the descriptions, and being a chocolate lover, she already had a feeling she would love the last two. "Thank you." Edith handed one fork to her and placed the second fork on the empty plate across from Holly. It meant nothing, but it felt like a jab to Holly. Where was Frederick? And why wasn't he here? His proposal hadn't been perfect, but he'd been attentive afterwards and eager for a couple of weeks. Now that the planning was in full swing, though, he once again was absent or aloof, leaving most of the decisions and payments on Holly. The bell jingled again, and Holly's head whipped up. Relief flooded her at the sight of Frederick.
"Sorry I'm late. Traffic was crazy coming into town."
Coming into town? Where had he been coming from? His apartment was on the edge of town, but Courage wasn't big, so he should have only been a few minutes away. "You were out of town? Doing what?" For a moment, he looked like a deer caught in the headlights, but then he smiled.
"I was picking out a wedding gift for you, and since you live here, I thought I would go to a nearby town where I might be able to surprise you."
Holly returned the smile as her body relaxed. A gift for her. He was the sweet man she thought he was, and Tiffany's words were just in her head. "Well, I'm sure I'll love anything that comes from you," she said, as he took the chair across from her. "You ready to taste?"
"Of course."
They started with the vanilla and worked their way through to the chocolate. As she'd suspected, the marble cake was her favorite, but she waited to see what Frederick thought before she said anything.
"These were all delicious. I'm not sure I can decide. What do you think?"
"You really don't care?" Holly asked. On one hand, she was glad to be able to make the decision without an argument. But on the other hand, she really wanted him to have an opinion on something for the wedding. He hadn't cared about the venue, or the invitations, or the flowers, and she needed him to care about something.
"I'm not as big into sweets as you are, and I honestly like them all, so I'll let you decide."
"Okay then, the marble is my favorite."
"Excellent choice. Shall we get all the details worked out?"
He glanced down at his watch as if he was ready to leave, even though he'd arrived fewer than 20 minutes before. That seed of doubt began sprouting again. "Sure." Edith appeared from the back as they approached the counter. "Did you find one you loved?" "Yes, we're going to go with the marble cake." Holly rattled off the details of the wedding and the color scheme they were hoping for on the outside. "Perfect. I just need to take the deposit." Holly turned to Frederick. She'd paid the deposit for the invitations, so surely he could handle this one.
"Yes, of course."
He began patting his pockets, and then his eyes widened.
"I don't think I have my wallet on me. I hope I didn't leave it in the other town. Honey, do you mind?"
With a sigh, Holly pulled out her own credit card again. A forgotten wallet again? This was supposed to be their wedding, as in joint cost and joint payments. but everything was falling on her shoulders. In the end, it didn't matter, as they would soon share a checking account. But it bothered Holly that she was paying for everything now, and it bothered her even more that he was using an excuse he'd used before. Still, the last time he'd avoided paying, it was because he was saving for her ring. So perhaps this time it was because he was hoping to surprise her with an elaborate honeymoon. Not that she needed one. Once they got married, it would get better, right? Chapter 13. Dougie. It had to be done, and he knew it, but that didn't make the process any easier. This would be the hardest conversation he'd ever had with a friend. But he'd thought about it, he'd prayed about it, he knew it was the right decision. For now, at least. His feet felt like they were filled with lead as he walked toward Chance's office. What would his friends say? Would he be angry? Understanding? Disappointed? That was probably the one he feared the most. He didn't want to disappoint the man who had been a friend to him for the last several years. Chance glanced up as Dougie knocked on the doorframe. He smiled and waved a hand to enter.
"What's up, my friend?"
Dougie shifted from one foot to the other. Should he sit? No. Sitting felt too comfortable, and this was not a comfortable conversation.
"I wanted to give you this in person."
He placed the resignation letter he'd typed up the night before on Chance's desk, and then stepped back as Chance read over it. Chance's eyebrows lifted as he scanned the paper.
"You're quitting? Why? What can I do to make you stay? More money?"
Dougie shook his head.
"It's not about the money. You've been great, and I love it here. But I've been feeling an urge to do something different. I've been praying about it a lot, and I feel like God is calling me to go into law enforcement."
Chance leaned back in his chair and fixed a discerning eye on Dougie.
"You sure this has nothing to do with Holly?"
Once again, Chance had cut right to the heart of the matter, and Dougie wished he had a better answer.
"I'd be lying if I said it had nothing to do with her, but I promise it's not the only reason."
"But you're basically law enforcement here," Chance pressed.
"Yeah, but it's not the same. I'm sitting a lot here, helping guests when issues come up, but I'm not really in the thick of things. Maybe it's just that I'm missing the action I saw when I was active duty, you know?"
Like Dougie, Chance had been forced to take a medical leave, but his injury had been physical.
"Do you really want to go back to all that action?"
Chance hadn't known Dougie when he got out, but they'd talked enough over the years that he knew the story.
"You said it took a toll on your life."
And his sanity, but that was in the past. Chance was doing what any good friend would do, looking out for him, but Dougie knew this was the right decision. At least, he was 90% sure it was the right decision.
"I know, and I am eternally grateful that you kept me on when you took over, and that we've become friends. But I've just felt the need to move on, to do something that affects the whole community, and not just the resort." "But you've got the prayer walk that affects the community. Who will head that up when you leave?"
Dougie shrugged.
"Israel, maybe, or someone else at the church. It's not like it takes a rocket scientist to schedule a prayer walk and announce it." "No, but it sure helps to have someone with a security background to help." "Well, you and Israel both have military training as well, and who knows, maybe someone else in the church does too, and they'll be able to use that gift now."
Chance sighed and looked down at the letter again.
"There's nothing I can say or do to make you stay?"
Dougie shook his head.
"My mind's made up."
Which was mostly true. There was still a niggling doubt that this was a mistake, that he was going to walk away from the best job he'd ever had. But the overwhelming feeling it was the right move overshadowed the doubt.
"Well, then I wish you the best."
Chance stood and extended his hand.
"You've been such an important asset around here, and the place won't be the same without you. I wish you all the best, but if for any reason it doesn't work out, just know the door is always open here."
Dougie's throat constricted with emotion.
"Thank you. I'll make sure Colton is up to speed before I go, unless you plan to hire someone from outside."
Chance stroked his chin.
"You think he can handle the job?" "I do. And I see no reason to search for someone outside. We'll look at how we can fill from within and post for extra hours if necessary."
Dougie nodded, unsure of what else to say.
"All right. Well, I should get back to work. You still got 2 weeks of me, so I better make sure I'm not slacking."
He meant the words to be a joke, but they fell flat as the reality that he only had 2 weeks left sunk in.
"You could never be a slacker," Chance said. "Good luck with everything."
With another uncomfortable nod, Dougie turned and headed back to his office. He felt like one weight had been lifted from his shoulders, but another, lighter one instantly took his place. What if he couldn't hack it as a cop? What if it brought back too many memories? He shook his head. Those were thoughts he wouldn't entertain. They were destructive and from the enemy. He felt the urging. He knew it was real. Now he just needed to trust that God would provide everything he needed. The day's shift felt longer than normal, especially after the email from Chance came out that he was leaving. One by one, staff from all over the resort came in and wished him good luck or thanked him for his service. All of the words were kind, but each one felt like a knife of doubt being plunged into his side. He had never found himself looking forward to the end of shift before, but he certainly was today. Sitting back, Dougie rubbed his eyes and stretched. Just 15 more minutes and Colton would be here, and then he could go home. As he stood up to stretch his back a little more, something caught his eye. He leaned in to look closer at the screen, and his mouth fell open. It couldn't be him. It just couldn't. Because if it was, what was he going to tell Holly? She was marrying the man in a week, but he couldn't let her marry this man. Not if he was cheating on her. He followed the man and the woman with him as they went from the restaurant to the elevator. He'd never seen the woman before that he could place, but she certainly seemed to know Frederick. She hung on him like a bad coat, and he didn't seem to mind. His arm was wrapped around her waist, and he grinned like a man who'd won the lottery. In Frederick's mind, he probably thought he had, if he had this woman, whoever she was, here, and Holly outside the resort. The couple got off on the 8th floor, and Dougie watched until they entered a hotel room. There were no cameras in guest rooms, so he couldn't watch further even if he'd wanted to, and he most certainly did not. The only problem was, how could he tell Holly if he didn't really know what was going on in there? From their body language, he had a good idea of what was happening behind the closed door, but he couldn't prove it. It was only suspicion, and even if he watched until they left, which he planned to do, it still wouldn't prove anything. The woman could be a relative or some old friend in town. Doubtful, but possible.
"Hey, boss, how's it going tonight?"
Dougie looked up as Colton hung his jacket on the hook just inside the door. Though in his mid-20s now, the kid wasn't sure security work was his entire future, but he was good at it.
"It's been quiet, so that's good."
The Patriot Peak Resort was generally easy work. The patrons, for the most part, were older couples or young families coming to escape the rat race of the city for a few days. Usually, the only excitement was a kid separated from their parents for a few minutes, or patrons looking for lost items thought to be stolen, but then later found just misplaced. But occasionally, there were the other crowds. There were the rowdy college kids who drank too much and then played music too loud in their rooms, or, on a few occasions, destroyed the room. But the ones that got him the most were the angry groups, looking to destroy anything small town and family-oriented. They were the ones who tried to spray paint the outside walls at night or wandered through the lobby looking for people to target, and they had been growing in number over the last few months.
That's good, but why do I feel like there's a but coming?
Colton asked, plopping down in the chair next to Dougie.
No but. I'm just trying to figure out if I should tell a friend something I saw, even though I'm not entirely sure what it means.
Colton scratched his head for a minute.
Are you thinking of not saying anything because you might be wrong about what you saw?
The kid was good.
In a nutshell, yeah. But if you're right, your friend would want to know, correct?
Dougie sighed.
Yeah. Then I think you do the only thing you can. Present the evidence to your friend and let him or her decide what to do with it.
Dougie stroked his chin as he considered Colton's words. Holly would be mad when he told her, especially if it turned out to be nothing. But maybe she would understand that he was just trying to look out for her. That was all this was, right? Him looking out for his friend? It didn't have anything to do with his feelings for her. Feelings that hadn't gone away even after a year and a half. It didn't matter. If he didn't tell her and it turned out to be what he thought, he would feel worse.
You're right. Do me a favor. Watch room 812 and tell me what time they exit, would you?
You got it, boss. Good luck. Good luck. He would certainly need it. He practiced the words he would say all the way to Holly's restaurant, but none of them sounded right. He would just have to hope they came out more eloquently for her than they had in the car ride over. His nerves kicked into high gear as he parked in her lot and headed into the restaurant. A tiny bead of sweat trickled down his back, and he wiped the clammy feeling from his hands on his pants. Holly was working the front and smiled when she saw him enter. "Dougie, so good to see you. You dining in tonight?" He almost lost his nerve at the excitement in her voice. She seemed so happy to see him, but he doubted she would feel the same way when he was done.
Actually, Holly, I came to see you. Do you have a minute?
Her smile faltered as her brow furrowed in confusion, but she nodded and called to one of her hostesses to take over. "Come on back to the office. You have a look about you that says this might be serious." Great. He already had a look about him. Well, maybe it was a good thing. Maybe it would help his case. He followed her through the kitchen to a small office in the back. He'd been in the office before, but now he felt like it was closing in on him. "Okay, spill. What's going on?" She leaned against her desk and folded her arms across her chest. He could tell her hackles were up already. This was not going to be easy.
It might be nothing, but in case it is, I had to tell you.
He cleared his throat. Nope, this wasn't going any better than the practice in the car.
I saw Frederick at the resort tonight.
Holly's posture stiffened, and he could tell that her wall was going up. And he's living in town now. I'm sure a lot of people who live in town visit the resort.
That's true, but he was with a woman. I've never seen her before, but she sure seemed to know him. She was all over him like cheap cologne, and he wasn't pushing her away. They went to a room, Holly.
He thought he would feel relief after telling her, but all he felt was guilt because he knew this would hurt her. And? He blinked, sure that he had misheard her.
And what?
What happened after that? Since you're so invested in my love life, I'm sure you watched until they emerged. Her tone had taken on a bitter edge he imagined she learned in New York when she lived there.
They're still there, Holly. It happened right at the end of my shift. I've got Colton watching the room, and he's supposed to text me.
She threw her arms up in the air. You told Colton about it too? Thanks a lot, Dougie. What if it's a relative coming in early for the wedding? Did you ever think about that?
He had, but he'd never acted toward his female relatives the way Frederick had with this woman. I considered it, Holly, but if you watch the tape— He should have brought the tape with him. Then at least it would be a video instead of just his words. Look, I can have Colton send it to me.
Don't bother, Dougie. I don't know what everyone's problem with Frederick is, but we're getting married in a week. So maybe instead of spying on him, you could just be happy for us.
Dougie rubbed his forehead. Spying? He wasn't spying. Security was his job, and he was just looking out for her. Except, was he? Would he have told Holly if he didn't have feelings for her? If he didn't somehow hope that she might realize how wrong Frederick was for her, and how right he was? I'm sorry, Holly. I am happy for you, and I want you to be happy. That, at least, was the truth. I just thought you might want to know all you're getting into before you say I do. The good and the bad.
Fine, you did your job, but I think I'm old enough to handle myself. You can see yourself out, right?
Her wall was sealed and bricked now, and her eyes were stones. It didn't matter what else he said, she wasn't going to believe him. Yeah, I can see myself out. I'm sorry, Holly. There was so much more he wanted to say, but he knew any more words would only land on deaf ears. She didn't want to hear what he had to say, so she wouldn't listen. All he could do was hope that he'd planted a seed that might sprout before she went through with the wedding. Chapter 14. Holly. Holly rubbed her forehead as she stared at her bank statement. None of it made sense. She prided herself on balancing her checkbook every month, both her personal one and the one for the business. But this month, there were charges she hadn't accounted for. Had she just been so busy with the wedding that she'd forgotten to document them? It didn't seem likely, but she didn't have another answer. She scrolled back to the top and focused on all the charges this time instead of just the ones she'd forgotten to mark. And that's when she saw it. 2 gas charges in the same week. Courage was a small town, and Holly didn't leave it much. She rarely had to fill up more than once a month with her economical car. So why were there 2 charges so close together? It had to be a mistake with the bank. Then a second withdrawal caught her eye. She never withdrew money more than once a month. At the start of every month, she would take out her fun money, $200 that she could spend each month guilt-free. Everything else was paid with a card or check so she could track it. Usually the money went to manicures or hair appointments, but occasionally coffee and books won out. But she never pulled it out more than once. Yet there were 2 withdrawals this month, and the second one was for way more than $200. Had she had to pay cash for anything related to the wedding? She didn't think so. Holly pulled out her phone and dialed the bank. It had to be some sort of operator error. When she reached a human on the other end, she explained her situation. But the woman insisted that the charges were not a mistake and had been made with her card. It's not possible. I only withdrew money once.
Do you still have the card?
The woman asked. Holly opened her purse and fished out the wallet.
Yes, the card is inside. It hasn't been stolen. Is there any possibility you gave someone permission to use the card and simply forgot?
The woman asked. Her tone was polite, but it irritated Holly nonetheless.
No, I did not give anyone my card to purchase anything. I don't know who would even have access to it.
Though she realized she did leave her purse in the office while she worked. She didn't want to think it was possible, but an employee could have come in, taken it, used it, and returned it without her noticing most days. But that made no sense because not only did she screen her employees, but none of them would know her PIN code.
Well, we do have a camera on the ATM, the woman said. You can come see the videotape and see if it helps. Clearly, the woman thought she was crazy, but that was exactly what Holly planned to do. I'll be right there. 10 minutes later, she walked into the bank and toward the customer service desk the woman on the phone had informed her to check in at. After explaining her situation, the woman nodded and led the way to a private office. Mr. Jensen, this is Ms. Bingman who called earlier. She's here to see the ATM video.
Oh, yes. Come on in.
Mr. Jensen was an older man with silver hair and a sharp nose. He extended a hand to shake Holly's and then pointed to one of the seats across his desk.
We did pull up the video of the withdrawals using your card. One is definitely of you, but the other?
He shrugged.
Perhaps you can help us figure out who it is.
He turned his screen so Holly could see the video, and then hit play. A barrage of emotions flooded her as she watched the transaction occur on the screen. Shock, denial, anger, sadness. They came so quickly that she could barely keep up with them all.
I can tell from your face that you recognize this person.
Holly nodded. But I didn't give him permission to use my card. She couldn't remember even giving him her passcode. But then she remembered a day about a month ago when they'd stopped at the ATM on the way home so she could deposit some money. He'd been driving, so she'd given him the code so she didn't have to go inside. She'd never imagined something like this could happen.
If he had access to your card, I'm afraid there is little we can do. But you could probably press charges with the police.
Thank you. I'll think about it. Holly left the bank in a daze. How could she have been so wrong about him? She felt stupid and used. Why would he steal from her after everything she'd done for him? Money. Everything boiled down to money. He'd feigned not having access to any, even asking for a job when he decided to stay in town, and she'd given him one. She had paid him a salary and let him keep tips, while he'd been taking her cards and stealing her money. And she'd paid for everything for the wedding. The wedding? What on earth was she going to do about that? She couldn't marry him now, but she was going to lose all of the deposit money she'd put down. Maybe if she explained what happened, they would have pity on her and at least give her some of it back. Or maybe... Her eyes fell to the ring on her finger. Was it even real? It certainly sparkled like it was, but Holly hadn't had it appraised. Perhaps it was time to do that. If it was real, then maybe she could sell it to recoup some of the costs. But if it wasn't, it was one more piece she would have in her arsenal when she decided to confront Frederick. Hot tears burned in her eyes as she drove toward the jeweler's, and she blinked to keep them at bay. She would not cry now, not until after she gave Frederick a piece of her mind. Then she could curl up with a pint of ice cream and let the salty tears fall. Normally, she didn't like being ruled by emotions, but she let the anger burning inside her grow into a hot rage. It kept the tears at bay and gave her the strength to do what was needed to see just how far this deception went. The jewelry shop was quiet when she entered, and Holly breathed a small sigh of relief. She was a roller coaster of emotions, and she was afraid she might break down or have an outburst if too many people even looked at her right now. She took a deep breath and hoped for a normal voice as she approached the older man who was cleaning jewelry behind the counter. Hi, I'm hoping you can help me. This is probably going to sound silly, but I was given a ring, and I was hoping you could tell me about the diamond. She held the ring out to him, hoping he wouldn't ask for more information.
Sure, I can take a quick look.
He took the ring and put on a pair of glasses with some weird black attachment. Then he held the ring up and turned it left and right.
Well, the first thing I can tell you is that this isn't a real diamond.
He lifted the glasses and handed the ring back.
I hope it wasn't considered a family heirloom or anything, because it isn't worth much, sadly.
Holly tried to hide her disappointment, though deep down she'd suspected. She'd paid for so much, believing his excuse that he'd been saving money to buy her a ring. But she'd been duped, and it stung. No, I don't think so. Thank you so much. She didn't bother to put the ring on her finger as she left. The engagement was over. She fired off a text to Frederick, telling him she needed to see him, and then headed to the office to begin the arduous task of calling all the vendors for the wedding and canceling them. Holly pulled into the back parking lot when she arrived to avoid seeing any of her staff. She knew they would ask her what was wrong, and she couldn't answer at the moment. The phone calls, as much as she was dreading them, had to come first. With a sigh, she pulled up the name and number of the first vendor and picked up the phone. Her fingers felt heavy and clunky as she punched in the buttons. Hi, this is Holly Bingman, and I need to cancel a booking. When the calls were finished, Holly dropped her head into her hands. The tedious work was done, and thankfully many of the vendors were acquaintances, who not only offered their condolences, but part of her deposit back as well when she gave them an abbreviated explanation for the cancellations. Still, she could feel her body wanting to succumb to the sadness, but it wasn't time yet, not until after she kicked Frederick to the curb. She should check her phone to see if he'd responded to her message, but she couldn't bring herself to care enough to. A knock sounded at the office door, and she glanced up expecting to see Frederick. Instead, she saw the concerned look of her assistant manager, Ashley Carmichael. Holly's stomach clenched. If Ashley was wanting to talk to her, it couldn't be good. Ashley had shown up just after Mary Beth's wedding a few years ago. She was smart, talented, and had taken a lot of the restaurant load off Holly's shoulders, which allowed her to have more evenings free and also pick up more catering jobs. Ashley had also been helping balance the books for the past several months. Holly had no intention of retiring yet, but when she did, she hoped to leave the restaurant in Ashley's very capable hands. What's wrong? Holly could tell it was more bad news, but there was no use avoiding the question. Besides, bad things tended to happen in threes. She was due at least 2 more hits before things started looking up again. Ashley sighed and sat in the chair across from her. Nothing good. She opened up the laptop she'd been carrying. It's already been a pretty crappy day, Holly said, massaging the worry lines that were etching deep creases in her forehead. I'm not sure it could get much worse. Ashley's lifted brow said otherwise. So, I've been going over the point of sale information, and we've got a problem. What kind of problem? The POS software was designed to catch inconsistencies that would normally go undetected. Gone were the days when employees pocketed a few dollars from the registers. Now it was much easier for them to take extra money, and without the proper tracking software, thefts would go virtually undetected. There have been a few inconsistencies over the last few months. The first one is the increase in voided items. Voided items? Holly asked, leaning in to look at the screen. We hardly ever have people send food back. It wasn't that she never had food sent back to the kitchen, but it happened so rarely that the waitstaff usually had to ask for help on voiding the food. Yeah, we don't. And we've never had many voided items on this report. Until recently, and they're all from the same server. In addition, I've received a few calls from people claiming they were charged more than their receipt showed. Holly sighed. She knew where this was going, and while she was afraid to ask the question, it hung in the air between them like a dirty secret. You suspect theft, don't you? There's only one thing that has changed in the last few months, and I'm sorry, but I don't think it's an accident. No, I don't either. I just got back from the bank and found he's been using my cards without my knowledge. Oh, Holly, I'm so sorry. Holly dropped her head into her hands. I just can't believe I was so stupid. Hey. Ashley leaned across the desk and placed a hand on Holly's arm. You don't have to feel stupid. He's charming, and he convinced us all. There was no way you could have known, but at least you're finding out before marrying him. Well, not everyone. Tiffany and Mary Beth had concerns about him, but I dismissed them. And then Dougie? Her eyes widened, and her hand flew to her mouth. Oh my gosh, I was so horrible to Dougie when he told me Frederick was cheating. But what if that's true too? It will be okay. I don't know Dougie well, but it's pretty obvious he cares about you. I'm sure he will forgive you, but you need to take care of yourself first. Get Frederick out of your life and out of your business. Holly nodded. I know. I've already texted him that we need to talk. I can't believe how much time I've wasted. I thought I was a better judge of people. Her phone vibrated beside her, and she lifted it to see a text from Frederick.
Sorry, I got hung up. Be there soon.
Holly snorted and shook her head. Yeah, hung up. That was one way to phrase stealing from her and carousing with another woman. That him? Ashley asked, nodding at the phone. Who else? Evidently, he got hung up. Even the words felt dirty in her mouth. I'm so sorry. Look, we can come back from this. He got away with a few grand, but we can bounce back better and stronger than ever. And we can press charges if you want. I can get enough evidence to take to the police. Holly shook her head. No, I don't want to involve the police if we don't have to. I'll send him on his way and chalk this up to an expensive learning experience. A very expensive one. Ashley nodded and left the office, and Holly's anger re-energized as she waited for Frederick to arrive. Thankfully, she had the video from the ATM on her phone and the reports on Ashley's laptop, so even if he tried to deny anything, she would have evidence.
Sorry, babe,
Frederick said when he entered her office a half hour later.
I had meetings with that company I've been trying to work with.
He leaned in to kiss her, and Holly pulled back. She wondered if there was an actual company or if that too was a ruse.
What's wrong?
He asked, finally noticing her stony demeanor. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you've been stealing from me and this business? There was a split second of fear in his eyes, and then it was gone. He really was a convincing actor.
What are you talking about, Holly? I haven't stolen anything from you or the business. You know I want you to succeed.
Holly folded her arms across her chest. Really? Then what do you call using my debit card without permission to buy gas? Frederick shook his head and reached for her again.
You gave me permission. I would never use your card without asking.
Holly gaped at him. He acted as if he truly believed it, but there was no way she would have given him her card. No, I didn't. But not only that, you withdrew money from my account. Don't even try to deny it because I saw you on video. He paused for a second, and she could almost see his wheels turning, trying to come up with a way to spin this.
They must have gotten our PINs mixed up. You know I opened an account at the same bank. Maybe I grabbed your card by mistake, and they didn't catch that I was using the PIN for my account.
Wow, you have some nerve. She could not believe how calm and confident he sounded. He was either a really good liar or a pathological one. That's not the way ATMs work, Frederick. How stupid do you think I am?
I don't think you're stupid at all, but I would never do that to you.
I saw you on video, Frederick. She threw her hands up in exasperation. "I recorded it so you could see it too. Here, look." She played the video for him and waited to see how he would try to spin his mug on camera, stealing money from her account. His face paled slightly, and then he looked up at her.
"They doctored the video, Holly. That's the only explanation."
She blinked at him, sure she had heard him wrong. Was he really asking her not to believe her own eyes? "No one doctored the video, Frederick. I watched it on the cameras myself." He shook his head and reached for her.
"I'm telling you, it's a mistake."
"A mistake? Like the kinds happening to my books right now? The kinds of mistakes where you void items that were paid for and pocket the difference? Or the kind where you adjust the tip amount on people's receipts to pocket the difference?" He pulled back his shoulders.
"What are you talking about? I would never do that."
"Except that you have. I have evidence of that too. Did you not realize that the software keeps track of the server's number? Or that people would call when their receipts didn't match? Did you even work at a restaurant? Or has this whole thing been a lie?" As if realizing he was losing the argument, Frederick turned defensive.
"Who are you going to believe, Holly? Me or some video?"
Holly shook her head. Forget a pathological liar. He was either crazy or delusional. Maybe both. She couldn't believe she had fallen for his charm. It had all been an act. "It's over, Frederick." She dug the ring out of her pocket and placed it on the desk, not even wanting to touch his palm as she gave it back. "I want you out of my office and out of my life." His eyes dropped to the ring and then lifted back to hers.
"Holly, come on. It's not what you think."
"It's exactly what I think. I took the ring to a jeweler today, Frederick. It's not even real. What were you hoping for here? Money? I don't have any. It's all tied up in the restaurant, which you should understand since you swindled a few grand from me."
"I don't want your money. I have my own, and as soon as this deal with the company goes through—"
"Stop!" Holly couldn't listen to any more lies. She was angry and hurt and tired. "Just stop. I don't even care why you did it. I just want you gone." But he wasn't going easily.
"Holly."
She forced a hard edge into her voice. "Now, Frederick, or I call the cops." He stared at her a moment, as if pondering whether he should continue to argue. But finally he sighed and picked up the ring.
"You're wrong about this, Holly."
"Goodbye, Frederick." She didn't know how he could continue to act like he'd done nothing wrong when she'd presented him with the evidence, but it was clear he was living in his own reality. When he left, she shut her office door and sank down in her chair. So many emotions battled in her head. She was sad that it was over, that she wasn't getting married after all, that she still wouldn't be starting a family anytime soon. She was angry that she'd fallen for his charm and pushed her friends away when they saw through it and tried to warn her. She was embarrassed that her friends had seen what she couldn't, and that she'd spent so much money she really didn't have. That hadn't been an exaggeration. Most of her money was tied up in the business. But mostly, she was afraid. She was afraid that she would never find love and never get the chance to be a mother like Mary Beth. Holly never talked about it, but it was what she wanted more than anything. The tears finally broke through the dam she'd constructed, and she let them fall. Her shoulders shook, and her stomach clenched on itself, but she didn't try to stop it. She just let the emotions out, and when the tears were gone, she did the only thing she knew to do. She picked up the phone and called her best friend. "Mary Beth, can I come over?" Chapter 15. Dougie. This was it. Home for the next 6 months to a year. It wasn't a terrible place, though the hunter green walls and burgundy blinds left a little to be desired. He remembered a similar theme in his mother's house growing up, so he was fairly certain the place hadn't been updated since the 90s. It was a little smaller than his place in Courage had been, and the view was definitely lacking, as the windows faced the building next to his and nothing more. But it would do for the time being. He'd hated giving up his apartment in Courage, but he couldn't afford to pay rent in both places. Not when it might be close to a year. Plus, he didn't even know if he'd be going back to Courage when he finished here. He had friends there, but no real family, and with Holly married, there was certainly no one calling him back. He'd be free to go wherever the wind blew after he graduated. But right now, there was no wind. There were only boxes that needed to be unpacked. He opened the first box and began pulling the movies and CDs out. Most people just streamed everything today, but Dougie liked owning things. There'd been so many times in his past where he'd owned nothing that, as irrational as it was, he often bought things just to prove he could. His hand paused on the Journey CD, and he thought back to the night he'd planned to ask Holly out. Faithfully had been the song they had danced to, and though it had only been one dance, it had made such an impression on him that he'd bought the CD the next night, hoping that he could turn Faithfully into their song at some point in the future. Unfortunately, that had never materialized, as Frederick slid smoothly into her life, and Dougie had disappeared into the background. He thought about tossing it. He didn't need the negative reminder, but he couldn't. Maybe it was the hopeless romantic part of him that still held on to some slim hope that they might have a chance in the future again. Or maybe it was plain stupidity. But he placed the CD on the bookshelf. He didn't have to listen to it, and he could always throw it away later. But he knew he probably wouldn't. When the CDs and movies were all unpacked and organized on the shelf, he moved to the kitchen and began organizing it. At least unpacking was cathartic. It gave him something to do instead of thinking about Holly. Unfortunately, it would only last so long. But hopefully, by the time he was unpacked, his academy classes would be starting, and he would be too tired to do more than come home and sleep. He'd just finished unpacking the last kitchen box when a knock sounded at his front door. Not expecting anyone, he peered through the peephole first, and then shook his head at his stupidity. He was in a new town where he knew no one, so he could either open the door and take a chance on the average-looking man who stood there, or ignore him and hope he went away. That was no way to start a life in a new town. So Dougie shot up a prayer for protection, and then opened the door.
Hey, I saw you moving in, and the office told me you were here for the academy. I am too.
He stuck out his hand.
Name's Ryan.
Dougie, he said as he shook Ryan's hand. If Dougie could have taken every surfer stereotype and packaged them together, he couldn't have gotten a more perfect example than Ryan. His curly blonde hair was pulled back in a low ponytail, emphasizing his tanned skin. A Hawaiian shirt hung loosely over his board shorts, and his feet were clad in brown sandals. It wasn't cold currently in Colorado, but Dougie had the feeling this was Ryan's everyday attire, regardless of the weather.
Nice to meet you, man. There's a few other hopefuls who live in the complex. We were all going to go out and shoot some pool tonight. You want to come?
Dougie glanced over his shoulder at the unpacked boxes. He enjoyed pool, but the boxes weren't going to unpack themselves. As if reading his mind, Ryan chuckled.
There will be plenty of time to unpack. Come, meet some people.
Ryan was right. He was no longer in Courage, and meeting people would certainly combat the loneliness he knew he'd be feeling soon.
Okay, you're on.
A car, bro, Ryan said, a wide smile on his face. Dougie had no idea what a caw meant,
but he assumed it was good. You're welcome to drive yourself, or you can ride with me. Might as well just take one car, Dougie said, as he followed Ryan to the parking lot. Besides, I have no idea where I'm going in this town yet. But riding shotgun would allow him to learn more of the layout. You will, my friend. It's not that hard. I've only been here a few weeks, and I've pretty much got it down. Where'd you move from? Dougie asked. He knew it was stereotypical to assume Ryan was from California or Florida, but they did have the best surfing spots in the U.S. South Padre, Texas. Ryan flashed him an impish grin as he stopped in front of an old yellow truck that was now closer to a convertible than what it had started out as. The roof and all the windows except the windshield were missing. Ryan obviously wasn't concerned about anyone stealing anything from him. I bet you're wondering why I'm here and not at some academy in Texas, right? The thought did cross my mind. The loud creaking of groaning metal filled the air as Dougie opened the passenger door. The seat inside was cracked and faded yellow stuffing stuck out in places. Ryan slid behind the wheel. It's because the academy here is my old man's alma mater. He ended up moving to Texas for work, and that's where I grew up. But when he learned I wanted to be a cop too, he couldn't stop talking about this place. He didn't force me to come here, but I think he would have been disappointed if I hadn't. So here I am. But when I graduate, I'm going back to a place that has some water, you know? Dougie nodded, but he didn't understand Ryan's love of the water. He'd never been a big fan himself, but then he'd never really lived near a beach. What about you? Where are you coming from? Ryan asked as he headed toward the main part of town. Courage, just a few hours from here. I worked security at a resort there, but law enforcement has been calling my name for a while. Ryan grinned. It's like a bug you can't shake, right? He pulled into the parking lot of a brick building that didn't look like much from the outside. A single sign that read 2 beers was the only indication of where they were. You're going to love this place. It's run by cops, for cops. Hence the name. 2 beers, right? Dougie didn't get the joke, but he figured he would eventually, so he smiled and nodded. The inside of the place had a typical sports bar feel. Pool tables, dartboards, a long bar with stools, and a few vinyl booths that had seen better days. But the clientele was definitely different. Dougie could feel it as all eyes landed on them when they entered. But once they were deemed harmless, the gazes shifted back to their previous occupations. Ryan led the way to the pool table and introduced him to the 2 other men there. Juan was a shorter, stocky Hispanic, and Trevor was a tall, thin redhead. Dougie shook their hands and then relaxed into the friendly banter. It wasn't the same as talking with Chance or Israel back home, but it was a start, and he could see himself calling these men friends over the next few months. Chapter 16. Holly. Holly stared at the mound of wedding stuff she was going to have to return. She would have to deal with it eventually, return what she could, sell or keep the rest. But she didn't feel like dealing with it right now. Her friends had been supportive and assured her she wasn't an idiot for falling for Frederick, which had helped. But there was one friend she hadn't spoken to yet. One whom she owed a massive apology to, Dougie. She didn't even know if he would still have the tape of Frederick and the woman at the hotel, though knowing Dougie he would have saved it in case she ever wanted to see it. Nor did it even really matter. Frederick had stolen from her and her business. It wasn't much of a stretch to believe he'd cheated on her too. She didn't need to see the tape, but if it did still exist, she wanted to. It made little sense, but she figured it was just another way to prove to herself that Frederick was as bad as she thought.
Holly grabbed her keys and headed for the car. She should have found Dougie days ago, but she'd been avoiding him, mainly out of embarrassment and then because she didn't know exactly how to apologize. But it was time she remedied that now. If she was going to put this unpleasant part of her past behind her, then she needed to tie up all the loose ends, and that meant asking for Dougie's forgiveness. Her heart was pounding as she pulled into the parking lot of the Patriot Peak Resort. Dougie had a forgiving nature and such a big heart that he would probably have no qualms forgiving her, but there was always the chance he would want nothing more to do with her, and she supposed she would deserve that, but she hoped it didn't end that way. She made her way to the security office and knocked quietly on the security office door frame. The door was rarely shut, as Dougie encouraged an open-door policy. He wanted the guests to feel free to address any concerns they might have, though she knew from Mary Beth that most of them still reported it to the front desk rather than security itself. Colton glanced up and waved her in. She didn't know him well, but they'd met a few times here and there over the years. "Oh, hey, Colton, is Dougie around?" A look of confusion contorted Colton's features. "He didn't tell you?" "Tell me what?" "He quit. He's gone." "Gone?" Holly leaned against the desk as her knees went weak. "Where did he go?" "To Breckenridge, to join the police academy. He really didn't tell you?" Holly shook her head. How could he have left without saying goodbye? But she knew. She'd told him she never wanted to see him again, and he was simply doing what she asked. "We, had a falling out over something he said he saw regarding my ex-fiancé, with a woman." Colton's forehead furrowed for a moment before he snapped his fingers and grabbed a disc. "Room 812, right?" "I have no idea. Dougie told me he saw Frederick with a woman and that I needed to see it." Colton nodded. "Yeah, I remember that date now. He told me to watch and log when they left the room. He never said much more about it after that day. But before he left, he gave this to me and said to make sure you got it if you ever came asking about the incident." "Can you play it for me?" Holly's throat felt as dry as the Sahara, and she knew watching it wouldn't change anything, but she still needed to see. She chewed on her lip as he inserted the disc and then clicked a few buttons. Her heart froze as Frederick and a woman appeared on the screen. Dougie had been right. There was little chance this woman was a relative, not with the way she was draping herself on him, and he was smiling flirtatiously back. She watched them exit the elevator and enter the room. "That's enough, thank you." A look of sympathy swam in his eyes when he looked up at her again. She didn't have to ask him what he thought. She could read it on his face like a book. "I'm so sorry, ma'am, but you said you broke it off?" "I did, even though I didn't believe Dougie when he told me about this. Several other things happened that showed me Frederick was not who he claimed to be. I just wish I had listened to him. Do you know if he's coming back?" Colton's gaze slid from hers. "I don't know if he is. He gave up his job and his place here, but I can tell you that he cared for you. If he knew he had a reason to come back." Colton shrugged, letting the unfinished question hang in the air. "Thanks, Colton." Holly could track him down. Breckenridge wasn't that far away, and she doubted it would be that hard to find his contact information. But did she want to? He'd left to become a cop, and she didn't want him to give that up for her, especially not after the way she'd treated him. No, it was better to let him go. But why did it feel as if her heart was breaking for the second time? She drove to the restaurant on autopilot. Her world felt out of control, and the only thing that made sense to her at the moment was working. She doubted she would be able to put Dougie completely out of her mind, but it was worth a shot. However, hours later, she couldn't pinpoint a single productive thing she'd done, and Ashley had covered for her quite a few times, as she messed up orders or tried to take them to the wrong tables. She didn't even try to stifle the sigh of relief she felt as she slipped the open sign to closed. Ashley laid a hand on her shoulder. "I know you haven't been open to it in the past, but I only know one place and one person who can truly make you feel better." Holly lifted her eyes to Ashley's. "Where's that?" "Church. Come with me this Sunday and just try it. I promise God can fill all those holes you're feeling right now." Holly doubted that was true, but she knew wallowing in self-pity wouldn't work either. All of her friends seemed to find some comfort in God, so maybe it was time she at least tried it. It certainly couldn't hurt. "Okay, I'll go." Chapter 17. Dougie. Dougie stared down at the text from Chance. He supposed he was glad Chance had sent it, but what was he supposed to do about it? She hadn't reached out to him, which told him she didn't want to talk to him, and he certainly couldn't leave the academy in hopes she would want to pursue something with him if he were back in Courage. "Hey, you okay?" Ryan asked, sitting down beside him. He pulled the sandwich off the tray and began unwrapping it. Lunch was one of the few breaks they got during the day, and the only time Dougie could check his phone until classes ended for the day. Dougie glanced up at Ryan. He had been right about Ryan and the others. Though not Chance and Israel, they were fun and kind men, and he was able to form friendships with them over the last few days. "I don't know. There was this girl back in Courage." Ryan's eyes widened. "You left a girl? How come you didn't say anything before?" Dougie shook his head. "It's not like that. We weren't together. I wanted to be with her, but she was seeing this other guy, a real piece of work. Before I left, I found out he was cheating on her, and I told her. She wouldn't hear it and told me to get out of her life." Ryan let out a low whistle. "Ouch, that's tough, man. I'm sorry." "Yeah, I was too. They were engaged at the time, and I figured she'd end up marrying him. But I just got a text from my former boss that not only did she break it off, but she came looking for me at my old job." "That's good news then, right?" Ryan took a bite of his sandwich and grimaced. The food might be free, but it certainly wasn't going to win any awards. "I don't know. She hasn't reached out yet, so while I'm glad she broke it off with him, it sounds like she's still angry with me or something. Although I don't know why she'd go looking for me if she was angry." "Maybe to apologize?" Ryan offered, wiping a stray smear of mustard from his chin. "But then why not call me? Even if she doesn't have my number, Chance and Mary Beth do. She could get a hold of me if she really wanted to." "Well, did you tell her you were moving here?" Dougie hung his head. Leaving the way he had made sense at the time, but it sure seemed cowardly now. "I didn't say goodbye, but to be fair, she was mad at me when I moved. But her best friend is married to my former boss, so if she wanted to know where I went, she could easily find out." "Yeah, but if you didn't say goodbye, maybe she thinks you're mad at her. Or maybe she thinks you left to become a cop because of her, and therefore if she reaches out to you, she'll derail you from your dream. I know it's crazy, but in my limited experience, women are crazy. You might have to reach out to her." "I don't know. Contacting her without hearing from her that she'd broken it off with the guy just seems desperate." Dougie pushed his pasta around on his plate. It was a good thing he was no longer hungry because it had taken on a congealed consistency that was no longer appealing. Not that it had been in the first place. "But she knows that your former boss keeps in touch with you, right?" Dougie shrugged. "I have no idea.
but I would assume Chance talks to Mary Beth and she talks to Holly." Ryan laughed and shook his head. "Man, you sound like high school again. Tell John to tell Jill to tell Joe that I like her. I hated that stuff." To be fair, Dougie did too, but he felt like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place with this situation. "Look," Ryan continued, "if she knows he keeps in touch with you, then I guarantee she assumes he told you she's single again. She's probably waiting around to hear from you. I know it doesn't make any sense, but that's the way women are. They like to make us work for them." Dougie didn't know if Ryan was right, but even if he wasn't sure he wanted to work for Holly's attention. He still cared for her, but he'd put his heart out there once, and she'd broken it. He didn't know if he was ready to do it again. "Come on," Ryan said, pushing his chair back and wadding his trash. "We've got to get back to class. You can tell me all about this girl on our next break." Chapter 18. Holly. Holly stared at the flyer and chewed on the inside of her lip. Could she do this? That was a stupid question. Of course she could. All it required was walking and praying, and she was definitely capable of doing both. But should she do this? Perhaps that was the better question. And wasn't it odd how one little helping verb changed the answer? She'd been attending church with Ashley for the last few months after her failed engagement. No need to remember that fiasco today. And to say it had rocked her world would be putting it mildly. She'd always thought she was a good person, moral, decent, kind, but she wasn't what the pastor called a believer. She didn't put her entire faith in the idea that some God was watching over her. At least, she hadn't until recently. A few weeks ago, she'd made the decision to let Jesus take the wheel, as the song said, and give him control. Since then, she'd been feeling the pull to do something for him, for the kingdom, but she'd continued to sit in the chairs and make excuses. She was busy. She was too new to the faith. As a business owner, she was a community leader and needed to stay neutral. But as a believer, wasn't she called to make a stand for what was right, even if it cost her the business? Could it cost her the business? She sighed. Why had she thought being a believer would make everything easier? It certainly wasn't shaping up that way for her. What was more important, life on earth or heaven afterward? Of course, the answer was heaven, and if she really believed that, then she should be sharing God's word wherever she went, and attending events like this to speak out about issues that would grieve God. "You can do this," she said to herself, pulling back her shoulders and grabbing her coat. It was just a prayer walk. Walk and pray. What could really be so wrong about that? Yes, there were people who didn't believe in the cause they were praying for, but it was just prayer. Nothing that polarizing, right? The crowd was already large when she pulled up, even though the weather was cold today. Winter had officially struck, and though the first snow hadn't happened yet, a chill hung in the air. Still, that didn't seem to deter the people gathered today. They were bundled in coats and scarves, but here all the same. And while the walk had been mentioned in the announcements for the past several weeks, Holly hadn't realized so many people actually cared about the cause. "Holly, so glad you could make it," Ashley said, hurrying up to her and giving her a hug. "Thanks. I'm still not sure I should be here. You know, as a business owner in the community." She glanced around to see if there were any other owners she recognized, but she appeared to be the only one. Ashley nodded. "I can understand that, but I think you'll find there are many more people who support what we're doing than the ones who don't. After all, we're not trying to take a choice away. We're simply praying they will choose life." Holly took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right." After Frederick, Holly had finally been open to the idea of church.
But attending on Sundays was much different than being out in the community. Church on Sundays was for believers. It was a time of fellowship with like-minded people. And while some people would never step foot in a church, they didn't seem to care if others did. What they were doing today was different, though. It would be like bringing church to the streets, and she knew there would be those who would oppose that, even though they were just praying. It didn't help that the topic was controversial. She would never have an abortion herself, but she'd always considered herself pro-choice. Until she watched Tiffany struggle with fertility. Her friend had wanted nothing more than to be a mother for most of her life, but due to health issues, she was unable to have children naturally. There were so many women just like Tiffany who couldn't have a child of their own, but longed for one, while other women treated abortion like a method of birth control. It didn't seem fair to Holly, but then she knew life wasn't always fair. "Don't worry, it will be fine. Dale will open us up in prayer." And then we walked to the center. Sometimes people ask us to pray for them, so we might stop if that happens. But generally, it's just a walk with a time of prayer at the center. The worst thing we've ever had happen is a few people yell at us. We just tell them God loves them and add them to our prayer journals. Since it's your first time, I'll be sure and stay close to you so that I can help in any way. Thank you. That makes me feel better. No one will physically attack us, right? She felt silly asking, but Ashley had been the one to bring it up. Oh, nothing like that. But they have yelled some profanity at us and used some colorful gestures. We're lucky that the clinic was built on the outskirts of town. Some places have to deal with this right in their downtown. Yeah, that would be worse. Holly could handle a little profanity and a few gestures. She was from New York, after all, and had built up an immunity to colorful language around the time she turned 16. Come on, it's starting. Ashley pulled her closer to the small platform that was serving as a stage. An older man held up his hands to quiet the crowd. Good morning, and thank you for coming. I'm not the one who started this prayer walk, but I know Dougie would be proud to see how many people are here today. Dougie? He'd been a part of this? How had she not known that? Our numbers appear to be growing each month, which is exciting to see. For those of you who've been here before, welcome back. And for those of you just joining us, welcome. I'll open us up in prayer, and then we'll begin our walk. Remember, God says we should pray without ceasing. It doesn't have to be out loud, but be praying in your heart for all the lives lost to this atrocity. Pray that hearts and minds will be changed, and pray that our leaders have the courage to stand for the sanctity of life. Also, in case you didn't know, we have a local clinic here that offers alternatives to abortion. So praying for their protection and continued success is also welcome. Does anyone have any questions? Holly glanced around to see if any hand would lift into the air. Dale had made it seem straightforward, so she doubted anyone would have questions about the process. Okay then, let's pray. Lord, we thank you for this group of people willing to come and pray. We thank you for the opportunity to come together and pray for the people of this town and the Options Care Clinic. Please keep us safe today and help us to present your word in a kind and peaceful way so that we may win hearts and minds and not turn anyone further away from you. Amen. With the prayer over, the people lined up in groups of 2 or 3 and began the slow walk around the outer edge of town. For the most part, Courage was peaceful, full of tourist shops and friendly business owners. But lately, there had been a rowdy group of people coming in and causing trouble on the outskirts of town. As they walked, Holly tried to keep her focus on praying, but her mind wandered. How did people stay so focused with the issues around them? What right do you have to take women's health care away? The voice startled Holly, and she glanced over to see a woman shoving a camera in someone's face a few feet in front of them. Where had she come from? Holly looked around and realized a few other people had joined the angry woman and were shouting questions at their group. "Abortion is not health care," the woman in front of Holly said. Her voice was calm and kind, and Holly wondered how she stayed so composed. Her own nerves were bunching together like a ball of yarn. "Forcing a woman to have a child she doesn't want isn't health care either," the woman spat back. "But there are other options, like adoption." Holly could not believe the words had come out of her mouth, and she wanted to slap her hands over her lips. What was she doing? The woman turned a sneer on Holly. "A pregnancy costs money. Doctor visits and vitamins. Some people can't afford that. Besides, have you seen how many kids are in the foster system? People don't adopt in this country." "That's not true," Holly said, shaking her head. "You're right that our foster system is overburdened and we should do more to help them. But there are many parents who are looking to adopt babies. We don't have enough for them to adopt. Parents can wait years for a baby to come up for adoption, and most adoptive agencies will help cover the costs of doctor visits and prenatal care. Why take a life when there are people wanting those lives? Women who can't have children naturally would love to have the opportunity to be a mother." Tiffany's face popped into her head. She and Israel had been waiting 3 long years to adopt. They were finally getting their baby in the next few weeks. "You don't look familiar. If I were you, I'd get out before they brainwash you completely." With that, the woman snapped Holly's picture and then turned to harass someone else. "That was great," Ashley whispered when they were out of earshot of the woman. It didn't feel great. Inside, Holly was shaking and wondering what on earth she was doing. "Why did she take my picture?" Ashley shrugged. "I'm sure it's an intimidation tactic. I think they hope that by taking our pictures, they'll convince us to stop coming out and praying." A stone settled in Holly's stomach as she listened to Ashley's words. They were spared a lot of the issues that plagued big cities in their small tourist town, but Holly had heard about the cancel culture making the rounds. What if the woman used her picture to try and cancel her or her business? "I don't think I should have come. If they post my picture on social media, I could lose customers. Or worse." She couldn't even pinpoint what "or worse" might entail, but she was sure it wouldn't be good. "Don't worry," Ashley said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I've been doing this for a couple of months, and no one has come after me at work or anywhere else. Most aren't brave enough to even have a conversation. If seeing you praying for life makes someone not want to eat at the restaurant, are those really the customers you want anyway?" Holly sighed. "I suppose not, but that's why we don't ask customers about issues like this. We serve the food, and that's all. And serving food is great, but it's not really serving God. Remember that you can't take anything from this world with you when you go. Isn't it more important to stand up for what's right?" Holly had thought so this morning. A part of her still did, she supposed. But there was another piece of her that worried this had been a very big mistake. And that part was now speaking louder than any other. She nodded and continued walking, but her mind was no longer focused on the task at hand. It was now worrying about all the what-ifs. Chapter 19. Dougie. Dougie scanned the crowd as he stepped across the podium to accept his certificate. He'd heard cheers when his name was called, so he was hopeful his friends had been able to make it. His eyes found Chance and then Mary Beth, Israel, Tiffany, but there was no Holly. Disappointment burned his throat, but he had expected this. Even though she hadn't married Frederick, she hadn't reached out to him, so either she still hadn't forgiven him, or something else kept her away. Maybe it was her restaurant. Chance had mentioned that she was looking to buy another location and expand, so maybe it was that simple. He shook hands with the presenter and grabbed his certificate, and then his 5 seconds of recognition was over. It was weird how people hyped up graduation ceremonies when the moment you got to shine was so short. But he supposed he would feel a smaller sense of accomplishment if he had chosen not to walk and just to get his certificate mailed to him. As he made his way back to his seat, he saw a flash of dark hair. His eyes sought the woman's face, but she had turned the other direction. Could it be Holly? But if so, why would she not be sitting with the others? As if sensing him looking at her, the woman turned then, and Dougie's heart fell. It wasn't Holly. That had just been wishful thinking. Ryan slapped his shoulder in congratulations as he sat back down.
Almost done, dude. Can you believe it?
He could, and he couldn't. The last 6 months had been grueling. Class from 9 to 5, workouts before and after, and then working a late security shift at a nearby store to help pay his rent. Exhaustion clung to his bones like the badge bunnies at 2 Beers clung to the men, and he couldn't wait to finally get a decent night of rest. At the same time, though, he didn't know where his future was. Ryan had decided the sunny beaches of California were calling his name, and he'd applied to every police station near one. Juan was heading to Texas, where he hoped to find work in a predominantly Hispanic town and build relations between his community and the police. Trevor was heading to North Dakota, for a reason Dougie still didn't understand, although his limited knowledge of North Dakota came from a TV show that had been set in Fargo a few years back. So perhaps there was something there he was missing. But Dougie, he didn't know where he wanted to go yet. He'd put a few applications in at stations in Illinois near his family, but he wasn't really close with any of them. His dad had left the picture when he was little, and his mother had worked 2 jobs to keep his siblings and him fed. His older brother had turned to a life of crime in his teenage years and been in and out of jail since. His sister had tried to find her worth in men and was on her 3rd marriage now, if he remembered correctly, so there wasn't much calling him back to Illinois. There was always courage, but other than his friends, whom he missed dearly, he didn't really have anything waiting for him there. Holly still wasn't talking to him, and he hadn't been able to turn his attention to any other woman since, although many of the badge bunnies had tried to win it. He supposed there was always the option of a new place, but he didn't know where he might want to go if he took that route. So he was kind of in limbo, waiting for a word or a sign from God on what his next steps should be. Before he knew it, the crowd was cheering and clapping, and the graduation ceremony was over. Ryan wished him luck, and then he was gone, and Dougie was left standing alone as others ran off to greet their family.
Congratulations, brother,
Chance said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Dougie turned to grin at his friends.
Thanks, and thank you all for coming. I thought I saw a woman who looked like Holly, but...
He let the sentence hang in the air unfinished, but he didn't miss the shared glances and averted eyes. She didn't come, Mary Beth said. We needed someone to watch the kids, and she agreed.
Right. But she wanted to, man, and you should definitely look her up when you get back to Courage, Chance said. You are coming back to Courage, right?
Dougie shrugged.
I don't know. I haven't really decided what the next step is.
Glances flashed around again, and Dougie felt like the odd man out, not understanding their silent conversation.
Well, I think the next step right now is to get some food, Israel said, patting his stomach. I don't know about you, but I am starving.
Tiffany smiled and swatted his arm. You are always starving, and then you always complain about how much you ate and how much you have to work it off.
It gives me a reason to keep working out. If I didn't have a need to work out, I would get so fat. Look, I'm putting on married weight already.
He pushed out his stomach and patted it again. Israel had gained a few pounds since getting married, but he was nowhere near fat. Dougie wouldn't even use the word fluffy, since Israel's muscles were still clearly defined. But his face was a little fuller and his stomach a little wider. "Food sounds good to me, too," Mary Beth said. "Where's a good place to go?" Dougie rubbed his chin in thought.
"That's a good question. I've been frequenting this sports bar called Two Beers, but it's a cop bar and will probably be packed today."
"Why do they call it Two Beers?" Tiffany asked, tiny wrinkles erupting on her forehead as her face scrunched in confusion. "They don't make you drink them, do they?" Dougie chuckled.
"No, drinking beer isn't required. 2 beers is the most common answer people give when a cop asks them how much they've been drinking. It's rarely the truth, but it became a joke among cops and then got introduced into the lingo."
"Oh, well, that's a relief, but maybe somewhere else?"
"We can just head toward downtown, and I'm sure we'll find a place to eat there."
He may not have been in many, but he knew the downtown area held a slew of places to eat. Half an hour later, they were seated in a large booth and scanning the menu offerings.
"So, how are things back in Courage?" Dougie asked. "Anything changed?" "It's pretty much the same as when you left," Chance said. "Colton is doing a great job, but we sure miss having you there. In fact," he glanced around at the others, as if seeking their approval, "there's a position at the station there coming open in a week, and we were hoping you'd apply." "I did see the position," Dougie said, choosing his words carefully. "But I don't know." "What is there to think about, man? Courage is your home. We are family." Israel looked around the table, and the others nodded in agreement. "I know, but Holly?" "Holly was blindsided and hurt by Frederick," Mary Beth said. "She didn't mean to take it out on you. If you knew her background, you would understand a little more. Besides, she's changing. She's been going to church, and God is working on her, and I happen to know she wanted to apologize to you. She went to the resort to talk to you once she finally pulled herself together, but you were already gone." Dougie wondered what in Holly's past would make him understand more, but he could tell that Mary Beth wasn't going to offer that information. If he ever got it, it would have to come from the source herself. "She could have called me, though." Tiffany placed a hand on his arm and fixed him with a steady gaze. "She was embarrassed, but she is sorry." Dougie looked at the earnest faces of his friends. It was clear they all believed what Tiffany and Mary Beth were saying, so perhaps he should too. "Okay, I'll think about it." With the heavy subject lifted, the conversation flowed to lighter topics. But as the group chatted about life back in Courage, Dougie's mind wandered. He hadn't always been the best at listening to God's plan for him, but since moving to Breckenridge, he'd tried to be better. And he wanted to be sure that if he did return to Courage, it was because God wanted him there, and not because he was trying to force something with Holly. Chapter 20. Holly. Her feet froze as she stared at the picture of herself. It was grainy and not her most flattering picture by any means, but it was her nonetheless, and printed around it was the name of her restaurant, along with the words boycott and reproductive rights. Sighing, she ripped the picture from the light pole and glanced around. There were no more in sight, but this couldn't be the only one. She shook her head. She knew she shouldn't have gone on that prayer walk. Not only might she lose some tourist business, but what if whoever posted the picture here started posting them outside Courage? What if people stopped coming to Courage over this? Then it wouldn't be just her business affected, but the whole town. Shoving the flyer in her bag, she glanced around one more time. The fear that whoever had posted the flyer was watching her and would now jump out and attack her raged through her veins. Her heart beat faster, and adrenaline spiked every sense. The streets were mostly empty right now, but someone could be watching.
Someone could be peering at her through a window or hiding in the dark spaces between buildings. A shiver raced down her spine, and she pulled her coat tighter around her, though there was little wind today. She kept her head down, but her eyes constantly scanned the area around her for anything unusual. Anything or anyone who didn't seem to belong. And she kept her ears open for any sound, for any crunch of leaves behind her or any slap of a footstep that was too close. Her heart was pounding in her chest when she reached her restaurant. The thudding echoed in her ears, and she chastised herself as she unlocked the door and entered the dark room. She was blowing this out of proportion. Yes, the flyer was unfortunate, but the chances of it causing someone to attack her were small. Though there had been more crime recently, Courage was still a safe town, a quiet town. And if she lost a little business but helped save babies and make adoptive parents into happy families, then it would be worth it. Sending up a prayer for peace, Holly began the tasks of the day, whistling as the fear slowly melted from her shoulders. She was just being silly, over-dramatic. The phone on the counter rang, and Holly picked it up, smiling as she rattled off the greeting. But when silence answered her on the other end, her smile froze. "Hello? Is someone there?" She strained to listen and thought she heard the tiniest sound of breathing, but she could have been imagining it. Holly replaced the phone and chewed on her bottom lip. It could have been a wrong number or a prank call, but she didn't think so. So soon after the flyer was posted, the timing was too quick to be coincidental. The front door opened and Holly flinched until she realized it was Ashley. "Whoa, you okay, boss?" "I've been better. I found this hanging up today." Holly pulled the flyer out of her purse and showed it to Ashley. Ashley's eyes widened and she shook her head. "Oh man, I'm so sorry, Holly. No one's ever done anything like this on the other walks I've been on." "Lucky me," Holly said, rolling her eyes. "Then the phone rang a few minutes after I opened, but whoever was on the other end didn't say anything. Maybe it was nothing, but I don't have a good feeling about all of this." "I'm sure it's nothing," Ashley said, offering soothing reassurances like usual. "It'll blow over before you know it." "I hope you're right." Holly took her purse back to the office to stow it, then began the daily tasks necessary to get the restaurant up and running by lunch. She'd tried offering breakfast when she first opened, but she'd stopped after only a few weeks. Not only had she been exhausted each morning after closing the night before, but most of the tourists either ate breakfast at the resorts or the Waffle House down the street that specialized in breakfasts, leaving her either working the small crowd alone or paying employees more than she was bringing in. She wasn't a fan of the late nights she often had to put in, but she did enjoy getting to sleep in now. As she began the meal prep for the day, the phone rang again. Goosebumps erupted on her arms as she grabbed the phone. "Holly's Hideaway, how can I help you?" "You can leave town," the voice on the other end said. Holly thought it was a woman, but the caller was whispering, making it hard to be sure. "We don't want or need your kind here." Before Holly could say anything else, the line went dead. Her hand shook as she placed the phone back on the stand, and she took a deep breath to steady her nerves. It was just a phone call, and while it hadn't been a nice one, they hadn't directly threatened her or the business, so there wasn't much she could do about it anyway. But she did need to steady her hands before she resumed cutting. She didn't want to injure herself on top of everything. At 11, Pierre, her head chef, appeared and took over the kitchen. Holly wandered back out to the dining area to make sure Ashley had everything ready for opening. The tables appeared prepped and the silverware, nicely bundled, filled the basket at the hostess podium. Ashley stood at the front window changing the sign from closed to open, and Holly braced herself for the lunch rush. it didn't come. A few regulars wandered through the doors, but hours later, they'd served fewer than half their normal customers. Close to dinner time, Tiffany walked through the front door and blinked in surprise. Whoa, I've never seen it so quiet in here. Everything okay? Not really, Holly said with a sigh as she led Tiffany to a table. Is Israel joining you tonight? Yeah, but he'll be a little late. Why don't you sit down and tell me what's going on? Holly slumped into the seat across from Tiffany and dropped her head into her hands. You know the last prayer walk, the one I attended? Tiffany nodded. Though she hadn't made every prayer walk, she'd attended the first one and been at many since, so she understood what happened on them. Well, some angry lady took my picture. She used it to make a flyer encouraging people to boycott me. I found one hanging downtown this morning, but I'm sure there are more. Tiffany's mouth fell open. Do you know who she is? That can't be legal. Holly shrugged. I don't know anything about her. And then this morning, I started getting phone calls too. There's been 3 so far today, though nothing was said on the first one. The second 2, while not threats, encouraged me to shut down and move away. That is not acceptable. You have to be able to do something. What, though? I mean, I guess I could report it, but what are the cops going to be able to do about it? Tiffany tapped a finger against her lips as she thought, and then her eyes lit up. I know. Do you remember the woman who drew the names at the Valentine dance, Sylvia Mason? Vaguely, Holly said, wondering what she had anything to do with the people harassing her. Well, she was raising money for the foster kids with the charity that night. She's really active in the foster community, but she's also a lawyer. I bet she'd be able to give you advice or maybe even draw up a cease and desist order or something. Yeah, if I had money maybe, but I don't. And that certainly isn't going to change if I can't get people back in. Tiffany placed a hand on Holly's arm. She does a lot of pro bono work. You could at least ask her. Maybe if she can't do it for free, she can give you a discount or allow you to pay once your customers come back. Though she thought it was a long shot, Holly nodded. I guess it couldn't hurt to at least ask. Tiffany leaned back, smiling. Of course it couldn't. She's amazing, really. We've been working with her for some of the adoption process. Holly took that opportunity to change the topic. She hadn't checked in with Tiffany on the baby front lately, and she felt kind of guilty. How is that going anyway? Tiffany's smile spread to one that could have rivaled the brightest diamond. Amazing. We have a date set, and in no time I'll be getting to hold my little boy. You'll be there, right? Holly reached across and squeezed her friend's hand. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Chapter 21. Dougie. Courage, Colorado. He couldn't believe he was back and that nothing appeared changed in the 6 months he'd been gone. Downtown looked exactly the same, except for the few flyers he could see taped on a few lampposts. Micah had informed him these were popping up more often. Flyers of people in the community that a small group wanted boycotted. He stepped closer to inspect one and blinked. Was that Holly? He hadn't seen her in months, but he was pretty sure it was her. The question was, why was her picture on a wanted flyer? She wasn't a pastor or a politician or anyone even mildly political, so why would they be targeting her? It wasn't an actual wanted flyer, but it might as well have been one. The flyer featured a picture of Holly with information about why she was being boycotted underneath. He scanned the words. Reproductive health. Had she joined the prayer walks or hung a flyer about them in her restaurant? Even if she had, that seemed a minor reason to boycott someone. Micah had said most of the flyers targeted an outspoken pastor and the local Christian radio DJ, but this was the first time he'd heard of one targeting a business owner, and he wondered if Holly knew about it. He ripped the flyer down, but as he looked around, he could see a flyer was on nearly every lamppost, and in some of the store windows. This wasn't good. As much as he didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, he knew Holly needed to know about this, but he would take down as many as he could on his way to her. It was lunchtime when he arrived, but the restaurant was barely half full. He'd never seen it so empty, which probably meant she was getting more fallout than just flyers. "Hello, one for lunch?" a pretty blonde asked him as he scanned the area for Holly. The woman in front of him had a friendly smile, but there was a tenseness to her expression, as if she were afraid he was going to yell at her.
"Actually, I'm looking for Holly. Is she in?"
The woman shook her head, but he could tell from the shift of her eyes that she wasn't telling the truth.
"Will you tell her Dougie is here and I'd like to talk to her? I think she'll want to talk to me, and if not, then I'll have lunch."
He'd already eaten, but it was clear Holly's restaurant could use the business, so he'd order something to go if he had to. The woman pursed her lips for a moment, but finally nodded. "I'll be right back." She disappeared into the kitchen, but he barely had time to look around before she was back and motioning for him to follow her. Holly sat at her desk in the back office, looking as beautiful as ever, but more defeated than he'd ever seen her. Dark circles lined her eyes when she looked up at him and motioned him in. "Dougie, what are you doing here?" He wanted to mention their last encounter, see if she would apologize, but it didn't seem like the right time, not with the weight she was carrying on her shoulders.
"I came to see you."
"I'm glad." She mashed her lips together and ran a hand through her hair. "I've wanted to apologize to you for a while. You were right about Frederick. Not only was he a cheater, but a thief. I should have listened to you, and I never should have yelled at you like I did."
"I appreciate that, Holly, and I'm sorry it didn't work out."
While her apology sounded genuine, he wondered if she would mention why she didn't call. She snorted and shook her head. "I'm not. I'm sorry I was stupid enough to fall for him, and sorry that he managed to steal money from me underneath my nose. But I'm certainly not sorry it didn't work out." Her gaze slid to the side, and she shifted in her seat. "I'm also sorry I didn't try to track you down after you left to apologize. I was embarrassed and didn't know if you'd want to hear from me. I told myself it was better to just let it go, but that was me being a coward." Her eyes glistened as she met his gaze again. "Can you forgive me?" Dougie fought the urge to pull her into his arms. It was clear she was in need of comfort, but he wasn't sure she would accept it from him yet.
"Of course, and to be honest, I should apologize to you as well. The way I left was cowardly. I should have said goodbye, and I heard about Frederick a few weeks later, but I wasn't sure if I should contact you or not. I guess we both took the easy way out."
She smiled softly at him, and the silence stretched out between them. "I don't blame you, but thank you for the apology. So how have you been?"
"Better than you, I see," he said, sitting in the chair across from her. He placed the only flyer he'd kept on her desk. "I just saw this downtown. You want to tell me what's going on?"
Holly glanced at the flyer and shook her head. There was no shock, only sadness as she spoke again. "I attended a prayer walk with Ashley 2 weeks ago, and a lady confronted us and took my picture. Ashley didn't think anything would come of it, but they've posted it around town. I've lost a ton of business this week, and I don't know if it's them or not, but I've been getting threatening calls here too."
"What kind of threatening calls?"
His protective nature engaged, and he leaned across the desk. "The kind where they either say nothing or breathe all creepy on the line, or the kind where they tell me I'm a horrible human being and should leave town. I cringe every time the phone rings now. And as you can see, they seem to be influencing business too. I've never seen it so slow."
"Have you gone to the police?"
Dougie's heart ached for her. He hated seeing her like this. "And said what?" Holly asked, throwing her hands in the air. "I think some people who don't like me are posting my picture and harassing me. The cops have more important things to do." Dougie could see her point.
Okay, but what if it gets worse? What if they start showing up and scaring your customers away? Or what if they physically threaten you or harm you? He could not keep the emotion out of his voice with the last 3 words. Her eyes widened. Do you think they would do that? I mean, it's one thing to harass someone and another to attack them. I have no idea if they would, but I'd feel better if you'd keep me in the loop. Maybe let me provide some extra security for you, at least until this dies down. I'm new to the station, but I can look into the harassment laws.
She blinked at him a moment, clearly processing his information. Then her eyes widened. You got hired here?
Yeah? Didn't Mary Beth tell you?
Holly shook her head. She told me they mentioned the job opening to you, but she didn't know if you'd take it. Even if she had, I probably would have missed it. I've been a little preoccupied with this. She tapped the flyer and sighed. Before Dougie could say anything more, Ashley appeared in the doorway, her eyes wide. I hope I'm not interrupting, but there's something you need to see. What now? The resignation in Holly's voice made Dougie's heart tighten like a string had been tied around it and was being squeezed. I have a feeling it's about to get worse.
What do you mean? Dougie asked.
Ashley, clearly ignoring the warning look Holly shot her, turned to Dougie. I just came across a social media post blasting the restaurant. They're posting negative reviews en masse. This is going to be really bad for business.
If they post it online, Holly, then you might be able to sue for defamation.
Well, that's hardly the problem now, Ashley continued. Evidently, some reporter saw those pictures and did a little research on you. Why didn't you tell me your father was the mayor of New York? Because my father is a jerk and I haven't talked to him in years, Holly said, and Dougie saw her wall go up. Did they mention him in the story? Oh yeah, look for yourself. She handed her phone to Holly, who began scanning the story. The color drained from her face as she read. When she finished reading, she handed back the phone and dropped her head into her hands. This is a disaster. Dougie didn't know what was in the story, but he made a mental note to research it later. What he did know was that he couldn't leave Holly to deal with this on her own.
I think it's time you get in touch with an attorney and look into filing a harassment claim, he said.
She nodded. You might be right. I just hope this doesn't bring more attention. I left New York to get away from my father, and I didn't really want him knowing where I was. Unfortunately, I think more attention is coming, Ashley said. The story is trending and being shared. Holly groaned. Well, maybe he won't care enough to contact me. He certainly didn't seem to care when he was cheating on my mother. It'll be okay, Ashley said. Remember, God never gives us more than we can handle, and he always has a plan, though we don't always see it. Holly nodded, but she didn't look convinced. Instead, she looked like the effects of an old country song where everything had been taken away from you and then someone kicked you while you were down. Dougie wanted to offer words too, but he knew they would feel like platitudes at the moment. He didn't know if he and Holly were back to being friends. She'd apologized and he'd accepted it, but that didn't erase 6 months of not communicating. Can you give me any more information on the group harassing you? I can get the paperwork started, though you'll probably have to sign something. Yeah, I can help you with that, Ashley said, glancing back at Holly before leading Dougie out of the office. I hope you don't mind, but I think it's a little much for her right now.
I understand. I just want to help her out.
Ashley nodded and tapped her phone. This is all we have to go on. I don't even know if this is the woman who took our picture, but maybe you can do some digging to see who she is and who else is sharing this post. I doubt she's working alone.
Thanks, Ashley. If you get any more calls or anything else happens, please call me.
He glanced back toward the office.
I'm not sure Holly will.
I will, and Holly will come around. She wasn't expecting to see you, but she still cares. A lot. Don't give up on her.
I won't.
Chapter 22. Holly. Dougie was back in town. Even though she'd seen him a few times over the last few days, Holly was still having a hard time wrapping her mind around the fact that he was back. For good. She thought for sure that she'd lost her chance with him when she refused to believe him and kicked him out of her life. But now it seemed God was giving her another shot, which she was grateful for, immensely. But why did it have to be right now? Was some group harassing her and the restaurant floundering? Now, when she didn't really have time to date, even though she really wanted to? The ringing of the phone jarred Holly out of her thoughts and back to reality, but her hand paused as she reached to answer it. Would it be another threat? Another creepy silence? She wasn't sure she could handle any more of those today. The restaurant had lost so much business that she was the only one working out front this afternoon, with one cook in the back, and they still weren't busy. She had some money saved, but if this kept up, she would lose the restaurant, and she had no idea what she'd do if that happened. Her stomach clenched as she picked up the phone. "Holly's Hideaway, this is Holly. How can I help you?" Though she dreaded what she might hear or not hear on the other side, her voice shook only slightly. She'd always been pretty good at feigning confidence. "Holly, are you okay?" Her shoulders fell in relief at the sound of Dougie's voice. "I'm fine, but why are you calling the restaurant instead of my cell?" "I tried your cell several times, but I only got your message." Was that concern she heard in his voice? Could he possibly still care for her even after how she'd treated him? Pulling her cell phone from her pocket, she tapped the screen to wake it, but it remained dark. "That's odd. It's dead, but I could have sworn I charged it last night." That made no sense. She always made sure her phone was plugged in at night because it served as her alarm, too. However, she'd been sleeping so poorly the last few days that she'd taken a sleeping pill last night. Generally, she avoided them because they made her feel groggy the next morning, but last night she'd succumbed to the pleasure of a good night's sleep. Had it knocked her out so much that she'd forgotten to plug in her phone?
"Do you have some time for me to come by? I'd like to fill you in on what we found out about your harasser."
He'd found something out? Hopefully it was something good. She scanned the mostly empty restaurant and sighed. Yeah, plenty of time. It's like a ghost town here. Other than the few regulars who came in rain or shine, they'd had no new people in the last week.
"Don't worry, what I found will help. I think. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
She slipped the phone back in her pocket and headed to the bathroom to check her appearance. It was silly, but she wanted to make sure she looked nice. She didn't know exactly why Dougie had decided to come back to Courage, but she hoped to become a reason for him to stay. Unfortunately, her one night of decent sleep hadn't done much for the dark circles that were setting up a permanent camp under her eyes. Nor had the concealer she applied this morning done much to camouflage them. If she knew anything about cosmetics, she would work on a product to fix them. But since she didn't, she decided to work on what she could fix. A pinch of her cheeks brought some color, and she touched up her lips with some gloss. Then she headed out to check on the few customers. She'd just finished topping off drinks when Dougie arrived, and her mouth dropped open at the sight of him in his uniform. She'd known he had joined the police force, but he'd been in regular clothes the last few times he stopped in. Suddenly, she understood why women found men in uniforms sexy. Something about the uniform not only accentuated every inch of Dougie's muscular frame, but also exuded the sense of power and protection. She was used to taking care of herself, but at this moment, she felt like Dougie could take care of her. And it was nice. Composing herself, she greeted him, glanced around to make sure everyone was set for the moment, and waved him to follow her to the back office. On the way, she told Pierre to watch the front for a bit. "Tell me the good news," she said when they reached the office. Dougie smiled and sat in the chair. Although sat was not quite the right word, he dwarfed the chair, which made him seem even more masculine. and made Holly's heart beat a little faster in her ear.
Well, we were able to find the woman who's been posting about both you and the business. She's got a reputation of harassing people just like you. Unfortunately, you were right. There isn't much we can do at this moment besides file a police report, which you did. But I did pay her a little visit to let her know a report has been filed, and that if the harassment continues, there are further penalties. She wasn't thrilled, but she seemed surprised that the police could get involved, so I don't think she'll be posting anymore.
Holly blinked, hardly daring to believe the news. That's great. So she has to stop?
That's where it gets a little tricky.
He said the words slowly, and his eyes dropped from hers. Uh-oh. That meant there was bad news along with the good.
She doesn't have to stop, though hopefully she will. But even if she removes her posts, that won't remove them from other places where they've been shared. However, if you see posts pop up, we can go after them as well. So, while this is a win, I can't guarantee your sales will improve immediately.
That was disappointing, but at least this was a step in the right direction, and Holly fought the urge to throw her arms around him. That's okay. Thank you for everything, Dougie.
You're welcome.
He rose to leave, but she snagged his arm. She wasn't even sure why, she just didn't want him to leave yet. He turned curious eyes back at her, and she scrambled for something to say. Wait, can I make you dinner tonight to thank you? She bit her bottom lip as she watched his reaction. Holly had no idea if he still had feelings for her, but she'd never know if she didn't take a chance. Slowly, a smile spread across his face, lighting it up like the sun rising in the early morning lit the land.
I'd like that. I have to work a little later tonight, but I can be here by 8, if that's not too late.
No, that's not too late at all. He could have said 10 p.m., and she still would have claimed it was fine. She would have had to eat a pre-dinner dinner, but she would have made it work. What kind of food do you like? He winked at her.
I like it all. Surprise me.
Then he flashed a wave and left her office. Surprise him. Okay. He was easygoing, which was nice, but she wanted to make something he would enjoy, his favorite food if possible. She was no mind reader, so she could either guess or... She pulled out her phone, plugged it into the charger, and shot a text to Chance. He'd worked with Dougie for years. If he didn't know what his favorite food was, none of their friends would. Leaving the phone on her desk to charge, she made her way back to the hostess stand, a smile on her lips as she thought about the upcoming date. Was it a date? She hadn't exactly called it that, but it was one person treating another to dinner. That generally fit the definition of a date. Holly relieved Pierre and then made the rounds, checking on the last customer and clearing the tables from the ones who had left. The front door opened as she reached the hostess stand again, and a woman walked in. Courage wasn't a huge town, and while she didn't know everyone in town, most people who lived here had an air about them, a casual, relaxed air that was easy to spot. This woman had no such air. In fact, every part of her screamed the complete opposite. Her outfit from head to toe appeared to be designer. Her dark hair was immaculately styled, and her makeup could have been done by an artist, it was so flawless. Hi, table for one today? Holly grabbed a menu, but she expected the woman to say she was meeting someone. No way was this woman eating alone. Actually, I'm looking for you. Me? The word came out squeakier than Holly wanted it to. The woman was dressed too nicely to be one of the people harassing her, but there was something vaguely familiar about her. Unfortunately, Holly couldn't place it. Could she be an attorney? Did the group harassing her have money to hire one? Why? I'm Deborah Zamora, your father's PR consultant. He sent me here to clean up your mess. The menu fluttered from Holly's hand as she clutched the podium. Anger burgeoned inside of her, heating her from the inside out. She had no doubt a red flush was crawling up her neck. My mess? I didn't do anything. The woman shrugged as if this wasn't her concern. Whether you did or not, you received negative publicity, which means your father received negative publicity, and he's in the middle of his re-election campaign, so he needs this to go away. Holly seethed, her knuckles turning white as she gripped on the podium to keep from attacking the woman in front of her. I haven't spoken to my father in years, not since I left New York, so you can tell him to keep his nose out of my business like I've done for him for the last decade. Believe me, he doesn't want to be in your business, but now it's affecting him. Deborah ran her hand down her tailored suit, brushing at it as if being in the mere presence of Holly was creating a stain on it. Yeah, well, he should be more worried about his reputation as a philanderer and adulterer than as the estranged father of a woman who owns a restaurant and prays. It took every ounce of Holly's composure to keep her tone even. Your father has worked hard to clean up that image. Now, we can have a press crew here in a few days. All you have to do is state that you made a mistake attending the prayer walk, and you believe in reproductive freedom for women. It won't undo all the damage you've caused, but it will help. Holly folded her arms across her chest and shook her head. No, I will do no such thing. I'm not sorry I went on that walk, and I'll probably go on more. I don't believe abortion is healthcare or reproductive freedom, and I won't state that it is. Holly had no idea where those words had come from. She had no plans to go on any more prayer walks, not with what it had done to her business. Deborah's mouth pulled into a pinched line. I think you should reconsider. Your father is a powerful man who lives in New York, Holly said, cutting her off. Just have Daddy Dearest tell his constituents that I'm a grown woman who doesn't speak for him. He can publicly disown me if he wants. It's not like he's been my father for a long time. I'll pass the message along, Deborah said, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. But don't say I didn't warn you. With that, she spun on her overpriced heels, probably Jimmy Choo's, and clopped out of Holly's restaurant. Holly leaned against the hostess podium, wondering what on earth that had really been about. Her father might be up for re-election, but she was all the way in Colorado, and she was a grown woman. Would a story about her, even if it included him, really hurt his chances of re-election? And if not, what was his PR person doing here? Before she could think on it further, the door opened and another woman walked in. Are you Holly Bingman? She asked. I am. Was there something in the water making people want to find her today? The woman extended a hand and a friendly smile. I'm Sylvia Mason. Your friend Tiffany told me you have some people harassing you and that I might be able to help. Of course. Leave it to Tiffany to reach out to the woman, knowing that Holly probably wouldn't herself. Maybe, although I did tell a friend on the police force and he was able to speak to the woman. The harassment might be done. I haven't had any calls today. Oh, well, that's great to hear. Sylvia fumbled in her purse a moment before producing a business card. Well, I'm around if it doesn't stop and you want to discuss legal matters around it. Thanks, Holly said, taking the card. I'll keep this in mind. Sylvia nodded, and as she reached the front door, Ashley hurried in. Sorry I'm late, Ashley said, looking around as if assessing how much trouble she was in. Holly glanced at her watch, surprised at the time, and the fact that Ashley was 15 minutes late. The girl was never late, but there was no reason to reprimand her today. The restaurant was still nearly empty. No worries, we're still pretty slow here. Ashley sighed. Not that I'm glad we're slow, but I'm happy I didn't leave you hanging. Becca just hired a new girl to help her out, and she seems sweet enough, but boy is she slow. Holly gazed past Becca to the bakery. Becca just hired someone? Did you recognize her from town? Courage always had new people coming in, but they were usually tourists and not looking to settle down. 2 new women in one day was odd, even if things hadn't been crazy in Holly's life. Ashley wrinkled her forehead, clearly confused by the question. No? Why? A woman just left here claiming to be my father's PR rep. I just find it odd that 2 new women showed up in town today. Ashley smiled and placed a hand on Holly's shoulder. I think you're overthinking things. I know it's been rough the last few days, but not every stranger is out to get you. Yeah, maybe. Still, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that this time was different. What did your father's PR rep want? She wanted me to publicly apologize for going on the prayer walk, Holly said, her frustration coming out in a huff. Whoa, what did you say? I told her I wasn't interested. Hopefully she goes away now, but who knows? Holly glanced down at her watch and realized she needed to get to cooking if she was going to have dinner ready for Dougie. Ashley, do you have the front? I need to whip up something for my dinner tonight with Dougie. Ashley's brows lifted. Dinner with Dougie? Sounds serious. Holly felt her cheeks heat, but she played it off. It sounds like dinner, my way of thanking him for everything he's done. Sure. I never got dinner for all I've done. That's because you get a paycheck, Holly called, as she headed to the office. Checking her phone, she read the text from Chance and smiled. Chicken Alfredo she could do. It was one of her favorites as well, but only if done right. She'd tasted too many dishes where the sauce was too watery or too heavy, and she wanted hers to be perfect. Grabbing a pan, she began heating the chicken. Chapter 23. Dougie. Dougie glanced around as he exited the car. The parking lot was nearly empty, and most of the businesses around Holly's were closed for the night. So why did he feel like someone was watching him? Movement from across the street at the bakery caught his attention, and his tensed shoulders relaxed. It was probably Becca. Though she closed early, she often stayed later to bake for the next morning. He wondered when the woman ever slept. Shaking his head, he walked into Holly's restaurant. There were no customers, but Ashley appeared to be closing up the front. She looked up as he entered and gave a coy smile. Hey, Dougie. She'll be out in a minute. Just pick a table. Thanks. He sat down, and a moment later, Holly emerged, balancing a tray on her hands. Perfect timing, she said, as she placed a plate of steaming pasta in front of him. His stomach rumbled at the savory smell of garlic and chicken. You talked to Chance, didn't you? Dougie asked, as she set a plate for herself and joined him at the table. A soft pink crawled across her cheeks. I wanted to make your favorite meal, and you weren't being very forthcoming, so I had to. Well, I appreciate it. He couldn't believe she had reached out to Chance just to cook his favorite food. Was it possible that she had feelings for him? Okay, I'm out of here. Have fun, you two, Ashley called in a teasing tone as she headed for the front door. Thank you, Ashley. See you tomorrow. When the front door closed, silence fell. It was just the two of them now. Thanks for coming, Holly said. I know one dinner doesn't make up for the way I treated you, but I really am sorry for all I said to you, and I'm so happy you're back. Holly, I know you thought it was jealousy, and I won't lie and say that I didn't have feelings for you, but I really was just trying to protect you, Dougie said softly. I know that now, and I'm so sorry that I didn't trust you. All of you. She dropped her eyes to her plate and pushed her pasta around for a moment before meeting his gaze again. Mary Beth told me how you were all worried about me. I can't believe that you all saw something I didn't. I feel stupid. Hey. Dougie leaned across the table and grabbed her hands. Don't feel stupid. None of us knew anything for sure.
We just had a feeling.
I know, but that makes it worse. I didn't have that feeling. She sat back, pulling her hands from his as if she didn't deserve his sympathy. Why didn't I have that?
Are you sure you didn't?
He tilted his head and lifted an eyebrow in question.
My last serious relationship was years ago, and when I was in it, I didn't see the signs that it was toxic. It was only once the relationship had ended that I was able to look back and see that I'd had doubts along the way. But I'd ignored them or convinced myself they didn't matter.
A flush of embarrassment covered Holly's cheeks, and her eyes dropped to the plate again. I guess I did have doubts, so why didn't I listen to them?
If you're like me, or most of humanity, then it was probably because you really wanted to be in a committed relationship. All of my friends had been getting married at the time, and I felt like I should be too. I learned later that instead of looking for a marriage, I should have been listening to what God wanted me to do.
Holly bit her lip and nodded. I don't think I was doing a very good job at that, but I'm trying. I started going to church with Ashley and then attending the prayer walk, but now it seems like everything I touch just falls apart.
Have you been reading about how Jesus says we should take joy in the persecutions that happen to us?
Holly chuckled. Yeah, I never really understood that passage.
I didn't either, until I was in the army. Then someone explained it to me. See, there's this spiritual warfare going on all around us, only we can't see it. Satan and his minions don't want us to share the word of God, but if we're lukewarm and not doing anything for God's kingdom, they have no reason to mess with us. It's only when we start doing things for God that they take notice of us and throw things in our path to try and stop us. So you see, the adversity you're facing means you're doing something right where it matters, for God.
I can't imagine what, Holly said. All I've done is attend church and a prayer walk, that you started, by the way.
But that's more than you'd done in the past, right?
Holly shrugged. I suppose.
Well, it sounds like it's enough to get Satan noticing you. The good news is that God is also watching and protecting you.
Holly sighed. Hopefully he can protect me from my father's PR rep who showed up earlier. Evidently, my story in the newspapers is hurting his re-election campaign.
Hey, I'm here for you, whatever you need.
Thank you, Dougie. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Dougie glanced down at their plates. The food was delicious, but he wanted to take Holly out on a proper date, one where she didn't have to cook.
I know a way you can start. Have dinner with me tomorrow night.
She tilted her head at him, a look of confusion gracing her delicate features. We're having dinner right now.
I know, but you're always working, and you had to work for this one. I want to take you out so you don't have to work.
Holly stared at him a moment longer. Was she trying to decide if he was telling the truth? Okay, yeah, that sounds nice.
Good, it's a date. But until then, let's eat this delicious food you prepared for us, and you can tell me about the rest of your day.
Chapter 24. Holly. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach as she checked her watch again. Dougie wasn't late, but her excitement was making the time crawl. It doesn't go any faster if you watch it, Ashley said, chuckling softly. I know, I haven't been this nervous in a long time. It's the build-up, I think. Dougie told me he's had feelings for me for a while, and it's making me nervous. What if I don't like him back in the same way? Or what if he's built me up in his mind and I fail to meet his expectations? Okay, you need to relax. First, you know he's an amazing guy. Even if you don't like him romantically after tonight, you know he'll accept that, as long as you're honest with him. Now, I don't think that will even be the issue, because I can't remember the last time I saw you this nervous or this excited. It's good to see the light in your eyes again. Holly sighed. It's good to have it there again. I finally feel as if maybe things are going to calm down. There have been no calls for a few days. I haven't seen any new flyers go up. The online issue has been quiet, and even my father's PR lady seems to have left town. It's been a crazy few weeks, but maybe the calm is finally here. I'm glad. You deserve it. And I have no doubt you and Dougie will have an amazing time tonight. The front door opened, and Holly looked up expecting to see Dougie. Instead, there was a woman she didn't recognize. Average would have been the word Holly would use to describe her, except that there was something about her that grabbed her attention. It wasn't in her mousy brown hair or casual clothing, but something held Holly's gaze. "Hey, Mandy," Ashley said, walking over to greet the woman. "What can we do for you?" "Miss Becca sent me over here to ask if you had some sugar she could borrow. We've got a big order tonight, and her supply ran a little low." Ah, so this was the woman Becca had hired. Interesting, but what was it about her that piqued Holly's attention? "Yeah, we can probably do that." Ashley turned back to glance at Holly for approval. "Holly, this is Mandy Meadows, the new helper at the bakery." Holly stepped forward to shake hands with the girl. "Nice to meet you, Mandy. Please grab whatever you need." Mandy's eyes held Holly's as they shook hands. There was something in their brown depths. Questions? But what questions could this woman she'd never met before have for her? "Thank you. It's nice to meet you, too." Something Holly couldn't quite explain raced through her as she dropped hands with Mandy. But before she could think any more on it, the door opened again and Dougie walked in. "You ready?" "Yeah, just let me grab my bag," she said, casting one final look at Mandy before grabbing her purse and jacket from the podium. "Thanks for covering tonight, Ashley. See you tomorrow." "You bet. Have fun." Ashley's eyes twinkled and she flashed a wink before leading Mandy toward the kitchen. "So where are we going?" Holly asked as she took Dougie's arm and allowed him to lead her outside.
"I thought we'd go to the new restaurant in Graham. It's supposed to be delicious. Have you been there yet?"
"No, but that sounds lovely." Honestly, any place where she didn't have to cook sounded lovely at the moment. And getting out of Courage might be exactly the change of mood she needed to completely remove the funk from the last few weeks. "Hey, do you know anything about the new girl Becca hired?" she asked as she buckled her seatbelt. "Mandy Meadows, I think."
Dougie shook his head. "I don't think so. Was that the woman with Ashley?"
Holly nodded. "Yeah, I don't know why, but something about her seems..." She paused, searching for the word she wanted. "Not familiar exactly, but..." She shrugged. "I don't know. It's probably nothing." Dougie turned the key and the car fired to life.
"I don't believe any feeling you get about people is nothing, especially after all you've dealt with. If you want, I can look into her when I get to work tomorrow. Just see if anything pops up."
Holly shook her head. "No, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's nothing. Like you said, I've dealt with a lot in the last few weeks, and I'm sure I'm just being overly sensitive. Let's not discuss it anymore. Tonight is for new beginnings." He smiled at her as he pulled out of the parking lot.
"I like that. New beginnings."
Chapter 25. Dougie, Present Day. Dougie rubbed his neck as his eyes blinked open. Why did his neck feel like he was back in the army sleeping on cots? His bed was normally more comfortable than this. As the room came into focus, though, he realized he wasn't in his bed. He wasn't even at his place. And then the events from the night before flooded back into his head. The perfect date, the perfect kiss, had ended in disaster when they'd received word that Holly's restaurant was on fire. She'd been distraught, and he'd offered to come inside with her and ended up staying on her couch. Rolling his neck to loosen the kinks, he stretched and sat up. There was no sound from Holly's room, so she was probably still sleeping. He'd have to wake her soon so they could go give her formal statement, but he could make her coffee and breakfast first. Though nowhere near the chef she was, he'd learned to be self-sufficient in the army, and finding some eggs, bread, and bacon, he began frying up breakfast. As the bacon sizzled, he started the coffee and leaned against the counter to think. He still believed Frederick was the most likely suspect behind the arson. The woman behind the harassment that he'd spoken with a few days earlier was misguided, but she didn't seem like someone who could do this. Of course, there could be others in her group who were, but that just didn't feel right to Dougie, and he'd learned to trust his instincts a long time ago. So that left Frederick. Dougie would have to see if he could find out where the man had scurried off to after leaving town. When the breakfast was ready, Dougie loaded up a plate and made his way to Holly's room. The lights were still off when he pushed open the door, but there was enough sun peeking through the dark curtains to see that Holly was still in bed.
"Hey, sleepyhead," he said,
forcing a cheerfulness he didn't feel into his voice. He needed to be strong for Holly, but fear had a strong grip on him. If someone could burn down her restaurant, what would keep them from coming after her at home? He wouldn't be able to be with her 24/7, though the urge to protect her by running away with her pulsed through him. He'd have to enlist the help of their friends. Perhaps between all of them, someone could have an eye on her at all times.
"I've got breakfast."
"I don't want any." The monotone timbre of her voice pulled at his heart. She'd lost everything she'd worked so hard for, so he could understand her sadness, but he would make sure whoever was responsible was brought to justice.
"I know it's hard, but you have to eat. We need to get to the station to give your formal statement."
She lowered the covers from her face and looked at him. "Why? I don't know who could have done this, and I doubt the police will ever find them."
"Not with that attitude, they won't."
He set the plate on her nightstand and sat on the edge of her bed.
"It seems dark right now, but I promise you there will be a light at the end of this tunnel. You just have to keep the faith."
Holly snorted. "Faith is what got me here. If I hadn't attended that prayer walk, the harassment would never have happened. My customers wouldn't have left, and I might still have a restaurant to go to today." Dougie sighed and shook his head.
"You don't know that. We don't even know if that woman or anyone in her group is responsible for the fire, and we won't know until the police investigate it. But they can't do their jobs if you don't help them. So it's time to stop wallowing for now, eat some breakfast, and get dressed. I'm going to give you half an hour, and if you're not dressed by then, I'm calling Mary Beth to come over here and do it for you."
Pushing himself off her bed, he left the room, shutting the door behind him, and returned to the kitchen. He didn't know if tough love was the best way to deal with the situation, but it was the only thing he could think of at the moment. He was placing his plate in the sink when Holly appeared 20 minutes later. She still looked haggard and emotionally drained, but she was upright and dressed. "Okay, I'm here. No need to call the cavalry on me," she said. Dougie crossed the room to take her in his arms. She stiffened at first, but he could feel her body begin to relax as he held her close.
"The cavalry is here for you whenever you need us."
His hands rubbed her back, but he wanted to tilt her face to his and claim her lips again. Unfortunately, he knew now was not the right time, not with her head focused on the restaurant. Pushing back his desire, he pulled back from her slightly.
"Now let's go see if we can get who did this."
He placed a quick kiss on her head before taking her hand and leading the way to his car. Half an hour later, they sat in an interrogation room with the female officer from the night before, whose name was Officer Dana Shelby. "So you two were at dinner when you got the call?" "Yes, we were in Graham at Rock Salt, the new barbecue restaurant." Holly tapped a finger on the table as she answered, but her voice was robotic and emotionless. Officer Shelby scribbled on a notepad. And what time did you leave your restaurant?
It was close to 7, Dougie said when Holly looked at him. I picked her up just after 7.
And who was at your restaurant when you left? Holly rubbed her forehead as if the questions were giving her a headache. Ashley was there, she's my manager, and Pierre, my chef. Oh, and Mandy, somebody or other who works across the street at the bakery, was there, borrowing some sugar when we left. Officer Shelby's brow lifted. You don't know her last name? No, she's new, and it was the first time I'd seen her. But Ashley said it, I think, and Becca would know for sure. New to town? Do you know when she arrived? I don't. You don't actually think she could have done it, do you? What reason would she have? I don't even know her. Probably not, but we need to look at everything. Someone new to town could have a motive we haven't considered. Holly huffed. Well, in that case, you better add my father's PR rep. She came into town a few days ago wanting me to publicly apologize for attending the prayer walk. She didn't seem happy when I told her I wouldn't. Do you think your father would have your restaurant burned down? Officer Shelby asked, the lifting of her eyebrows hinting at her disbelief. I think her actual words were something like, "Don't say I didn't warn you. My father is the mayor of New York in the middle of a re-election year, and I brought him bad publicity. Bad enough that he sent his PR rep down. Would he hire someone to burn it down? I don't know. But believe me, he certainly isn't losing any sleep that it happened." Officer Shelby shook her head, but she wrote down the information anyway. Then she turned her attention to Dougie. You said you spoke with the woman who posted the pictures of Holly? Dougie nodded.
Yeah, Lenora Schenk. She's not innocent by any means, but I didn't get the vibe that she was capable of this. You should look into her anyway, and anyone who might be associated with her. She didn't reveal the names of her friends, but I doubt she did all the flyers and phone calls herself.
Officer Shelby scribbled down the woman's name. Is there anyone else you can think of? Dougie looked to Holly. Now was the time to mention Frederick. But would she? Holly took a deep breath and sighed. There might be one more. A few months ago, I was engaged to a man who turned out to be a con artist. He stole money from me and the restaurant. I broke it off, but didn't involve the police because I just wanted him out of my life. I can't imagine him doing this, but I suppose he should be checked out just in case. His name is Frederick Dagwood, but I have no idea where he went when he left Courage. That's okay. We can do some research to see if we find him. He wasn't on the insurance policy, was he? Holly shook her head. No, he asked, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that before we got married. Very smart of you. Officer Shelby put down her pen and folded her hands. I'm very sorry about your restaurant, Miss Bingman, but I promise you that we will investigate this thoroughly. Holly smiled, but it was small, resigned, as if more from habit than belief that they would accomplish anything. Thank you. Do you need anything else? Not at the moment. I'll call you if we do, and you call me if you get any more calls or threats, even if they seem harmless. I will. Holly shook the officer's hand, and Dougie followed suit, thanking the woman. She seemed competent, but he couldn't help wishing he was on this case so he could make sure everything possible was being done.
I need to run home and shower before work, Dougie said as they climbed into his car. Do you want me to take you home or somewhere else?
Holly sighed. Home is fine. I need to call the insurance company and get the claim started anyway. Dougie grabbed her hand and squeezed.
It's going to be okay, Holly. I promise.
He just hoped he wasn't making a promise he couldn't keep. Chapter 26. Holly. Lead. Her eyes felt like lead. In fact, her whole body felt like she'd been hit by a truck. Her restaurant was gone, and a sense of sadness she hadn't thought possible clung to her shoulders. The insurance company had promised to begin looking into it, but they'd said it could be weeks before she would see any money, and she didn't know how she was going to make it that long. Her doorbell rang, and though she was tempted to ignore it, Holly had a feeling it was her friends, and they would not go away just because she wanted them to. With a sigh, she shuffled to the door and opened it. Mary Beth and Tiffany stood on the other side, baby carriers in hand. "Since you missed meeting Samuel last night, we thought we'd bring him to you." Tiffany smiled as she pushed past Holly into the house. "I'm sorry I didn't make it last night, Tiffany. Dougie and I both planned to come over after dinner." "Hush, I'm not here to scold you," Tiffany said, setting the carrier down and pulling the baby out. Mary Beth, who had followed them in and shut the door behind her, did the same with her little one, and then disappeared into the kitchen, probably to put on a kettle for tea. Holly briefly wondered where her other kids were, but figured they were either at the resort or Chance was watching them. "We're here to make sure you're doing okay and try to cheer you up with baby snuggle time." She held out the sleeping Samuel to Holly. "I appreciate it, but I don't think holding a baby is going to make my troubles go away." "No, but I promise you that holding a baby will relax you for a bit." With a sigh, Holly took the baby. It wasn't that she didn't like babies. She just had such a weird childhood that she wasn't sure what kind of mother she would be, even though she wanted a family one day. However, as the warmth from the baby filled her arms and the sweet scent met her nose, she did find herself relaxing. Samuel didn't have much hair, just the tiniest bit of dark fuzz. But as Holly stroked it, she could feel the stress leaving her body. It felt like velvet, and there was something else, some feeling that surrounded him like an aura. He was so little, and he needed protection, but he also held the promise of so much more. Life, love, happiness. Her restaurant had been everything to her, but suddenly she wondered if she had her priorities mixed up. "Hey, you doing okay?" Holly glanced up at Mary Beth, who was holding out a cup of tea for her. "I guess I'm as okay as I can be. I just don't know what to do next. Even when the insurance money comes in, I'm not sure it will be enough to rebuild the restaurant. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to start over again." She took the cup and set it on the table beside her. She didn't want to risk spilling hot tea on the baby. "That's understandable," Mary Beth said, sitting on the other end of the couch. "You don't have to go back to work immediately. No one is expecting that." "Yeah, you should take some time off and think about what you want," Tiffany added. "The problem is that I don't have a lot of money saved up to live off while I figure that out," Holly said. "I lost money in deposits with the wedding that never happened, and then business was so slow the last month that I wasn't able to replenish my savings. Besides, I've been working since I was 16. I don't even know what I'd do if I wasn't working." "I know you didn't need her for the harassment issue, but maybe Sylvia can help you with the insurance issue. Get your money faster or something," Tiffany said, blowing on her mug before taking a sip. Holly sighed. "Yeah, maybe. I've got her card, so I guess I'll call her today." "You know," Mary Beth said, "you could still cater. The resort kitchen is big enough to share, and you could use it any time you need to." Holly hadn't thought of that. She certainly didn't feel up to taking a big catering job right now, and she wasn't sure she could make enough to pay her bills only catering, but it was a thought. An interim solution, maybe. "I might take you up on that." "We can find you something to do at the resort for money until you get it figured out, too," Mary Beth added. "There's no way we're letting you lose everything." A part of Holly already felt as if she'd lost everything, but she did still have these girls, and Dougie, and her church. She'd lost things. Important things, to be sure, but things nonetheless. "Do you think it was the people posting your picture?" Tiffany asked. "I have no idea. I can't think of who else it might be, but that seems extreme for them." Mary Beth huffed. Seems like a pretty natural progression to me. Yell at you, take your picture, post negative lies about you, threaten and harass you, torch your business. It's a leap, but not a very big one as far as I'm concerned.
Holly shrugged. I guess it's possible. We went to the station this morning, and they made me think of anyone who could have done it. The list wasn't very long, though. She ticked the possibilities off on her fingers. The woman harassing me, my father's PR rep, or someone he hired, and Frederick, though I really don't think he's a suspect.
Why not?
Mary Beth asked. She and Tiffany exchanged a glance that clearly said they both thought he could be a suspect.
I haven't seen or heard from Frederick in months. Why would he show up now? And why would he do this? Because he didn't get what he wanted the first time?
Tiffany suggested before taking a sip of her tea. Holly couldn't believe she was having to have this discussion again. She knew her friends didn't think highly of Frederick, and they'd been right. He'd been a snake. But he wasn't capable of this. She just knew it.
Yeah, but burning down the business wouldn't give him what he wanted, so I don't know why he'd do that. You never put him on the insurance for it, did you?
Mary Beth asked.
No, I didn't. And I know he was a con man, but arson? That's a bigger leap than the activists. But who else could it have been?
Mary Beth asked, pulling little Eliza out of the carrier when she began to fuss. Eliza was Mary Beth's youngest. She had 3 now, a boy nearly in his teens, another boy who was almost 3, and little Eliza, who was nearing 1. Holly sighed. I honestly don't know, but the police said something was thrown through the window. Maybe whoever did it wasn't targeting me at all, but one of my employees. Although that thought almost made her feel worse. She vetted her employees thoroughly, and none of them had a sketchy past. But could something have happened with them since she hired them? She supposed she would have to do some research, but right now she was tired of talking about the subject. Anyway, I have to wait for an official report, so there's no sense playing the guessing game. Let's talk about you guys and this adorable baby. She smiled down at the infant in her lap. How is motherhood, Tiffany? Tiffany's entire face lit up, and Holly could tell that no matter what she said, motherhood was everything she hoped it would be.
It's amazing and exhausting. I tried to warn you,
Mary Beth said before stifling a yawn.
I know you did, but I didn't really believe you. I mean, I believed that you found it exhausting, but I thought Samuel would be different, or I would be able to handle it better since I wasn't healing from labor. But nope. He wakes up crying every 2 hours, and I'm exhausted. But I wouldn't trade it for the world. Me either, Mary Beth said, though I have to tell you it's even harder with 3. At least when it was just Lucas, I could sleep when he did. Even when Colin came along, Lucas was old enough that I could usually nap and he'd be okay. But I can't leave Colin alone while Eliza naps. He gets into everything. The other day, I found him in the bathroom covered in shaving cream and toilet paper. He told me he was trying to be a mummy.
The girls laughed, and the mood was lighter for a minute before Tiffany's smile fell.
Well, I'm sure it will be a while before we add a second one.
Sadness laced her voice as she looked over at Samuel.
Especially since we'll still be using adoption, and it's a long process.
She shook her head and smiled softly.
But what about you, Holly? How are things going with Dougie?
Holly felt the heat crawl up her cheeks. If the kiss they'd shared last night was any indication, things were going well on that front at least.
Well, it's still new, and of course it hasn't been easy with everything going on, but I'm hopeful. I'll be praying for you guys,
Mary Beth said.
I know Dougie has liked you for a while, and it would be amazing if you ended up together. In fact, we should probably pray for everything else going on right now, too.
I agree, Tiffany said.
There may not be much we can do, but God can do anything. Holly wasn't sure she entirely agreed at the moment, but she closed her eyes and let her friends pray over the situation. She just hoped they were right. Chapter 27. Dougie. Dougie pulled into Holly's drive, surprised to see another vehicle there, especially one he didn't recognize. Though he knew Holly was probably fine, he couldn't help the anxious feeling that coursed through his veins as he turned off his car. His hand instinctively fell to his gun as he walked to her door. It swung open just as he raised his hand to ring the bell, and he found himself staring at a woman with blonde hair pulled into a bun. A bright red lipstick colored her lips and brought attention to the mole on the right side of her cheek. Something about her felt familiar, but Dougie couldn't place what it was. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, her hand flying to her chest as if he'd scared her and should be the one apologizing. Her eyes widened as they scanned his frame and landed on his gun. "Is there a problem, officer?"
That depends on who you are and where Holly is.
Dougie kept his tone even, but little warning signs were going off in the back of his head, though he wasn't sure why. "I'm right here, Dougie." Holly appeared behind the blonde and shook her head at him. "Simmer down. This is Sylvia Mason. She's a lawyer, and she was just helping me with the insurance claim for the restaurant."
Sylvia Mason. Why did that name sound familiar? Wait, aren't you the woman who called out the names at the Valentine's dance?
The wary expression left the woman's face, and she smiled. "Yes, I run the legal aid office in town, but I also work with the foster care system and run their charities. I'm surprised you remember."
He was surprised he'd forgotten. It had been her hand that had pulled out Frederick's name with Holly's instead of his own. But he shouldn't hold that against her. "Good memory," he said, tapping his head. "But what's this about you helping with Holly's insurance claim?"
She waved a hand to indicate it was no big deal. "It's nothing, really. They're dragging their feet about issuing the claim check, even though Holly is not a suspect in the arson. So I'm just going to see if I can get them to respond with a little more haste. Sometimes just the word lawyer makes things move a little quicker."
"That's nice of you, but what do you get in return?"
"Dougie," Holly gasped. Sylvia chuckled and waved a hand at Holly. "No, it's fine. I understand his concern. You've been through a lot, and he just wants to make sure I'm not taking advantage of you." She smiled at Dougie, but it was not exactly a warm smile. "I promise you, officer, that I have no intention of doing that. My fee is a very small percentage of the recovery, paid only if I am successful. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some foster kid issues to take care of." With that, she skirted past Dougie, careful not to touch him in any way, and hurried to her car. "I can't believe you did that," Holly said, the anger evident in her cool tone, even though she stepped back to allow him entry.
"I'm sorry, but she's right. I am just looking out for you."
Dougie knew he had probably stepped over a line, but he couldn't help the protective feeling he felt for Holly. She'd been through so much.
"Are you sure you can trust her? Or that you even need her? How long could the insurance company really take?"
Holly shut the door inside. "Yes, I'm sure I can trust her. Not only does she do amazing charity work, but Tiffany has been working with her for the last several months on foster care issues, and she trusts her. Do I need her? I don't know. But the insurance company is dragging their feet, and my money is running out. If she can help me get it sooner, then it might be worth it."
"Okay, if you're sure."
Dougie would put on a supportive front, but he made a mental note to do a little research on Sylvia Mason tomorrow. "I am. Now, where are we going today?" The smile she flashed let him know he was forgiven, but he'd have to be more careful not to step on her independence in the future.
"You'll have to wait and see."
"Are you sure you can't give me a little hint? I want to make sure I'm dressed okay." She glanced down at her jeans and sweater. Not only was she dressed fine for what he had in mind, but Dougie thought she was even more beautiful in her casual attire than the skirts and shirts she wore to work. There was something sexy about seeing a woman comfortable. He shook his head, his eyes twinkling as he stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her. "Nope, you're dressed fine for where we're going." She smiled up at him, her hands sliding up his chest to his shoulders. "Okay, you've got me curious now." He moved one hand to stroke her cheek. "Curiosity is fun. It keeps you guessing." He lowered his face until his lips were inches from her. Every fiber of his being wanted to move another inch to claim her lips, but he waited, teasing her. And then she closed the distance, brushing her lips as lightly as a feather across his before pulling back and smiling. "You're right, that was fun." She stepped out of his embrace to grab her purse and a jacket. "You coming?" Dougie grinned as he followed her to the car. He was glad she appeared lighter today, and it almost kept him from asking his next question. But he had to know. "Have you heard anything about the investigation?" "Not much. Officer Shelby called me to let me know they didn't think it was the woman who took the picture. She seems to have an alibi. They're looking into any of her known associates, but I have a feeling it's a little like looking for a needle in a haystack." Dougie had no doubt about that. Though he couldn't be part of the active investigation, he listened to all he could, and he'd done a little research on his own. On Frederick. Unfortunately, the man had seemed to disappear after he left Courage. "Don't worry, they won't give up." Holly nodded, but he could tell she was ready to change the subject. Silence filled the air until he pulled up in front of the town gazebo. He had it decked out with white lights, and a table had been set up inside. Holly's gasp told him he'd done good. "You did all this?" Dougie smiled at her and grabbed her hand. "I've wanted to take you out for a while, so I've had plenty of time to think of things I hoped would be amazing." Holly turned to look at him. "Dougie, I'm so sorry." He shook his head. "Nope, no apologies tonight. Timing was in God's hands, not ours, so there's nothing to be sorry about. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm famished, so shall we?" "But there's no food," she said, looking back toward the table that, while beautifully set, was empty. "Oh, but there is." Dougie stepped out of the car, but only far enough to open the back door and grab a basket from the seat. "I would never show up empty-handed. The chef at the resort informed me this is one of his best dishes." "You are amazing." He took her hand as they walked to the gazebo, and then he opened the basket and laid out the food. Holly was a trained chef and had high standards of food, and he hoped the dishes from the resort would not disappoint. "Do you miss working at the resort?" Holly asked as she scooped up some of the beef and rice. "Sometimes I do, but I feel like I'm making a bigger difference on the police force, so I'm okay with it." He did miss the camaraderie he had with everyone at the resort, but he figured that would come in time at the station. He was still new, and the other officers were getting used to him. "Well, I think that calls for a toast, then." Holly picked up her glass and held it out to clink with his. "Thank you for tonight, and for everything," Holly said, before tipping back the glass. "I hope we'll have more nights like this." Dougie's smile lit up his face. "You read my mind. How does tomorrow night sound?" A laugh spilled out of Holly's lips so quickly that she covered her mouth with her hand, as if afraid she might spit some liquid out. "You don't waste any time, do you?" "I think I've wasted enough time. I know what I want, and this time I'm not going to let it slip through my fingers." His fingers found hers across the table, and he opened his mouth to tell her how much he cared about her. But a movement behind her grabbed his attention and shattered the moment. He stood up, trying to get a better view, but there was a gasp, and then the figure was running. "What is it?" she asked, her voice threaded with fear. "I'm not sure yet. Stay here." He hurried out of the gazebo and after the fleeing form. "Stop!" he yelled.
I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk to you.
The figure turned, and, realizing he was going to catch up anyway, slowed. Her face came into view, and Dougie pulled up short.
Mandy? What are you doing spying on us?
He didn't know the new employee of Becca's well, but she certainly didn't seem dangerous. I'm sorry, she said. I wasn't meaning to spy. I just want to know more about her.
Holly?
Dougie glanced back to the gazebo. He could just barely make out Holly in the entrance.
Why?
Mandy bit her lip, and her eyes dropped to the ground. Because she's my sister. Chapter 28. Holly. Holly's stomach knotted and bunched as she watched Dougie return to the gazebo with Mandy Meadows. What was she doing here, and why had she been spying on them? Could she have had something to do with the fire? What's going on, Dougie? Holly noticed that Mandy didn't meet her eyes.
I'm going to let Mandy explain. He pushed the girl forward. Go on, tell her what you told me.
Mandy chewed on her bottom lip and fiddled with the hem of her shirt before finally lifting her eyes. I came to Courage to find you because you're my sister. Holly grabbed hold of the railing as her knees gave way. What are you talking about? I don't have a sister. She'd always wanted one, but there was no sister in her life. There was a brother, one she didn't talk to very often anymore, because he'd followed in the steps of their father. But there was no sister. Holly had been the only girl in their family. Half-sister, then. I have a different mother, but Brad Bingman is my father. The railing was no longer enough. Holly stumbled over to one of the chairs and sank down. Another kid? She'd always thought it was possible with the many affairs her father had, but none had ever surfaced, and she had certainly never expected one to find her and waltz nonchalantly into her life. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe if she'd just refused to acknowledge this woman's story, she would go away. Mandy sat across from her in the other chair. Sure you do. Brad met my mother Amy on the campaign trail years ago. She tucked a raven strand behind her ear. I didn't really understand who Brad was until I was in high school. When I found out, I started trying to track you and your brother down. He was easy, but you disappeared from the news. So the only thing I could find was your high school graduation announcement until a few weeks ago. Then I saw the story about you on the internet. That stupid story. Holly had tried so hard to distance herself from her father and his issues, and one story had brought her past into the present. She sized up Mandy. She didn't look like Holly, other than the dark hair, nor did she resemble Brad, but Holly didn't really either. Thankfully, she'd taken after her mother. Still, the cautious side of her warned her to be careful. She'd let Frederick in her life, not realizing what he was, and she wasn't keen to do it again. My father knows about you? Mandy nodded, an aura of sadness floating around her head like a halo. He does, though I wish I had a different dad. I told you he met my mom during one of his campaign trips when he was trying to run for governor. He only came back a few times, though he sent money every month and extra on birthdays and Christmas, like that could make up for it. And you met my brother. Holly hadn't spoken to her brother in years, but she was surprised he wouldn't call her to tell her this, or at least email. He still managed to send an electronic birthday wish once a year and a formal Merry Christmas one. Mandy's nose wrinkled as she grimaced. Well, he wasn't really up for meeting, but I did speak to him. He told me I was a liar and that if I went public he would ruin my life. I was afraid you'd say the same, but you seemed different from him, different from both of them, so I thought maybe... She let the sentence trail off. Maybe what? What exactly is it that you want? Holly's words weren't harsh, but cautious. If this woman had come looking for money, she was barking up the wrong tree. I was just hoping we could talk. My mom never remarried, so it's just been the two of us. She lifted glassy eyes to Holly. I always wanted a sister. It's silly, but I was hoping maybe we could be friends at least. As Holly fumbled for a response, Dougie stepped in.
It was you watching Holly's place the other night. It felt like someone was watching, but I never saw anyone.
Mandy nodded, a flush of embarrassment climbing her cheeks. I didn't want to just spring it on you, especially after how your brother acted. I met Becca, and she needed help at the bakery, so I figured I could do that and learn a little about you to see if you'd even be open to the idea. I didn't mean to spy. I was just trying to build up my courage to approach you.
Were you watching the restaurant the night of the fire? Dougie asked.
Mandy chewed on her lip again as she looked up at Dougie. No, I saw Holly leave with you and figured there was no point. She turned back to Holly. I'm so sorry about your restaurant. I wish I had seen who did it. Holly's head reeled with the barrage of new information. She had a sister who wanted to be part of her life. How many other half-siblings might she have in the world? Shaking her head to focus, she looked up at Mandy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have just dropped in your life like this, but I thought you might not take my call if I tried calling. You'd probably have been right. I parted ways with my father a long time ago because of his affairs. Suddenly, a piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Did you tell my father or brother you were coming here? Mandy nodded. I told your brother that I hoped to meet you one day, and maybe you'd be more welcoming. Holly glanced up at Dougie. I bet that explains my father's PR rep coming to town. It makes much more sense that she would come here expecting a scene and try to get ahead of it. Dougie nodded.
That sounds reasonable, and it means she probably had nothing to do with the fire.
Holly wasn't so sure about that. She wouldn't put anything past her father. But she chose not to focus on that and turned to the woman across from her again. She still wasn't convinced Mandy was telling the truth. After Frederick, she didn't trust as easily as she once had. But Mandy did seem earnest, and what reason would she have to lie? So tell me about you. Where do you live? Mandy's lips mashed together. I'm from New York, same as you, but I've been thinking about moving. I don't know if I'll stay around here, but I'm enjoying working for Becca right now.
Did you attend college?
The woman looked younger than Holly, but old enough to be out of college if she'd gone right after high school. Mandy nodded. I studied business because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do.
That will help you with whatever you decide.
Holly wasn't sure what else to say. Not only was she in shock, but her mind was trying to figure out how to tell if Mandy was telling the truth. Questions were too easy. Her father was a public figure, and the right person could find out almost anything about him. But the only other option Holly could think of was running a genetics test on Mandy. So you really came here just to meet me? Because if you're after money, I don't have any. Mandy shook her head. No, I don't need money. Our father may not have been a dad to me, but he did set me up financially. I just want to spend time with you, see if we can be friends. I'm sorry I interrupted your night tonight, but would you come by the bakery in the next few days? I'll buy you a coffee and we can talk.
Sure, I can do that.
Holly had nothing else pressing in her life at the moment, and besides, maybe it would give her a chance to get something from Mandy to test her DNA on. She wanted to be sure the woman was related to her before she let her get too close. But a chat over coffee seemed safe enough. Thank you. I'll let you get back to your evening, and I'll see you soon. As Mandy hurried from the gazebo, Dougie turned to her.
What are you thinking?
Holly shrugged and rose to stand next to Dougie. I'm thinking of that old saying that you should keep your friends close and your enemies closer. If she is my sister, then I'm open to getting to know her. And if she's not, then maybe I'll find out what she really wants. If I can snag a cup or something from her, do you think you could run DNA? Dougie nodded and wrapped his arm around her shoulder.
Yeah, I'll try, and I'll do a little digging on her too and see what I can find.
Holly turned so that she was facing Dougie. Thank you. You are doing so much for me, and I'm not sure I can ever thank you, but I'd like to try." Before he could say anything more, she wrapped her arms around his neck and lifted on her toes to press her lips against his. For a second, she wondered if she'd made a mistake when he didn't respond. But then his arms wrapped around her waist and he pulled her tighter. For the first time in a long time, she felt like things were going to be okay. Chapter 29. Dougie. It was a few days later when Dougie finally received the information on Mandy's background check. He glanced around as he pulled up the information. He shouldn't be using company time or resources to look into someone who wasn't a suspect, although he could argue that was why he was looking into her, to make sure she wasn't one. She had seemed sincere in her story, but Holly had been through so much, he wasn't sure she could take another hit. Dougie scanned the screen. Mandy Meadows was indeed the only child of Amy Meadows. Father was not declared on her birth certificate, but that would make sense if Brad Bingman was trying to hide it. She'd attended college, earning a business degree just as she'd said, and there was an identifiable trail of money deposited into her account every month, with a little extra on her birthday and Christmas each year. Dougie sighed. While he could understand Holly's need for a test to confirm it, he didn't think Mandy was lying, nor was there anything nefarious in her history to indicate she would be after something from Holly. "Hey, Dougie, do you have a minute?" He quickly closed the browser before turning to Officer Shelby, who thankfully hadn't been close enough to see what he was doing.
"Sure, what's up?"
She pulled a chair over and glanced around. "It's about Holly's case. I'm hitting a roadblock. The father's PR rep checked out. She has a rock-solid alibi for the time of the fire. So does the woman who took her picture and the few names she gave us of people who are in her group. Frederick Dagwood appears to have disappeared off the map after he left Courage, so I'm not sure where to look next. Can you think of anyone else I should look into?" Dougie rubbed his chin as he went through the list of suspects again. Mandy was no longer a suspect, but there had to be someone. And then he froze as he remembered the one person they hadn't mentioned.
"What about the woman?"
Officer Shelby's forehead wrinkled in confusion. "What woman?"
"When I worked at the resort, I saw Frederick with a woman. I didn't recognize the woman, but they acted like lovers. It's a long shot, but maybe she has something to do with it."
Officer Shelby leaned back. "You're right, that is a long shot. What would Frederick's lover have to do with Holly?"
"I don't know, but I do know that Frederick was stealing money from Holly and hoping to be listed as a partner in her restaurant. What if it was some sort of con where once he got the money, he ran with his lover?"
Officer Shelby nodded, though she didn't look completely convinced. "Okay, but he never got on the papers, so why burn the restaurant down?" Dougie shrugged.
"Revenge? Maybe she was mad that she didn't get what she wanted and decided to retaliate?"
"That's pretty weak, but I don't have any other angles to pursue. I guess it's worth looking into. But you said you didn't recognize the woman, so how will we find her?"
"She was the one who rented the room at the resort, so there might be a name, although chances are it's a fake one."
He rubbed his chin as he thought back to the night he'd seen Frederick cheating on Holly, and then he remembered.
"Wait, I made a video."
Officer Shelby's eyebrows lifted. "A video of what?"
"I knew Holly probably wouldn't believe me when I told her Frederick was cheating on her, so I made a recording of the video cameras that caught the two of them. It's security footage, so it's a little grainy, but maybe we could enhance it here?"
"You still have the recording over 6 months later?"
Dougie shrugged. "I made 2 copies. I left one with Colton, my replacement, in case she ever came looking and wanted to see it. The other I kept just in case. I left town shortly after, and I just packed everything up. It might take me a minute to find it, but I'm sure it's in my apartment somewhere."
Officer Shelby nodded. Okay, why don't you go see if you can find it, and I'll go to the resort and see if they still have records of who rented the room. Dougie scribbled down the date and the room number for Shelby, surprised that he still remembered it, and then he hurried to his place. He hadn't had a chance to unpack everything, but he had a pretty good idea where the video might be. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. He'd packed everything that reminded him of Holly into one box, and the video was nestled down at the bottom. Grabbing it, he headed back to the station to wait for Officer Shelby to return. It was nearly an hour later when she returned. I was able to get a name, but I haven't had a chance to run it yet. Did you find the video? Dougie held it up, and she nodded. Okay, let's see what we can find. The name they gave me was Hilda Brightman. I don't know about you, but it sure sounds fake to me. Dougie pulled up the background software again and typed in the name.
Yeah, I would say you're right. Other than the stay at the resort, I have nothing for a Hilda Brightman.
Come on, let's see who this woman is then. Officer Shelby led the way to the officer who specialized in facial comparison and facial recognition. People commonly got the two confused, but facial recognition was used to compare two faces, while facial comparison was used to give characteristics like age, gender, etc. about a face. As they didn't have a face to compare it to yet, they'd be looking at the comparison. Miguel, we have a face we need to see if you can enhance and give us any details about.
Sure thing.
Miguel took the CD and popped it in his computer. The grainy image appeared on the screen, and they let it play until they found the best view of the woman's face. It took a few clicks, but then the image slowly began to clear. Unfortunately, not enough to get a clear picture of the woman, but her red hair was visible.
I can't get much. Obviously a woman, mid-30s, Caucasian, red hair. It does appear like there's a mole on her right cheek, though.
A mole? Why did that trigger something in Dougie's mind? He leaned closer to the screen, squinting to try and bring the woman's face into more focus. And then his heart froze. Could it be? How had he not recognized the woman before? Yes, her hair was different, and the security footage had been grainy, but he should have made the connection.
Miguel, can you do facial recognition with this software too? Of course, but you'll need a face to compare it to.
What are you thinking, Dougie? Officer Shelby asked.
I'll let you know in a minute if I'm right.
He pulled out his phone to find a picture of the woman he wanted. It took a moment, as she didn't have any social media accounts or any picture posted with her business. But he finally managed to find a picture of her attached to a story in the paper. The picture was black and white and not as clear as he'd like, but he hoped Miguel would be able to use it.
Here, pull this website up and use this picture.
He handed the phone to Miguel and waited. Miguel's fingers flew across the keys as he typed in the information, and Dougie watched as the software pinged 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
It's not a perfect match, but that could be because of the lack of clarity on the images, or the fact that the faces aren't in the same position. However, I think this is the woman you're looking for.
A cold sensation flooded Dougie as he pulled out his phone. He had to tell Holly. Chapter 30. Holly. Holly took a deep breath before entering the bakery. It had taken her a few days to build up the desire to meet with Mandy, but she'd finally decided it was time. She could ask a few probing questions and hopefully get something Dougie could use to run a test. One way or another, at least she'd be able to put this issue in her life to rest. The bell above the door jingled, and Mandy's eyes lit up when she recognized Holly. You came. I was beginning to think you weren't going to. Yeah, well, it's been a tough few weeks. Honestly, finding the energy to get out of bed is a little challenging sometimes. She was trying hard not to let depression take over her life, and Dougie was certainly helping with that by checking on her each night. But with no word on the arson investigation and nothing from the insurance company yet, or Sylvia, it was getting harder and harder to greet each morning, and doing it with a cheerful smile and sunny disposition was nearly out of the question. "I can't even imagine, but thank you for agreeing to meet again," Mandy said as she grabbed 2 mugs and a pot of coffee. "Are you hungry? Becca made some amazing cinnamon rolls this morning." "Sure, a cinnamon roll sounds nice." Holly sat down at one of the tables and waited for Mandy to join her with the food and drinks. She might have been slow when she was new, but she seemed completely at ease now, balancing the pieces effortlessly. When Mandy set down the coffee, Holly grabbed the mugs and began pouring. "I realized I probably didn't give you the reaction you were hoping for the other day, but I was kind of in shock." She pushed a mug across to Mandy and grabbed one of the cinnamon rolls. Mandy smiled as she tore open a sugar packet and poured it into the coffee. "That's completely understandable. I showed up here unannounced, wanting to be part of your life, and you didn't even know I existed. I'd be in shock too. Plus, with your restaurant and everything, well, I'm sorry about the timing." She stirred the coffee but didn't drink any. "Yeah, the timing is unfortunate, but not your fault. So I'd like to know about you. Tell me about your mom and your life growing up." Holly lifted her mug in hopes it would entice Mandy to do the same. She didn't know how she was going to sneak the woman's mug out, but it was worth a shot. Mandy twisted the mug in a circle. "My life was interesting. Mom was an event planner, which is how she met Brad. Evidently, she was in charge of setting up one of his campaign rallies. He charmed her, as I'm sure you know, got her pregnant, and then left her. I think she really loved him, though, because, as I said, she never remarried, and she didn't even date until I graduated high school." "So she raised you as a single mother? That must have been hard." Even though Brad had been in her mother's life, she'd often felt like her mother did the same, with as much as he was gone. "Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy. It never is. But she did the best she could. And Brad at least sent money to help. He never mentioned having other children." Holly took a sip of her coffee and shook her head. "No, we knew about the affairs, but he always played them off as one-time things. My mother should have left him the first time he did it, but I think she enjoyed the lavish lifestyle too much." "I can see that. When I found out Brad was my father, I was angry at first and didn't want his money or anything associated with him. But then I realized his money could help me and there was no reason not to take it." "Yeah, money is funny like that. The love of it certainly leads people to evil and changes them, but you also need it to live." Her phone vibrated in her pocket, and she pulled it out to silence it. But when the message on her screen showed the insurance company, she clicked it instead. "Sorry, give me just a second. This is about the insurance claim." Were they finally paying it? Sylvia hadn't mentioned anything lately, but maybe the company had decided to message Holly directly. She clicked the message and perused it, wrinkles erupting on her forehead as she read. "We thank you for working with us on your claim. All funds have been dispersed. Please let us know if you have any other questions or concerns." All funds dispersed? Why hadn't Sylvia told her it was settled? Holly clicked over to her banking app and pulled it up, but there was no deposit there. What was going on? "Is everything okay?" Mandy asked, concern coloring her voice. "I don't know. Give me another minute." Holly dialed the number listed for the insurance company and punched the buttons impatiently as she tried to get a human on the line. "This is Entitled Insurance. What can I do for you?" "My name is Holly Bingman. I received a message that my claim was paid out, but I have no deposit in my bank account." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Bingman. Can you give me the claim number and I'll look into this?" Holly rattled off the number and waited as the representative did whatever she needed to on the other end. "Thank you for waiting. I do see that claim was paid out this morning to an account number ending in 2543. 2543, that's not my account number. Where did you send my money? Holly could not believe this was happening. I'm not sure. It appears the account has your name on it as well as a Sylvia Mason. Sylvia. Had she been duped again? She supposed it was possible Sylvia had opened an account for Holly and had to be on it in order to receive the funds from the insurance company. But if that was the case, why had she never mentioned it? A red-hot rage erupted in Holly's belly. Sylvia was not going to get away with it if that was the case. Thank you. Holly ended the call and then dialed Sylvia's number, but all she got was a recording that the number was no longer in service. This could not be happening. She ended the call and was about to dial Dougie when the phone began ringing in her hand and his name popped up on her caller ID. Dougie, we have to find Sylvia. I think she stole my money.
Holly, Sylvia is the woman Frederick was having an affair with, he said at the same time.
Wait, what? Holly asked. Sylvia and Frederick?
She's the woman from the hotel. She wore a wig and rented the room under a different name, but we ran facial recognition, and Miguel is almost certain it's her. What do you mean she stole your money?
I just got a message that the insurance claim had been dispersed, but I checked my account and there was no deposit. I called the company and they gave me the last 4 digits of the account they paid it to, and it's not mine, but it had my name on it as well as Sylvia's. I've tried calling her, but the number is disconnected. I can't believe I fell for another con.
Holly, we will find her. When was the money dispersed?
This morning. I'm going to head over to her business. Maybe she hasn't left town yet.
No, wait. We have no idea if she's dangerous. I'll head over there, and we'll check traffic cameras and start a background check on her to see if there are any other known aliases. Plus, we'll put a bolo out on her and her vehicle, but you need to stay out of it. We will find her.
I'm sorry, Dougie, but I'm not letting her get away.
He sighed on the other end. Fine, but don't confront her. If you see her, wait for me, or follow her, but stay in your car. I'm heading there now. Oh, and Holly, I ran a background on Mandy, and she appears legit. I don't know all of what happened with your father, but I thought you should know.
Holly glanced over at Mandy as she pushed back her chair and stood. Thanks, Dougie. I appreciate it. She ended the call and grabbed her keys. She knew Dougie was doing all he could, and even if he failed, she knew he wouldn't stop trying until there was nothing more he could do. But she couldn't just sit back and wait. Not anymore. Is everything okay? Mandy asked. No, I'm sorry, but I've got to cut this short. Sylvia Mason is trying to steal my insurance money, and I can't let it happen. She looked down at Mandy's still untouched mug and decided it no longer mattered. Dougie had done a check on her, and that was almost as good as a test. Besides, she didn't have time to wait for the woman to drink it. We'll find another time, I promise. With that, she hurried out of the door and to her car. Firing up the engine, she peeled out of the parking lot and headed for Sylvia's business. She had no idea if the woman would be there, but she didn't know where Sylvia lived, so it was the only place she knew to go. She reached the office just moments before Dougie's car pulled in, but there were no other cars in the parking lot and the lights in the building were off. Holly pounded the wheel in frustration and yelled out at God. Why, God? Why can't I ever catch a break? Hot tears flooded her eyes as she watched Dougie approach the building and try the door. Shaking his head, he made his way over to her car and pulled open the passenger door.
It's locked. There's no one here, but I promise you we will find her.
How, Dougie? How will we find her? She probably knew the money was coming this morning and left town days ago. She didn't need to be here to get it. He scooted as close as the seats would allow and pulled her to him.
We're tracing activity from any account with her name on it. She'll have to use the money sooner or later. Officer Shelby is pulling the traffic cams, and we have an alert out on her car. Someone is bound to see it.
Holly shook her head. I just can't believe I got conned again. What's wrong with me? Why do I trust all the wrong people?
Hey, she fooled Tiffany, and the whole town, too. This is not on you, and I promise we will find her."
The radio on his side squelched at that moment. "All units, we have a hit on that bolo. Suspect's car was just used at a gas station in Graham. Local officers are en route."
Dougie smiled at her. "You see, I told you we'd get her. Now, how about we head to the station and wait for her to get hauled in so we can find out what the whole story is?"
Holly sniffed back her tears and nodded. It wasn't over yet, but it appeared she owed God an apology. Chapter 31. Dougie. Dougie stared at Sylvia and Frederick through the double-way mirror. They'd been apprehended just a few minutes after the radio call came through, and Officer Shelby was now leading the interrogation. "You're both going away for a long time, but maybe I can cut a deal with the DA if you tell me your side of the story." The two exchanged glances, and then Sylvia, probably realizing there was little left she could do to save herself, began speaking. "It was all his idea. When Frederick realized I worked in the same town with Holly, he convinced me that he could con her because he knew her from cooking school. But he failed."
"That's not true," Frederick said. "This was her idea. When I mentioned that I knew Holly, she came up with the idea. And when the initial idea failed, she came up with the idea to burn her restaurant down and convince Holly to let her handle the insurance claim."
"What? Burning down the restaurant was your idea. I just tried to salvage the money." Dougie turned down the volume and turned to Holly.
"It's over. They'll both be serving quite a bit of time."
"What I don't understand is, why would Sylvia do this? Isn't she a real attorney?"
"She is, but evidently not a very good one. Our background check revealed that she graduated last in her class and couldn't get hired at any firms, which is how she ended up here. She was used to a lavish lifestyle that she couldn't afford on her meager caseload and racked up quite a few bills. We're still working on Frederick's background, but it appears he may have done this a few times before."
"So it was sort of by chance that they found me?"
"Unfortunately, the good news is that we were able to secure the funds from the account. Your insurance money is being transferred to your bank account as we speak."
Holly sighed and leaned against Dougie's chest. "Thank you. You really have been my saving grace." He wrapped his arms around her, enjoying the feel of her against him.
"I'm just happy it's all going to work out for you. Are you going to rebuild your restaurant?"
"I don't know. I've always wanted to run a restaurant, but it's been nice not having to work such long hours."
"Maybe you should just take some time off and see what you might want to do. You could spend some time getting to know your sister, hang out with the girls, take a much-needed vacation,"
though he kind of hoped she didn't do the latter. "Yeah, maybe. I definitely like the first two options. But I was thinking maybe instead of a vacation, I could just spend more time with you." He smiled down at her.
"I definitely like that idea,"
he said softly before his lips met hers. Dougie had kissed a few women in his lifetime, enough to know a good kiss when he received one, but he had never felt anything like kissing Holly before. Maybe it was the tantalizing buildup of waiting years to do it, or maybe it was the feeling that shot through him when her hand touched his cheek. Whatever it was, the only thing he knew was that he liked it, and he couldn't imagine kissing anyone else for the rest of his life. He was going to ask her to marry him. He just wasn't sure when. Chapter 32. Epilogue. A few months later. Holly scanned the interior of the new restaurant in front of her. It wasn't exactly like Holly's hideaway had been, but she had the feeling it would be even better because this restaurant would be co-owned with her sister. She hadn't been entirely sold on the idea when Mandy first proposed it. She was still working on her trust issues. But as she continued to lay out the reasoning, Holly found herself getting excited. Not only would it mean that she wouldn't have to work all the long hours herself, but it would also allow her to take on more catering jobs if she wanted. Mandy might have been a little slow when she first took the job at Becca's, but food service had turned out to be a natural skill for her. Plus, Mandy had used the money she'd saved to go in on the costs with Holly, which left more of the insurance money for Holly to use in other ways. "Oh, Holly, this is gorgeous," Tiffany said as she, Israel, and baby Samuel entered. Holly and Mandy were doing a soft opening tonight for their friends, just to make sure everything was ready to go before they threw the doors open for real. "Thank you, but the interior was all Mandy's design." Holly hadn't been sure about the rose and gold colors that Mandy had chosen at first, but she had to admit, now that she saw it all together, that it did seem to elevate the atmosphere of the restaurant. "I knew I liked that girl," Tiffany said with a soft smile. Holly knew she was thinking back to Sylvia. Tiffany had also liked her, and had felt guilty she'd convinced Holly to take a chance on her. But Holly knew it wasn't her fault. The whole town had been convinced Sylvia was a saint. And the weird thing was that her charity work for the foster care system had been real. Unfortunately, she'd amassed such debts trying to live a lifestyle she couldn't afford that she had allowed herself to fall for Frederick's charm and his con. Holly almost felt sorry for her, knowing how charming Frederick could be. But the woman could have put a foot down like Holly had. The front door opened again, and Chance, Mary Beth, and their 3 kids walked in. "Whoa, this place looks great," Mary Beth said, setting down Eliza's carrier so she could examine the place more closely.
"It really does, Holly," Chance echoed. "I bet you get even more business than you did before."
"I hope so. I think starting with a new name will definitely help." The group who had been harassing Holly before the fire hadn't been heard from since, but the internet was an unforgiving place, and the old, bad reviews had been nearly impossible to take down.
"I have no doubt, and Family Fusion is a great name."
The door opened again, and Becca and Colton entered. Holly had hoped he and Ashley would hit it off after their Valentine's pair-up, but it turned out he had eyes for Becca and she for him. She still couldn't believe Sylvia had rigged the drawing to put her and Frederick together, but she was glad something good had come from that night. She just hoped Ashley found someone too. The girl was an amazing person, and she deserved to find happiness too. Holly was very glad that Ashley, Pierre, and her other former employees had been willing to come to work for the new restaurant as well. "Is this everyone?" Becca asked, looking around. "Almost. We're waiting on Mandy and Dougie. Dougie should be here any minute, but I have no idea where Mandy is. She ran out a few minutes ago, hollering that she had to grab something and would be right back." The door opened again, and Dougie entered, brushing a dusting of snow off his jacket.
"Whew, it has gotten cold out there. I hope the dinner you have planned for tonight is warm, because I'm freezing."
Holly crossed to him and wound her arms around his neck. "It will warm you up, and if it doesn't, maybe this will." She pulled him down for a kiss that sent a warm tingling all the way to her toes.
"That does appear to be working," he said when the kiss ended, "but I might need a few more." "Hey, there are children present," Chance said with a laugh as he covered Lucas's eyes.
"To be continued, then," Holly whispered, and gave Dougie's hand a squeeze. Behind them, the door opened again, and Mandy entered, waving a newspaper in her hands. "I got it!" "Got what?" Holly asked. "Are you telling me you went out in that weather for a newspaper?" Mandy smiled and unfolded the paper. "Not just any paper. The New York Journal, which just happens to have a story about the mayor having to step down from his office in disgrace." "What?" Holly hurried over to Mandy and read over her shoulder. "After the story of his illegitimate daughter uniting with her half-sister to open a restaurant hit the news, other women began pouring forward with their claims of relationships. Forced to admit to more than 40 affairs, Brad Bingman has decided to step back from public office and do some soul-searching on his life." Israel let out a low whistle. 40 affairs? That's crazy.
One wife is plenty."
He laughed as Tiffany swatted his arm playfully. Holly looked at Mandy. "I don't understand, though. How did they even find out about our restaurant? Dad's PR rep left town ages ago." Mandy smiled and shrugged. "I guess a little birdie let the news slip to a few friends who happened to be journalists." "You didn't." "I didn't want to take the chance he might do something to ruin this. Besides, I think a little reflection on his life choices will be good for him." Holly chuckled and shook her head. It was clear that a little of that New York toughness ran in Mandy's blood as well. "All right, I guess we have a double celebration tonight then."
"Actually, it might be a triple celebration,"
Dougie said. She turned to him in confusion. "What do you mean? Do you have something to celebrate too? Did you get a promotion?"
"No, but I'm hoping I'll have something even better to celebrate."
He pulled something from his pocket and dropped to one knee.
"Holly Bingman, I have loved you for a while now, and I don't want to risk losing you again. I can't imagine my life without you beside me. Will you agree to marry me so that there's no chance we get paired with someone else at the Valentine's dance this year?"
A shocked laugh spilled from Holly's lips. She hadn't even thought about the Valentine's dance, but it had raised so much money last year that Chance had agreed to make it a yearly tradition, and it was coming up soon. Holly hadn't planned to put her name in the buckets this year anyway, but she certainly wouldn't be allowed to if she was engaged. And she loved Dougie. After all, he'd been her saving grace the last few months, but she had not been expecting this. "I think this is where you say yes," Mary Beth said loudly. "Yes, yes, of course yes," Holly said, laughing as Dougie smiled up at her and slid the ring on her finger. Cheers erupted from their friends as he swung her around, but she paid no attention to them. Her focus was on the man in front of her. The man who had saved her business and her happiness. The man who had helped her learn to trust again. And the man she was going to spend the rest of her life with. As he pulled her into another kiss, she sent a prayer of thanksgiving to God. He'd allowed her to go through some tough challenges, but he'd also given her the right friends to make it through, and she had no doubt the best was yet to come. The end. If you enjoyed this book, please leave a review. Just a few words really helps. This has been Her Saving Grace, a Patriot Peak Resort novel, written by Lorana Hoopes. Copyright 2022. Narrated by Lorana Hoopes. Audio copyright 2022.